Thanks to Stephen Warnock. More from him in Sports Report, I'm sure. But full-time at the Emirates, Arsenal 5, bottom of the table, Sheffield United 0.
1 minute to 5 o'clock. Goodness me, there have been some VAR checks this afternoon in the 2-3 o'clock Premier League games, the longest of which came at Bournemouth, where they seemed incapable of drawing the lines on. They're still playing. John Akers.
As Berger hits a shot for Burnley, takes a little deflection and gratefully smothered by Radu in the Bournemouth goal on his debut. That should be it, although we never know here. Burnley have given it a right go in these last few moments. Still Bournemouth 2, Burnley 1.
Let's go to Loftus Road in the Championship. The leaders have won again. Aaron.
QPR 1, Leicester 2, 2 crackers from Mavadidi and Winks either side of a Dazelle goal and red card, mean it's a 13th league win in 14 for Leicester. Loads of drama. QPR 1, Leicester 2.
Have Ipswich squeaked home? Becky Ives.
They have indeed, but let me tell you, it was just squeaking by. Brilliant saves from Hadlaki in their goal as Plymouth really pushed. But it's ended Ipswich 3, Plymouth 2. Morgan Whittaker put Plymouth ahead in the first 10 minutes before an own goal from Bali Muamba. Then George Hurst added. And look, it's been a brilliant game, to be fair, but Ipswich have done it. They are keeping pace with Leicester, unbeaten in 9 games. Crucially, they've also got a game in hand, whereas Argyle, they still lag in the bottom half of the table. Ended Ipswich 3, Plymouth 2.
Finished Motherwell 3, Ross County 3 in the Scottish Premiership. All 6 goals come in the second half. To Cardiff, Sheridan Robbins.
Cardiff 2, Bristol City 0. NG Perry headed home in the first half from a corner before Ruben Colwill found space in the box, fired a powerful finish into the top corner in added time. Cardiff up to 5th. Cardiff 2, Bristol City 0.
All over at Bournemouth. John.
Huge relief for the Bournemouth players. A couple of them slump onto their backs. They've given it everything. It's their first Premier League win of the season, and they're out of the bottom 3 at the expense of Luton, who drop in. Bournemouth 2, Burnley 1, the full-time scoreline. It was super in the first half from Semenyo to equalise. The Burnley goal from Taylor, his first for the club, his first since 2015 from 25 yards. And then Philip Billing from 40 yards out spotted Trafford off his line and chipped him beautifully left-footed to give Bournemouth the win. Bournemouth 2, Burnley 1.
Dundee won 2-0 at Livingston. St Mirren have thrashed St Johnstone 4-0. 0-0 at Hibs. Ailey.
And one of those games where you could still be playing tomorrow and probably no one would have scored by then either. Celtic hit the bar late on through James Forrest. Martin Boyle fired over and Hibs' best chance of the game, but to be honest, neither side deserved to win this one. It was as poor a quality game as I've seen for a very long time. Both teams so wasteful in possession and neither able to really create any sort of clear-cut opportunity. Brendan Rodgers' Easter Road hoodoo continues. 4 visits here without a win as Celtic drop points for just the second time this season. It finished at Easter Road. Hibs 0, Celtic 0.
Back to the Championship. Sunderland's losing run has come to an end. Mas Faruqi.
Yeah, full-time Sunderland 3, Norwich 1. It's the first win in 4 for Sunderland. That man, Jack Clark, continuing his great goal-scoring form. He won the penalty in the second half, which wrapped up the 3 points for Sunderland, converting it himself for his 9th goal of the season. Sunderland are 3-1 winners here at the Stadium of Light.
Watford Millwall finished 2-2. Swansea won 1-0 at Blackburn. Cheltenham have won away from home in League One. They've beaten Port Vale by 2-1, and maybe, definitely another surprising scoreline. Back in the Championship at Middlesbrough, Lee Blakeman.
Borough's winning run is over. Stokes continues. Middlesbrough 0, Stoke 2. Both Stoke goals coming in the first half. Rose with an 8th-minute header and Lloris with a tidy finish for the second. Borough without a few due to injuries and suspensions. They were second best all afternoon. A 7-win run in all competitions is over for Middlesbrough. Stoke have won 3 in a row for just the second time in the league in 7 years. They've beaten Middlesbrough 2-0.
Still playing at Reading, where the leaders Portsmouth lead 3-2. Paul Scott.
Time is rapidly running out for the home side because Portsmouth's lead at the top of League One looks to be maintained. Their unbeaten league run extending to 26 matches. They've done it the hard way though against Reading, who were 2-0 up in the first half, but Pompey were able to turn it around. We're still playing here though. Reading 2, Portsmouth 3.
League 2 leaders Stockport have beaten Tranmere 2-0 in the game of the day between second and third. It's finished Notts County 0, Wrexham 2. All the full times to come in the next half hour. Good afternoon, I'm Mark Chapman. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live at just after 5 o'clock, and this is Sports Report. The headlines this Saturday tea time. It's been a day to remember for Arsenal's Eddie Nketiah.
Nketiah with the effort. Oh, what a way to score your first hat-trick in the
5-0 it finished against Sheffield United. Bournemouth get their first win of the season thanks to a Philip Billing goal from 40 yards against Burnley. Brentford make it back-to-back wins for the first time this season. They win 2-0 at Chelsea. Wolves Newcastle is at half-5. Alistair Bruce Ball.
Newcastle's squad is getting stretched. They come up against an in-form Wolves team this evening. Semedo and Lemina return from suspension for them. Callum Wilson starts for Newcastle, the only change from the defeat to Dortmund on Wednesday.
Leaders Leicester City needed an 80th minute winner from Harry Winks to beat QPR 2-1 in the Championship. Middlesbrough's 7-game winning streak is over after they lose at home to Stoke. League One leaders Portsmouth come from 2 down to beat Reading 3-2. Stockport make it 10 wins in a row and remain top of League Two with a 2-0 win at home to Tranmere. In the Scottish Premiership, Celtic drew 0-0 at Hibs. At the Cricket World Cup, there were wins for Australia and the Netherlands. In Rugby League, England beat Tonga 14-4 to secure the series with a game to spare. And we're just under 3 hours away from the Rugby Union World Cup final, which you can hear in full here on 5 Live between South Africa and New Zealand. We'll get as much reaction as we can to the day's top stories over the next 25 minutes or so before we head to Molineux for Wolves against Newcastle. You get all the football results as well. Let's start with the Premier League. Chelsea 0, Brentford 2, Arsenal 5, Sheffield United 0, Bournemouth 2, Burnley 1. Let's go to the Emirates, where it was all too comfortable for Arsenal. Ian Dennis.
It was, and another heavy defeat for Sheffield United, a 6th straight defeat, and they've conceded at least 2 goals in each game. The Blades were blunt, couldn't muster a shot on target, while Arsenal's margin of victory could easily have been more. A special afternoon with a series of firsts for the Arsenal players. Etienne Nketiah hit his first Premier League hat-trick, completed with an absolute belter. Fabio Vieira, his first league goal at home from the penalty spot late on, and then in injury time, Tomiyasu, so popular at the Emirates, rattled in his first goal for the club. Arsenal's best start to a season in 16 years.
Stephen Warnock was alongside Ian. I don't want to be harsh on Sheffield United here, but it wasn't even a contest, was it?
Be harsh.
OK, well, it wasn't even a contest, was it?
No, they're really poor. They didn't offer anything going forward. They weren't brave in any way. And listen, I understand it because you know the gulfing class between the two teams, and you're so afraid of committing players forward because you know that you're going to leave gaps in behind. However, myself and Deno were here a few weeks back when Fulham did it. Fulham committed players forward, and it causes problems to the opposition, and Arsenal suffered on that day. But you've got to ask questions of them. There was no questions asked of Arsenal whatsoever today. David Raya, no saves, nothing. I mean, no shots on goal for Sheffield United. How do you win a football game? It's embarrassing. It was really poor.
And that's by the way, Jude Bellingham has just scored again in injury time for Real Madrid. He's got both this afternoon in El Clasico. It is Barcelona 1, Real Madrid 2. Passive is the word to describe Sheffield United, isn't it, actually?
Yeah, and what will really annoy Paul Hickenbottom will be the goals that have been conceded. Set pieces. I mean, do not come to the Emirates and concede from set pieces. Make sure at least you're organised from them. And I said it in commentary, if you're going to be beaten by quality. It's been far too easy for Arsenal today. Didn't lay a glove on them, Sheffield United, and I think there'll be some harsh words, or if there's not, there should be. They need Jaap Stam in there tonight to sort them out.
Jaap Stam on the show a little bit earlier here on 5 Live. It finished at the Vitality. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Ian. Finished at the Vitality. Bournemouth 2, Burnley 1. We'll hear from John Akers shortly. But next, let's focus on the lunchtime game. Brentford going above Chelsea into the top half of the table with a 2-0 win at Stamford Bridge. Ethan Pinnock and Brian Mbeumo got the goals. Brentford boss Thomas Frank afterwards. Here are his thoughts.
I think we deserve a lot of praise for going here and be able to win here. It's a good Chelsea sign, where you could see in first half why I think they're very promising and why I think they will be good going forward. That said, our performance first half I was not satisfied with. I think we were average at best. I don't think we were cool enough and good enough on the ball. I think that we didn't defend as good as we normally do in these situations. I know we were under pressure in spells, Second half, I asked for more belief. I asked for more coolness on the ball. Adjusted a few bits defensively and offensively, and then much better performance. And on the second half performance, I think it was fully deserved we won.
And how much credit does the manager have to take? Because I mean, by the sound of it, your half-time team talk today was pretty integral to the win, wasn't it?
Of course, I need to take the whole praise. No, no. It's down to it's a team sport, and that's include me, my staff, and the players. Of course, I hope we all contribute to the win. But the big thing is, I think these players in Brentford are underrated. How good they are. I must say that.
Alan Shearer, part of the Match of the Day team tonight. Watched this earlier. It was a fully deserved win, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. They were under pressure, but Chelsea had chances first off. Didn't take them, but then they were a better team in the second half, and absolutely they deserved it. They defended well, I thought, and hit them on the break when they could. Scored from a throw-in. Great work from Mbeumo again. But yeah, they thoroughly deserved it in the second half.
It's the same story. I mean, we kept saying it during the game. It's the same story over and over again for Chelsea.
Yeah, they were really poor in forward positions. I mean, they got into some really good ones in the first half, but poor finishing, lack of movement. I wouldn't say a lack of effort, but there's so much missing up top there. And until they resolve that, it's going to be a tough season for them.
Your fellow pundit tonight spent most of the afternoon running around the Match of the Day office, has he?
Telling everyone how good Arsenal were, how they deserved to score more, and how he was delighted for Eddie Nketiah.
Do you know what? They were I've just watched all three goals back on a monitor here. They were all very different, and all three of them deserve praise, don't they?
Yeah, they were all very different. I mean, say what you want about the defending, which wasn't great. But the one from outside the box was superb, where he took the touch and turn and then put it in the top corner. Keeper no chance. And me and Righty were saying we would have given the penalty his way as well. We wouldn't have taken that as well.
Oh yeah, right.
We couldn't believe he did that.
Just a final one. Have you had El Clasico on in there as well?
We haven't.
Right.
We've been keeping in touch with it. I've just been told that Bellingham scored.
He's got both.
He's got both.
They've beaten Barcelona 2-1. I mean, I think the younger people, Alan, say he's living his best life.
Oh, just a bit. What a season he's having. I mean, he's an incredible talent, but to go over there on that stage, I mean, it is huge. And then to perform in one of the biggest club games around, like he has done again today, wow. That's all we can say, wow.
And just a final one, because John Akers appears to have got lost from the press box going to the tunnel at Bournemouth. It was a very entertaining end-to-end game, Bournemouth-Burnley, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, Bournemouth just edged it, but I look at Burnley and I've seen them a few times, and I know I know that's the way Vincent wants to play, and he wants to play out. But how many times do they get caught on the ball? I mean, twice today, 2 goals again conceded. It's by too much time on the ball, trying to play out from the back through the middle. I understand what he's trying to do, but sometimes, you know, when you're doing what you have to do, there's no harm in just getting it up front and getting everyone up and trying to do that. But they've been caught again. I mean, Bournemouth like to press, they like to get crosses in. They've done all of that today against a Burnley side that do invite pressure on themselves.
Nice one, thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Ian Wright, Gary Lineker, Match of the Day, 10:20 on BBC One from 5:30. Commentary here on 5 Live of Wolves against Newcastle. Alistair Bruce-Ball.
I think Alan Shearer probably knows, Mike, his Newcastle team going to get tested at Molineux this evening. Wolves going great guns under Gary O'Neill at the moment, unbeaten in the last 4 Premier League games. Had that hugely satisfying win away to Bournemouth last weekend, and can probably strengthen his side, you'd argue, as well, because Nelson Semedo and Mario Lemina both returned from suspension. Newcastle made just the one change from the defeat to Borussia Dortmund on Wednesday night, and if you start to look at the injury list, it's ever lengthening. No Sven Botman, no Isak, Harvey Barnes out for a long time. Sandro Tonali won't play again for the rest of the season. That's obviously for different reasons. Look at their bench today. 2 goalkeepers. You could argue 5 fullbacks on there, Matt Ritchie and Joe Willock. Starting 11 still very strong, but I think this is going to be a real test for Newcastle.
Commentary with Ali and Paul Robinson from 5:30 here on 5 Live. In the Championship today, there were 2 early games. Leeds beat Huddersfield by 4-1. Southampton beat Birmingham 3-1, so that's 3 defeats now for Wayne Rooney since he took over at St Andrews. At 3 o'clock, Blackburn 0, Swansea 1. Cardiff beat injury-hit Bristol City by 2-0. Hull 1, Preston 0. Ipswich came from behind to beat Plymouth 3-2. Middlesbrough's run of 6 straight wins in the Championship is over, beaten 2-0 at home by Stoke. QPR 1, Leicester 2. Sunderland 3, Norwich 1. And Watford got a very late equaliser at home to Millwall. That finished 2-2. So Leicester have 39 from 14. Ipswich 34 from 13. Leeds 25, Southampton 24, Cardiff and Hull 23. They've all played 14. At the bottom, Sheffield Wednesday 3 from 13, QPR 8 from 14 and Rotherham 9 from 12. Let's just go to Loftus Road. The result that keeps Leicester at the top and QPR mired in trouble. Aaron Paul.
Yeah, QPR 1, Leicester 2, an improved performance by the home side, but yet another home defeat for Gareth Ainsworth's men. Rangers were compact and organised early on, taking on everything Leicester threw at them, but they couldn't keep Steffi Mavrididi's long-range curler out. That broke the deadlock, but then came the equaliser. Lyndon Dykes with a header. That was hacked off the line by Hamza Chowdhury, falling to the feet of Andre Dizelle, who drilled home. Dizelle would also be involved in the game's turning point. 1v1 with Leicester's Fatawu. He brought his man down before showing ill discipline, pushing his opponent when his manager really could have done with his services. That resulted in a red card and Leicester drew their prey in, exploiting gaps across the pitch to try to create chances, but it was a long-range cracker from Harry Winks that sealed the point and sees the Foxes continue their title tilt. QPR 1, Leicester 2.
Let's hear from Wayne Rooney then after that third straight for a defeat for him at Southampton by 3-1. Here is the Birmingham head coach.
Listen, we've had 3 very tough games as well against 3 very good teams, so that's part of the job. That pressure is part of the job, and as I said, we come in, we were in 6th place, but we were 1 game away from 12th. So I think we not forget that as well, and that's where obviously the last 3 games we haven't got the points which we want, but as I said, there's a process of no doubt whatsoever that this team will move forward, and I've no doubt in myself, my ability to make sure I'm the one to do that. So of course we have to be patient. I thought the fans were great today. We need the fans again next week to get right behind the players, and we will move forward, we will pick up points, but obviously it's a difficult start for us. We have to get our head down, work and make sure we're ready for next week.
In League One, Barnsley 2, Fleetwood 2, Blackpool 2, Peterborough 4, Bristol Rovers 2, Northampton 1 in the week that Bristol Rovers sacked Joey Barton as manager. Goalless between Burton and Leyton Orient. Cambridge beat Carlisle by 1-0. Charlton 0, Bolton 2, Exeter 1, Lincoln 1, Oxford 2, Wickham 2. Port Vale 1, Cheltenham 2. So Cheltenham have now won twice in a week. Got their first win last Saturday, first win in any competition this season when they beat Cambridge, and now they've won at Port Vale. Portsmouth came from 2 down to win 3-2 at Reading. Stevenage 3, Derby 1, and Wigan 2, Shrewsbury 0. So Portsmouth have 35 from 15. Then Oxford and Bolton with 29 from 14. Peterborough 28 from 15. Barnsley 27 from 15. And Stevenage 26 from 16. Cheltenham are now off the bottom of the table. Reading are bottom with 6. Cheltenham have 8. Fleetwood 12. And then Carlisle, Northampton and Wigan all have 14. In League 2 today, Accrington 0, Colchester 1. Barrow 0, Salford 0. Doncaster 1, Grimsby 0. Forest Green Rovers 2, Crawley 1. Gillingham 0, Newport 2, Harrogate 0, Crewe 1. Mansfield still unbeaten in any competition this season. They beat Walsall by 2-1 this afternoon. MK Dons 3, Swindon 2, Morecambe 4, AFC Wimbledon 1, Notts County 0, Wrexham 2, Stockport 2, Tranmere 0, and Sutton 2, Bradford City 1. Stockport have 35, Notts County and Wrexham have 30, Mansfield have a game in hand and they have 29, Crewe have 29, Morecambe have 2 games in hand and have 27, Accrington have 26. Sutton, despite beating Bradford, stay bottom of the table, they have 10, as do Tranmere after that defeat at Stockport. In the National League today, Borehamwood 1, Southend 1, Dorking 2, Aldershot 1, Ebbsfleet 0, Dagenham and Redbridge 1, Gateshead 0, AFC Fylde 4, Hartlepool 2, Rochdale 3, Kidderminster 1, Chesterfield 3, Maidenhead 3, Eastleigh 2, Oldham 2, Altrincham 2, Oxford City 0, Barnet 2, Solihull Moors 1, Wealdstone 0 and Woking 0, Bromley 1. The top two in the National League, way ahead of everybody else. Chesterfield have 44, Barnet have 42. There's a 7-point gap from Barnet to third placed Bromley. Do all the Scottish results and Northern Ireland and Wales very shortly, but let's head out to Paris. The Rugby Union World Cup final live here on 5 Live from 8 o'clock between South Africa and New Zealand. Chris Jones is at the Stade de France and it has all the makings of a classic.
It really does, Mark. A week on from England and South Africa. First thing to say, it is a filthy evening at the Stade, just like it was this time last Saturday night for the England semi-final. Wet and windy and a very greasy surface. But as you say, 28 years on from 1995, another clash of these rugby titans in the World Cup final. The two greatest nations in Rugby World Cup history going head-to-head. New Zealand were a little unfancied coming into the tournament. They've been growing very nicely as they've gone through. Sublime against a poor Argentina in the semi-finals. They should have plenty left in the tank. Conversely, South Africa have had to go deep into the deepest well. Can they summon up one last effort tonight? Their 7 forwards on the bench suggest they know where the game could be won and lost in the final quarter.
England World Cup winning captain Martin Johnson, part of our commentary team later. Who are favourites for you tonight, Martin, and why?
I think all the talk is probably right. It's so close. It's almost, I was with John Eales and he called it, if you played it 10 times, it would be 5-5. So the interesting thing is just the style, and it's South Africa's sort of ultimate power game against New Zealand, probably a little bit more precise, bit more directed in attack, maybe know what they're doing a little bit more attack-wise. So that will be interesting. It's just, can they resist that power that South Africa have got and then can double down on in the second half?
It depends on your perspective, doesn't it? There are some people who are going, as Chris has said, they've gone to the well so many times, South Africa, can they go again tonight? Then there'll be others who say, well, look, they've played all the other teams in the top 6 in the world, so talk about being match sharp.
Yeah, and they're both correct arguments, and we won't know until it kicks off. The last 2 World Cup finals I've been at live, and after 5 minutes you could tell one team had more intensity than the other, and that team won the game. So we'll see that. I've no doubt that both teams, playing against South African teams and All Black teams, both teams will come out absolutely all guns blazing, because getting a good start, the lead, the bigger the game, the more important that is.
And you will know what both captains will be feeling like right now ahead of this. What more do they have to do as the leaders of their men?
They're in the final hours of preparation, so that will all be sort of under control. Most guys will be doing their individual mental routine that they do, and that will vary massively from player to player. The team will have a sort of a protocol of how they approach the game, travel and whatever. So they'll be in that. They'll just be watching the clock now as it ticks down to the game. Nerves, growing and growing. They'll want to get here, get out, warm up and kick off.
Are you ready for a Martin team talk, Chris, before you start this final?
I'm not sure if that was part of the deal, that he was also going to have to raise the 5 Live troops, but maybe we'll go inside the press room and get one of his team talks, 20 years on from that famous night.
Now, I would love that in the press room. If you're all in a huddle, you, Matt, Bobby Skinstad, Andrew Mertens and Martin, that'd be great before it starts. Thank you, Chris Jones, Martin Johnson, and as I say, Bobby Skinstad, Andrew Mertens, Matt Dawson, all part of our team in the Stade de France. The build-up starts once we're done at Molineux for Wolves Newcastle, and then full commentary from 8 o'clock. Back to the day's football. In the Scottish Premiership, Livingston 0, Dundee 2, Motherwell 3, Ross County 3, all 6 goals coming in the second half. St Mirren 4, St Johnstone 0, so they stay in third, do St Mirren. And the leader Celtic were held at Hibs. Ailey Barber.
Yeah, no goals here at all, and I think both teams could have played for a lot longer and still not found the back of the net. It was one of those games, and it all came down to really just being pretty poor in possession, both sides. Celtic never really threatened until the very last minutes of the game, where a corner came in and James Forrest got a touch in it. It came off the crossbar. That's as close as Celtic came. Hibs will take heart, having been beaten 4-0 against Rangers last weekend. They came here and they were a lot stronger defensively, but even though there were opportunities to get in behind Celtic. They just couldn't find the pass to make it stick and to create an opportunity of their own. Their best chance fell to Martin Boyle, a better touch, and it could have found the back of the net. In the end, it went straight into the top tier of the stand behind the goal. That pretty much sums up the quality that was on show here at Easter Road. Celtic have been on fantastic form. They had that brilliant result and performance midweek, but Brendan Rodgers able to only choosing to make the one change to the side today. I wonder if that played a part. I wonder if fatigue is starting to set in. It is another midweek card for these teams in the Scottish Premiership this week, so the games come thick and fast. It is now 8 points the gap at the top of the Scottish Premiership. Rangers play tomorrow against Hearts. They've got an opportunity to close that, but it finished at Easter Road. Hibs 0, Celtic 0.
I'm told you've offered to stay on in case I mangle any of the team names in the Scottish Cup second round.
Yeah, I can be like your interpreter for the Scottish Cup.
Is it Genefield Swifts? Is it Genefield?
Yes, Genefield Swifts. It's good to see a team from Perth winning for a change with Genefield Swifts. I believe they won today.
They did. A very cut 6-0 against Elgin.
Wow.
I tell you what,
a thumping.
I'll do them all now before I do Championship and League One. And well, actually, I won't, because I need to get an interview with Bukayo Saka, who's live with Rob Nothing. Stay there, Ailey. This is probably a little bit more important. Here's Bukayo with Rob.
Captain today. That was a convincing win. Let's talk about Eddie Nketiah and his hat-trick, his first Premier League hat-trick for Arsenal. He seems to be playing as well as ever.
Yeah, Eddie's a really hard worker. You can see every day he gives his all, so I don't think anyone deserves it as much as him today, and I'm standing here so proud of him, so happy for him, and I just hope he enjoys this moment and builds the confidence from here as well to kick on.
Not many times do you hear in a stadium of 60,000 a collective ooh. So his hat-trick goal, he hit that so purely, didn't he?
Yeah, he hit that very, very well, and that's a man playing with confidence. So I hope he continues to play like that and hits a few more of them, because I enjoyed that.
Now, you went off as captain. You gave him the captain's armband, and Arsenal win a penalty. He scored a hat-trick, and yet he's given the ball to Vieira to take the penalty. Not many centre-forwards would do that, having already scored a hat-trick.
Yeah, and it just shows, in our team, how everyone's thinking about other people as well. And I think it was nice of him to do that and give the penalty to Fabio, who's expecting a baby soon as well. So it's been a nice day all around. Tomiyasu got his first goal, so we're all happy today.
I can't believe that Premier League teams can be sentimental like that. Is that right?
Well, this is Arsenal. And we're about winning as a team. There's no one thinking about themselves. We're all thinking about the best for the team, so you can see it.
Well played today. That's Bukayo Saka talking to us live on Sports Report.
Thank you, Rob. So in the Scottish Championship, Ayr 0, Moreton 1, Inverness 1, Airdrieonians 0, Wraith 1, Dunfermline 0. In League 1, Edinburgh City 3, Annan 2, Falkirk 3, Alloa 0, Kelty Hearts 1, Stirling 0, and Queen of the South 0. Cove Rangers 1. Ailey's still there. Just jump in if I get any of these wrong, OK?
Okay.
Beath 1, Broomhill 3. Albion Rovers 2, St Andrews 1. Brechin 1, Spartans 2. Civil Service Strollers 0, Stranraer 3. Cumnock Juniors 2, Turriff United 1. Devon Vale 0, Broxburn Athletic 1. Dumbarton 3, Banks O'D 2. Dunbar United 1, East Fife 0. Formartine United 3.
I'll stop you there, chaps.
Yes.
For Martin.
For Martin, thank you. For Martin United 3, Clydebank FC 2. Forest Mechanics 0, Bucky Thistle 1. Fraserburgh 1, Bonnyrigg Rose 2. Huntley 1, Forfar 4. Genefield Swift 6, Elgin 0. Kilwinning Rangers 0, Cowdenbeath 1. Peterhead 3, Clacknacuddin 1. Pollock 5, Gala Fairydean 2. Stenhouse Muir 0, Brora Rangers 2. And Tranent 7, East Kilbride 0, which I go back to again. East Kilbride are top of the Lowland Football League. They've won 10 and drawn 2 this season, and they've been walloped by the side who are in fourth by 7-0. Are we done?
Tranent. You were almost there. We almost got there.
We almost got there.
That was pretty good, though. I'm giving you pass marks for that, without a doubt.
Thank you very much.
Some shocks in there as well.
Yes, there were some shocks in there. Thank you very much, Ailey. In the Welsh Premier, Colwyn Bay 0, Barry 1, Newtown 1, Haverfordwest 1, Pontypridd 1, Cardiff Metropolitan 3. And they've just kicked off between TNS and Barla Town, and that is goalless. In Northern Ireland today, Ballymena 1, Dungannon 1, Carrick Rangers 1, Glenarvan 3, Coleraine 1, Cliftonville 2, Crusaders 1, Glentoran 1, and Linfield 5, Lowgall 1. In the Gallagher Premiership today, Bristol 21, Harlequins 23, Exeter thrash Sale 43-0, Bath 24, Leicester 25. In the United Rugby Championship, Ospreys 34, Zebra 31, Connacht 34, Glasgow 26, Stormers 52, Scarlets 7. At the Cricket World Cup today, Australia beat New Zealand by 5 runs. Another win for the Netherlands, who thrashed Bangladesh by 87 runs. It means that result drops England to the bottom of the table now with just 2 points alongside Bangladesh, but they've got a worse net run rate. At the top of the table, South Africa and India both have 10. New Zealand and Australia both have 8. And in the Rugby League today, second match of the autumn series, England 14, Tonga 4. So England are 2-0 up in the 3-match series. The final match is next weekend at Headingley. And in horse racing today, Ancient Wisdom stormed to victory in the Futurity Trophy at Doncaster. Champion jockey William Buick's mount held off pressure from Devil's Point and Dancing Gemini to win the final Group 1 race of the British Flat season. Rugby Union World Cup final from 8 o'clock. All the build-up at the conclusion of our commentary from Molineux. Wolves against Newcastle. Paul Robinson, the former England goalkeeper, is alongside Alistair Bruce Ball.
Thank you, Mark. Cracking atmosphere in the West Midlands inside this great old football ground. Referee Anthony Taylor, all in black with the rain tumbling down all around him, gives it a long, loud blast on the whistle to try and get the game started. But 3 Newcastle players in their strident green shirts, the change kit this afternoon, had set off too early, so we're going to do that again. We've done it again, and we are underway. Our second Premier League commentary of the afternoon on 5 Live Sport. Wolves against Newcastle. Newcastle with an early attack down the right. Ball into the penalty area from Bruno Guimaraes first time. Mateusz Cunha controls the clearance. He's fouled by Guimaraes. That'll be a free kick to Wolves. Straight away, Paul Robinson. You and I both had Wolves written down as a back 3 of Max Kilman, Craig Dawson and Totti Gomez. It looks slightly different this afternoon, the way they've started.
He does. It looks like Gary O'Neill's changed it up to match his opposite number, Eddie Howe. He's playing with a back 4. Totti Gomez has dropped in at left back, Semedo in at right back, Neto on the right hand side and Hwang on the left hand side to make a 4-3-3.
Oh, Hwang chasing a ball over the top. There was a foul there though on Jamal Lascelles as Hwang jumped for it. He complains about the referee's decision, but he's certainly not going to change his mind. So that will be a free kick for Newcastle just outside their penalty area. In terms of the Premier League table this evening and where these two stand, 2 teams in excellent form in terms of recent Premier League games. Wolves unbeaten in the last 4, Newcastle with 4 wins and a draw in the last 5. Wolves start in 13th, win today and they could go 10th above Crystal Palace, Chelsea and Brentford. Newcastle starting in 6th spot, they could go above Aston Villa on goal difference with a win. It would take them to 19 points and stick them in 1 behind Liverpool. Defending for Newcastle to do though. Neto in on the right hand side, second touch of the ball, slightly overran it, which allowed Nick Pope to come off his line and grab it for Newcastle. Paul Robinson.
He was quick there, Neto, wasn't he? He showed his pace on that right hand side, playing slightly wider than we're used to seeing him so far this season. Exposed Lascelles and Shah on that right hand side. Lascelles couldn't touch him, got past him. His first warning shot for Newcastle, got into the box.
So 1 change for Newcastle from the defeat against Borussia Dortmund on Wednesday night. Callum Wilson starts up front in place of the injured Alexander Isak. Back-to-back Premier League starts for Wilson, a 4th Premier League start of the season. He'll be absolutely chomping at the bit. And for Wolves, 2 changes from the win at Bournemouth. Nelson Semedo and Mario Lemina both return from suspension. Matt Doherty and Joao Gomez are the 2 players to drop to the bench. I'll give you the full lineups in just a second. Almiron busting a gut to chase a ball down the right hand side. Totti follows him, gets some studs on it and knocks it out for a throw in to Newcastle on the right. You've been quite struck by the atmosphere, haven't you, Paul, in here?
They do it well pretty much,
really well, don't they?
I've been here a couple of times and they do it really well. I mean, any ground under lights is I always think there's a better atmosphere anyway, but especially here at Molineux under the lights before the game with the pyrotechnics and the music, they really do it well.
Yeah, no, pre-match build-up is excellent here, and they certainly crank the sound system up to the max. Throw in from Trippier is a delicate one onto the boot of Almiron, gives it back to him. Ball into Longstaff, wide to Almiron. Trippier's in perfect position behind him to get this cross in from the right. Flicked on by Gordon at the near post. Wilson will chase that and keep the ball in play. Down by the byline, away to our right. Newcastle in these green shirts, white shorts and green socks, playing from left to right in the first half towards the Sir Jack Hayward stand, which is packed with Wolves fans, slightly unusually at Molineux, and we were remarking on this before kick-off. The away fans are stretched out along one side of the ground, so the opposite side to us is the Steve Bull stand. It's a two-tier stand, and the top half, there's the kind of bigger section of that stand is all Wolves fans, and in the thinner lower tier beneath, all those in the black and white stripes are Newcastle.
And they've travelled in the numbers again, haven't they? They've got a lot of football to watch this year, some Champions League nights, a lot of Premier League fixtures as well, but they always travel well, Newcastle. They've got a great support, a great fan base, and they're getting the rewards for a few years without some top flight football and Champions League football. I mean, it was another fantastic occasion midweek at St James's. The result wasn't there, but the atmosphere and the fan base certainly was.
Jose Sarr all in pink, clears for Wolves right-footed. Trippier lets it drift over his head, then runs behind to collect it. He's been muscled off it by Aït-Nouri, fouled Aït-Nouri, but Cunha picks up the running for Wolves down the left. Almiron chases him. Cunha stumbles, wants a free kick, but the throw-in goes to Newcastle. Let's give you the two teams then. Jose Sarr in goal for Wolves, as Paul has explained. Back four, Semedo right back, Totti left back, Kilman and Dawson the two centre-backs. That has pushed Aït-Nouri further on down the left-hand side. So Neto wide on the right, Aït-Nouri on the left, Lemina and Boubacar Traoré as the central midfielders. Here come Wolves again, edge of the box, and that was Neto trying to feed Hwang, and Wolves win their first corner of the evening. So the front two are Hwang and Mateusz Cunha, the Brazilian.
Started well, Wolves, coming off the back of a 4-game unbeaten run. Newcastle, for me, this is their first real test of the season. Yes, they've had the indifferent start, they've picked that up, they've got the results. They had that fantastic win away that we know about at Sheffield United 8-0, but they've struggled away from home. They've won one away in all competitions, and coming here today off the back of a disappointing Champions League game in midweek, with injuries, with suspensions, it's a real test for them tonight at Newcastle.
Corner for Newcastle to defend, low one from Neto into the near post, didn't quite get enough on that. It's volleyed away by Almiron and goes behind for another corner to Wolves. Ball coming towards Neto, he didn't see it, being lobbed at him from the side of the pitch, so it's gone bouncing past him.
Great night for football, isn't it?
Oh, lovely.
Sat here, the rain's pouring down, no wind, not a breath of wind. Probably not a great night for spectators sat without cover, but it's a great night to play.
Neto waiting to take the corner from the left. Right arm raised in the air. Bit more purchase on this one. Into the near post. Header not clear. Totti tries to turn and shoot. The ball's loose inside the box. Laid back. Aït-Nouri scuffs it badly with his right foot. Leans back and puts it miles wide and miles too high. And that'll be a Newcastle goal kick. So Wolves 0, Newcastle 0. 6 minutes in, the rain is getting ever heavier. Paul had the old weather app out before the game. You said it was coming, and it's indeed arrived. Nick Pope in goal. Kieran Trippier, Jamal Lascelles making a 7th consecutive start in all competitions, with Sven Botman, one of those, out injured. Fabian Schär and Dan Burn make up the back four. Sean Longstaff, Bruno Guimaraes and Joe Linton, with Callum Wilson through the middle, Anthony Gordon and Miguel Almiron, his partners, as it were, playing left and right of him. Newcastle have a throw in an attacking position on the left. They've played back into their own half. Lascelles across to Trippier. Trippier looks up and slides a pass through the middle. Good first touch from Joe Linton. Longstaff makes the run, collects it on the edge of the box. Couple of touches, shoots across goal and only just misses. That went through the legs of Craig Dawson. It left Jose Sarr unsighted. That wasn't far away.
That was so close. We were right behind that. Joe Linton finds himself in acres of space in the middle of the park. Kieran Trippier fires the ball into him. It's a great first touch. And Longstaff, again, he's in so much space on this right-hand side. Nobody goes to close him down. Gets into the box, 12 yards out on the angle. Fires it just wide of Jose Sarr's far post.
He started scoring goals again for Newcastle this season, Sean Longstaff. I saw him get one in the 8-0 win at Bramall Lane. 2 in the Premier League. One of those at Bournemouth last weekend, one in the Champions League as well. Neto with a clever turn on the halfway line. Couldn't quite then get onto the ball that had been played forward for him. Nick Pope under pressure. Pokes it with his right foot to Trippier. 2 Wolves players in the old golden black closing in. Trippier's clearance headed forward by Totti. Hwang is onside. Trippier leans into him. Hwang gets past him. Sliding challenge from Lascelles, and Wolves win another corner, 0-0.
Brilliant from Hwang and Cunha. High pressing. Wolves have set off on the front foot pressing Newcastle under pressure. There's times where you want to play from your goalkeeper, when you want to play from your fullbacks, your centre-halves. But there's times as a goalkeeper you have to make a decision. It's not on. You have to go longer. And goalkeepers are finding more and more trouble by trying to play out and play the way managers want to. And Nick Pope just put his team under pressure by doing so.
So speaks a former England goalkeeper in Paul Robinson, with us on 5 Live and BBC Sounds Live at Molineux. Neto's corner in from the left. Punch from Pope, clear. Volleyed by Traore. Cleared away by Lascelles. He then tries to get the Newcastle defence pushing up as high as they can, and that'll go out for a Wolves throw on the right-hand side. We've seen some and heard about some fabulous goals scored across the continent in the world of football today. So Jude Bellingham's got 2 for Real Madrid today at the Nou Camp. They were 1-0 down and beat Barcelona by 2-1. Harry Kane has scored from inside his own half as part of a hat-trick in a Bayern Munich 8-0 win against Darmstadt. Eddie Nketiah's got a hat-trick, and I think Billings' winner for Bournemouth for their first win of the season came from about 40 yards out as well.
I've seen Bellingham's goals. I mean, if you get a chance tonight, please go onto the iPlayer, go onto the app and watch Bellingham's goals. I mean, he's got a cheat code for this game at the moment, hasn't he?
Totti does well for Wolves. They're trying to play out from the back. Trippier races in to try and nick it off the toe of Aït-Nouri. He appeals for the throw-in, and the assistant referee, who's standing immediately to his right, and that's Gary Bezic, agrees and gives the throw-in to Newcastle. Thrown to the feet of Almiron. 9 minutes in. Rugby Union World Cup final with Martin Johnson, former World Cup winning captain for England, part of the commentary team tonight. On the way after this, we'll hand over to Sonia McLaughlin on the full-time whistle tonight, and the game kicks off at 8 o'clock. That is New Zealand against South Africa. Here's Trippier inside his own half. Threads a pass in between the Wolves players. Wilson comes to collect, lays it back to Trippier. He lofts one down the right. Longstaff chases. Dawson's across, hooks it away with his left foot. Traore gets it caught up between his feet. Wilson's at him. Traore wins it back. Clever turn by Aït-Nouri. Spin on the ball, the old roulette spin, then knocks it past Lascelles, picks it up the other side. Cut back to Hwang, who couldn't control it on the edge of the box. Had he been able to do so, was possibly in a really good shooting position. Joe Linton fouled on the edge of the box. The referee plays advantage over. Here come Wolves again, and that is pretty woeful from Traore. Attempt from 30 yards out, drags it well wide. Goal kick for Newcastle.
That's a fantastic chance for Wolves, it really is. Aït-Nouri down this left-hand side. He does wonders. He gets around Kieran Trippier. His footwork is excellent. He gets the ball out of his feet and then he pushes it past Lascelles, goes at pace and he squares it across the box. Falls at Hwang's feet. He just takes his eye off the ball. Just one lapse of concentration. He needed a touch and a strike on goal. That was a real opportunity for Wolves.
He's another one who's been in great goal-scoring form for Wolves so far this season. He's scored in his last 5 home league games for the club. Last player to manage 6 for Wolves in the top flight in terms of home league games in a row, John Richards, back in 1973. Callum Wilson goes charging into a challenge on Craig Dawson, brings him down. That's a free kick for Wolves just outside their own penalty area.
Looks sharp, Callum Wilson, doesn't he? You touched on the Newcastle side. He's the only change that started midweek in the Champions League game. This is a test for Eddie Howe's squad. You know, we know that he's missing a few players, and it's a test for Callum Wilson. Can he keep himself fit? We know that Isak's going to be out for a while. This is Callum Wilson's opportunity. He's got his goals this season so far. You look at his record, 5 Premier League goals, 1 every 66 minutes at the moment, and that's the best of any player that's played more than 90 minutes. So his record is there. It's just his fitness. Can he stay fit?
Yeah, Eddie Howe needs him as well. Big games coming in November for Newcastle. Away to Manchester United on Wednesday night in the League Cup. At home to Arsenal next Saturday. Wednesday night's game. Commentary will start on Radio 5 Sports Extra, and we'll then move to 5 Live. It's a later kick-off in terms of the League Cup football on Wednesday night. We've got full commentary of Arsenal, Newcastle next week in this slot at 5:30. Then Newcastle go to Dortmund, and then away to Bournemouth before the next international break. 12 minutes in, it's Wolves 0, Newcastle 0. Wolves have started well here, 3 corners in the game. Newcastle are chasing them at the moment. Totti in the left-back position. Joe Linton tries to intercept. Good strength from Lemina and skill, and then accidentally caught round the back of the head by Bruno Guimaraes. That is going to be a good physical tussle in central midfield. Wolves get the free kick.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see. You touched on the fixtures there, Ali, what Eddie Howe does with the Carabao Cup and how seriously he takes that. Because you spoke quite openly and very well on BBC World Service earlier about the amount of time that it is that Newcastle haven't had a trophy, and what's their realistic opportunities for a trophy. Is the League Cup one of his priorities this year? Do they want to put a pot in the cabinet for the first time in a long time? He's also got the Champions League, he's got the Premier League, he's got a real juggling act to do with a threadbare squad at the moment.
Well, that's right, and you know, wants to go as far as he can in the Champions League this season. Priority will be to qualify for the Champions League next season. Newcastle fans want that first major trophy since the mid-50s. Wolves' last major trophy, much more recently than that, back in 1980, and that was a League Cup. Here is Anthony Gordon, running at speed down the left. Semedo sticks with him, uses his shoulder just to knock him off the ball, and the Wolves man wins the first tussle, the first head-to-head tussle between those two this evening. That'll be a goal kick for Wolves.
He's done well, Semedo, against Gordon. He's kept him quiet, and I think that's probably one of the reasons that Gary O'Neill's opted for that back four today. He sees the threat that Newcastle have got in the wide areas in Almiron and Gordon, and if he's playing a 5, his wing-backs might not necessarily be as deep, and the Newcastle attackers could cause them problems, but with the two there in Semedo and Totti in the full-back positions, they can get tight, they can get close, and they can force the Newcastle forwards back.
Throw in for Wolves. Rain continues to fall heavily here at Molineux. Hwang has come deep to chest that back to Semedo. Semedo floats one forward. It bounces just inside the Wolves half, and then it's very easily controlled by Cher for Newcastle. Trippier, bit of pace on the pass into Guimaraes. Looks right and left, goes to his left to find Byrne. Down the line towards Gordon, 10 yards inside the Wolves half, right in front of those Newcastle fans. Gordon is playing down the left in the first half here for Newcastle. And then the ball from Trippier is played out wide towards Gordon again. Gordon just picks up a bit of pace, but he's running back towards his own half. Trippier almost in a central midfield role there between his two centre-backs. Plays it to his left to Cher, gets it back from Cher, takes a few paces forward. Little diagonal pass to his left to Joelinton. Joelinton lays it back here for Newcastle to play from deep. Guimaraes across the halfway line to Lascelles and back to Trippier again. Very patient possession from the away team. Wolves 0, Newcastle 0. Dan Byrne, giant figure, making a move down the left, looking for the return ball from Joelinton. Chases hard. Neto's too quick for him. Speeds in front of him. Gets a touch. Could only run it out of play for a Newcastle throw, which Byrne will take quickly, and he skids it off the wet pitch to Joelinton. Joelinton back here to Cher. Cher looks for the diagonal left to right. Totti's read it and heads it away into the feet of Ait Nouri. Trippier comes up to make the challenge. Ait Nouri knocks it past him. Cunha trying to beat Longstaff for pace. Not the best first touch on the ball. And Lascelles, cool as you like, just drags it away from Cunha and plays it to Longstaff. Paul Robinson.
They're going to have to work hard tonight, Newcastle, to pull this Wolves team out of position. Already out of possession, you can see the game plan that Gary O'Neill's given them. They're very organised, they're very tight to the Newcastle players. Anthony Gordon already drifting in field, trying to look for space, trying to get hold of the ball. Almiron doing the same as well. Gary O'Neill spoke very, very well on television on Monday night, and you can see the tactical brain that he's got, and he's clearly sent his team out here with a plan tonight.
Gary O'Neill and Eddie Howe were former Portsmouth teammates back in the day. Both of them all in black this evening. Gary O'Neill with the gilet, the sleeveless puffer over the black hoodie and the tight fitting black tracksuit trousers, black trainers to match as well. Ball is played forward to Longstaff, then Guimaraes straight back to Cher. Cher quickly moves it forward to Gordon. Little shoulder shake and he's away from Lemina. Joelinton gives it back to Gordon on the left, makes a dart into the penalty area, tries to get it back onto the right foot, and Semedo's in to clear hurriedly for Wolves and out for a throw into Newcastle.
Really good by Anthony Gordon. He's a player that's in form at the moment. You can see as he's enjoying his football up in Newcastle. He got the ball, his first thought was forward, get into the box. He knows the defenders can't touch him.
Newcastle have taken their throw. Wolves 0, Newcastle 0. 16 minutes gone in the first half. Newcastle going into the weekend with the top scorers in the Premier League so far this season with 24 goals. I was just trying to have a look at a Premier League table there to check whether Arsenal have gone past them. I'm not sure that they have. Arsenal have beaten Sheffield United 5-0 today with the Nketiah hat-trick.
Yeah, only 5. Newcastle got 8, didn't they? That's why they're top scorers.
Exactly. Ball is back with Jose Sarr. At the moment, this one is 0-0. There's Max Kilman. Kilman across to Semedo. Semedo's closed down by Joelinton and Gordon, and Semedo's got to hurry here to keep the ball in. Down by the dead ball line. Clearance blocked by Joelinton and goes out for a throw to Wolves. Yeah, Newcastle fans are close to that and felt it should have gone their way, but Anthony Taylor says no, that is a throw into Wolves in their right back position. 23 goals for Arsenal, 24 goals for Newcastle. So Newcastle still ahead on that front, but yet to score this evening. But in terms of recent Premier League form, they've had some good wins and some big wins. Paul mentions the 8-0 win against Sheffield United, of course 4-0 against Crystal Palace last weekend. Dan Burns' throw into Joelinton. Joelinton can't hold on to it for Newcastle. Boubacar Traoré making only a second Premier League start of the season for Wolves. So it's João Gomez who's dropped to the bench in terms of central midfielders with the return of Mario Lemina this evening. It's Lemina and Traoré as the midfield pairing. Wolves work it out from the back. Lofted pass onto the chest of Semedo, always looking for Neto, and that is really good covering from Fabian Schär. Comes sliding across to make the tackle, plays the ball to Guimaraes across the Longstaff, and back it comes to Nick Pope.
Looks a threat, does Neto, over the top. Wolves quite happy to let Newcastle have possession, sacrifice possession.
Oh, Newcastle have given it away. Chance here for Hwang, edge of the box, lays it back to Cunha, side foots one straight at Pope. It's an easy save.
Oh, he should do so much better. A striker, you got to put your laces through that. It falls to Cunha. Newcastle sloppy with possession. Trippier loses possession. He almost passes it straight to Cunha on the edge of the box. Comes back to him. Side foot from the edge of the box straight at Nick Pope. He's got to put his laces through it. He's got to hit it harder into the corners.
You were talking, Paul, about the spectators who aren't undercover this evening. There's a little sort of corner away to our right-hand side, which doesn't benefit from either roof. So the roof on our stand, the Billy Wright stand, or the Sir Jack Hayward away to our right. But it looks like ponchos provided.
It certainly does. It looks like they've been to Alton Towers and got some ponchos for those of you who know Molineux, and it's the Graham Hughes stand in the corner. Yeah. But I tell you, if that wind gets up, we're getting wet as well.
Yeah, we could be. Yeah, they're trying to look cheerful, like you do, as you say, at Alton Towers, sitting on those roller coasters in the pouring rain. 19 minutes gone. First half, 5 Live and BBC Sounds, Rugby Union World Cup final, full commentary on the way tonight. Kick-off at 8 o'clock live in the Stade de France. This at the moment, though, is Wolves 0, Newcastle 0. Couple of commentaries for you from the Premier League tomorrow. Just note the kick-off times actually tomorrow. Slight change. We've got West Ham against Everton in full. That's a 1 o'clock kick-off. 3 games kicking off at 2. Aston Villa, Luton, Brighton, Fulham, Liverpool against Nottingham Forest. Commentary on each of those games available via the BBC Sport website and app. And then it's the Manchester Derby tomorrow. John Murray and Chris Waddle will bring you commentary of that one from 3:30 kick-off at Old Trafford. Manchester United against Manchester City.
Is it tonight the clocks go? Is it confusing tonight? Yeah, so these kick-off times,
that's a really good point.
You've got to make sure you set your alarm for the right time tomorrow.
God, I'm glad you reminded me, because I'm doing West Ham Everton. I could easily have stuffed that up. Long ball over the top from Schär, bounces once into the arms of José Sarr. He rolls it out to Semedo. Semedo's made ground up to the halfway line. There's Lemina, former Southampton man, Fulham man, Juventus man as well, now at Wolves. Dawson, 13th season of Premier League football for him. That was a nice pass into the feet of Neto, and Neto couldn't control it. That works out well for Newcastle, though. Here they come on the counter. Joelinton lays it off to Gordon. Gordon has a runner on the outside, curls across it. Oh, Sarr stretches. He's missed it. Callum Wilson somehow missed it. Then hooks it into the back of the net. And Callum Wilson celebrates the goal. And Wolves are looking to see if there was a foul on their goalkeeper, José Sarr, as he came over the top of a couple of bodies to try and claim it. The video assistant referee will have a look. But for now, Callum Wilson has given Newcastle the lead.
And I think the goal will stand, Ali. I think it's his own player. I think it's Craig Dawson that the goalkeeper's trying to get across the top of. The cross comes in, the goalkeeper makes the right decision. He comes for the ball, but in this wet weather it slips between his fingers as he's clambering over the top of what looked like a number of bodies in the box. But I think it's his own player. I think it's Craig Dawson that he's going over the top of. Wolves players are not complaining too much, neither's the goalkeeper. Newcastle players over at the far side celebrating, and I think they're celebrating a goal.
Yeah, you're right, Paul. It does look like he collides with his own defender. Callum Wilson has 2 efforts from close range. The first is blocked, and the second actually is a really clever acrobatic finish. So José Sarr jumps into Boubacar Traoré and Sean Longstaff, the pair of them. The ball then falls to Callum Wilson, who side foots the first attempt on goal. That's blocked. The goal does stand here at Molineux. VAR are happy with that, and Newcastle lead by a 0-0. Ball spins up. Wilson heads it up to himself, and it's not quite a bicycle kick, but it's an acrobatic volley from close range to stick it into the back of the net for his 6th goal of the season.
I was a fully paid up member of the Goalkeepers Union, but now I've come this side of the fence, I can be honest. He's dropped that one, Ali, you know. He's come out to collect the cross. He's bumped into 2 players, but the 2 players were underneath him and neither were looking at the goalkeeper. Both had eyes on the ball. He's made contact with his own player and he's just slightly taken his eye off the ball, and in this wet weather you can't do that. It slipped through his gloves and Callum Wilson's pounced once again.
44th Newcastle goal in the league for Callum Wilson in terms of Premier League goals, so that takes him past a couple. Paul, on the list, he was level with...
It takes him past a couple on the Newcastle list. He goes third ahead of Andrew Cole and Shola Amiobi.
There we go. And now 44, just 2 behind Peter Beardsley, but he's still 104 behind you-know-who, Alan Shearer. Who was part of the Sports Report coverage this evening after today's Premier League football. We had Bukayo Saka on live as well, speaking to Rob Knopfman. If you missed any of that, available for you in the Football Daily podcast via the BBC Sounds app. So Wolves 0, Newcastle 1, Callum Wilson with the goal, and we're just past the halfway point in the first half here, with the rain continuing to tumble down from the dark skies above us. Fabian Schär on the ball for Newcastle, inside his own half. Easy pass for him, right across the half to Trippier on the right. Trippier down the line. Wilson comes short, controls it, tries to hold off Craig Dawson. Wilson's on the floor, wins the free kick.
Done well, Callum Wilson. Not much support around him. Held the ball up for his team and won a free kick. Be interesting to see what Gary O'Neill's Wolves do now. They had a game plan to sit back, invite Newcastle onto them, and they kind of hit them on the break a little bit, especially at home. But now they've got to go after the game. They've got to chase the game. Will they keep it the same? Will they keep the formation the same? I think they will for a while. It will assess what happens in this game. But the longer the game goes, the better Newcastle are becoming.
Wolves 0, Newcastle 1. Former England goalkeeper Paul Robinson with us on 5 Live and BBC Sounds this evening. Paul's former Tottenham team, top of the Premier League after the 2-1 win at Crystal Palace last night. Your former Leeds team with a big win today as well, Paul, beat Huddersfield by 4-1.
Yeah, they've got a very good squad in that championship. They're looking strong at the moment.
Here's Hwang for Wolves. Semedo moving at pace, collects the pass, lays it off to the right. Cross comes in from the right, headed away to the edge of the penalty area. Wolves players go chasing, but Trippier is there first. Bobbles a pass forward to Almiron, back to Trippier, strokes his pass into the Newcastle midfield, no one's there. Lemina intercepts Traore, and now out wide to Ait-Nouri. There's Lemina again. Traore turns, has space inside the Newcastle half, plays it across to a central position, and Max Kilman is there to find Neto wide on the right hand side. In Neto and Gordon, in terms of sort of wide players in the Premier League this season, we're watching 2 of the very best in terms of the way the 2 have started their campaigns. Newcastle back into their defensive shape, have forced Wolves back to the halfway line. Totti trying to take it past Almiron, lays it off to Lemina on the halfway line. He's got Semedo in a lot of space wide on the right, uses him. Neto's now suddenly made it over to our side of the field, so he's playing wide left. Ait-Nouri's sort of in the inside left channel. Hwang and Cunha in the middle as well. So that's something for Newcastle to think about.
They're interchanging well, Wolves, when they're in possession. Out of possession, they're pretty structured, they're pretty rigid, and they drop into shape very quickly. But when they're in possession, the manager's allowing them to interchange, and it's causing Newcastle a couple of problems. They've had steady possession now for a while, Wolves, without really going anywhere.
Diagonal ball from Traore, looking for the run of Semedo. Dan Burn struggling to deal with Semedo. Flags up. Newcastle get the free kick. Dan Burn was under pressure. Semedo had a little tug and a pull at him, trying to win that ball, and Newcastle get the decision.
Does well, does Dan Burn. It's a long ball, crossfield ball over his head, and Semedo on the outside. Burn goes for it, touches, tries to put a first touch in, it doesn't get there. Semedo nicks it round him, but Dan Burn gets his body between him and the ball, wins the free kick for his side.
Wolves 0, Newcastle 1. 6 of the 8 Premier League games between these 2 clubs at Molineux have finished 1-1, so that's certainly still a possibility this evening. Hwang chases a ball down the left, great first touch, working it onto his right foot, angles tight, back it comes to Cunha, shots deflected, all the pace is out of it, and Nick Pope grabs it on the goal line.
Once again, Hwang finds himself in a goal-scoring position. They're just lacking quality in that final third of the field, the Wolves. All the build-ups there, they get themselves in the positions, but Hwang, once again, he just makes the wrong decision.
Newcastle on the attack quickly. Gordon stopped by a crunching challenge from Semedo. Clean challenge. Cunha skips away from Longstaff. He's still going, the Brazilian. Trippier in his way now, past Trippier into the penalty area, cross to the far post, and it beats the far post, it beats everyone. Neto closing in, trying to get on the end of it, but it's gone behind. And in fact, Nick Pope got a touch on that. It's a corner for Wolves.
I think he made the save. Cunha there showed pace that I don't think Kieran Trippier realised that he had. Trippier got out to him, he's pushed the ball past him, got into the box, and he's on a decent angle, 12-13 yards out. Fires it bottom left-hand corner, and at first glance you'd think it's just gone wide, but Nick Pope's held his position and he's made a brilliant save. What makes it even better is he's held his position as a goalkeeper. He's not gone too close to the ball.
Brilliant turn from Hwang from the corner, floated cross into the near post, and Pope's read that one as well.
Really good save that was, Ali, really good save. Fingertips in the bottom left-hand corner. If he's a yard or two further out of his goal, that's past him before he knows. He's held his position a couple of yards off his line, which has enabled him to get his full body across. Fantastic save, bottom left-hand corner.
That's why it's so good, Paul, when we got the goalkeepers in the commentary position, because, you know, I think that's a good save. I can say good save. You've actually been there, you know what you're talking about.
Maybe not save as good as that.
Byrne plays the ball back to Cher. Coming up to half an hour played in the first half. Wolves 0, Newcastle 1. Newcastle coming into the game off the back of that Champions League defeat at home to Borussia Dortmund on Wednesday night, missing the likes of Sven Botman, Alexander Isak, Harvey Barnes. Sandro Tonali has now started his 10-month ban. Jacob Murphy's missing. Elliot Anderson is missing as well, but here they are and leading. Trippier just inside the Wolves half, wide on the right. Longstaff's first time ball. Almiron's in loads of space there, 30 yards out central position. Joe Linton just puts too much on the pass, but Gordon will get there first. He's just got to run out to the left-hand touchline, then chips a little ball in field, edge of the box, well controlled by Guimaraes onto his right foot. Still Guimaraes inside the box, lays it back, comes in for Longstaff, drives it. Longstaff gets the rebound back, hits another shot, and that is blocked on the edge of the box, and Wolves survive.
Putting the bodies on the line there, Wolves, and having to. Newcastle finding that space just in between the midfield three and the back four. Gordon, Longstaff, there's holes in there. Joe Linton finds the ball, turns. They get two shots off Longstaff. His first one's blocked. Second one he should do better with. But once again, another really good opportunity for Newcastle.
Throw in for Wolves. On the right, inside their own half. Cunha's done well again with the ball at his feet. Beats two players, then looks for Hwang. Guimaraes reads the pass. Hwang wasn't quite sure when it was going to come. Guimaraes slides in and intercepts. Bit of frustration you could hear from the Wolves fans there as the move broke down. Here's Almiron. Almiron plays back to Trippier. No need for Newcastle to rush. They've got the lead in the game. Callum Wilson with the goal.
It's a good game as well, isn't it? It's nice to see two teams that are not overplaying in the wrong areas. There's two teams that are not afraid to put it into areas where they'll allow players to be creative, allow players to play. Far too often we see teams overplaying in the wrong areas, making mistakes and costing themselves goals. We've got two teams here who play football in the right areas.
Guimaraes in the centre circle, lays it off to Almiron. Almiron across to Trippier, just inside the Wolves half. Uses Almiron again, gets away from Lemina. And Traore tries to play in Callum Wilson. Wilson was slightly on his heels and the pass runs through to Jose Sarr. Sarr rolls it out to Totti. Short pass from him to Lemina. Stocky central midfielder. Stands just outside the Wolves penalty area. Looking for options here. Turns to his left and finds Totti again. Totti's got Ait-Nouri hugging the touchline. Still inside the Wolves half. Cross here to Dawson. Dawson's going to ping the diagonal. Semedo takes his first touch, brings it in field. Little 1-2 with Neto. Semedo couldn't control the return pass. And so Newcastle have a chance to play out. Traore very nearly intercepts it. And then Newcastle win a free kick. Guimaraes is just pulled back just short of the halfway line. And Anthony Taylor blows the whistle and says, yes, that is a foul.
That's a game plan that Wolves are looking to implement. In possession, Semedo is given the licence to push on. He doubles up with Neto on that right-hand side and pushes on against Shah and Dan Burn, and they're trying to exploit the space. They've a little interaction. Ball's played out to the left-hand side. It's cut back into the centre-half, Dawson, and that big diagonal is something that they've tried on 2 or 3 occasions this first half.
Newcastle in green this evening, defending the goal away to our left. Rain continues to sweep across the pitch here at Molineux. Ball is with Fabian Cher. He receives it from Byrne inside his own half. Pass out wide to Trippier, laid off to Lascelles. Poor Pass forward from Lascelles, intercepted by Ait Nouri. Lascelles goes rushing in to try and win it back. Fouls Ait Nouri. Free kick for Wolves. Ironic cheers and a very precise pass from Gary O'Neill. It was like he was back in the game there, playing it to Ait Nouri.
He tiptoed back into his box like a naughty schoolboy. He wasn't allowed out, wasn't he? He got on the pitch and realised where he was.
Lemina's ball to the right finds Semedo. Neto's tucked in field here. Neto with 6 assists so far for Wolves this season. Kieran Trippier with 6 for Newcastle. That's the most of any players in the Premier League. Both playing wide right for their teams. Trippier obviously from the full-back position, but Neto's the man they are always looking for. Here it goes out wide to him now, but he's deep here. Difficult for him to affect the game from there. So he plays it back into central midfield, just inside the Newcastle half. Wolves in the old gold. Shirts, black numbers on their backs. Ait Nouri wide on the left. Down the line it goes. Cunha lets it run past him. Trippier chases. Here's Cunha up against Trippier, down by the byline on the left. Scoops it, gets the ball back from the block from Longstaff. Looks for Lemina on the edge of the penalty area. Joelinton intercepts, takes his time to find Longstaff. Ait Nouri tries to hook a right leg around Longstaff to win the ball, gets a couple of touches on it, and it goes out for a Newcastle throw in the right back position.
Cunha again finds himself in such a good position, deep inside that Newcastle box, but making the wrong choices again. 3 or 4 occasions in this first half. Neto, Cunha, Hwang, they found themselves in really good positions in the final third. They've either made the wrong decision or the execution of the pass has been wrong, and it's just a little bit of quality in the final third that have cost Wolves so far.
Definite tug on the shirt from Totti there, trying to stop Almiron in his tracks, couldn't do so. Almiron then eventually runs into the sizable figure of Mario Lemina, who gets it back to Jose Sarr, clears first time. Burns sticks out a leg and then hooks it forward. Bouncing ball chested down by Kilman. Kilman out to Semedo, wide it goes to Neto. 5 or 6 yards into the Wolves half. And back it's played again to Lemina, across to Traore. Traore back to Dawson. Dawson switching the angle of attack, goes to his right again to find Kilman. Kilman at walking pace inside his own half. Back to Dawson. Dawson goes for the longer ball, the diagonal onto the chest of Neto, unmarked. Brings that ball down. Anthony Gordon gets back to try and get in his way. Neto brings it infield. Rolls his pass to Traore. Traore wide on the left to Ait Nouri. Eddie Howe down on one knee in the technical area, scribbling down some notes. I'd imagine in pencil rather than ink in this rain. Here's Neto inside the box. Left-footed shot palmed over the bar by Nick Pope. Real sting in the strike from Neto. It's behind for a Wolves corner.
It's that long diag again. Once again, Semedo in midfield. Pings the ball out to the right-hand side, ends up with Neto, cuts inside the box onto his left foot, fires a shot at Nick Pope, a save that you would expect him to make, straight at the goalkeeper. There's nothing he can do other than tip it over the bar, but it's becoming predictable with Wolves. Open the body up, long diag to this right-hand side with Semedo, with Neto, but it's working for them. Newcastle don't have an answer.
That's the voice of Paul Robinson. Wolves have a corner here at Molineux. They're trailing 1-0. Deeper one from Neto to the far post, headed in! Equaliser for Wolves, scored by Mario Lemina. His first goal for the club, unmarked at the back post. Neto's corner finds him. Powerful header beyond Nick Pope. It's Wolves 1, Newcastle 1.
Well, it's just a straightforward corner, outswinging corner. Newcastle defence and Nick Pope getting all kinds of mess. Lemina at the far post, waist height, heads the ball in. It's an outswinging corner from Ait Nouri, I think, from this side. The Newcastle defence getting a real muddle. The goalkeeper comes, the goalkeeper stops. He ends up bumping into his own players, decides not to come, goes back onto his goal line. Lemina at the far post, stoops low. Nobody on the far post for Newcastle. Simple task. Wolves are back in it.
Good stooping header from Mario Lemina. Fist pump from Gary O'Neill. Wolves 1, Newcastle 1. Match of the day tonight, BBC 1 at 10:20. It'll have the goals for you from last night's encounter between Crystal Palace and Tottenham. Arsenal 5, Sheffield United 0 today. 2 goals in this game already. The lunchtime win for Brentford away at Chelsea by 2-0. And Bournemouth beating Burnley by 2-1. That has moved Bournemouth out of the bottom 3 in the Premier League table this evening. They are 1 point above Luton. Luton, Burnley and Sheffield United, the bottom 3. Sheffield United, after their thumping at the Emirates Stadium, on 1 point with a goal difference of -22. Gordon nearly getting away down the inside left channel for Newcastle. Danger read by Craig Dawson. He got there in time, slides in and clears it out for the Newcastle throw. 8 minutes remaining in the first half. Been a good game, and a goal for each team. Wolves 1, Newcastle 1. Guimaraes felt he was fouled by Hwang. Anthony Taylor said it was a free kick. Guimaraes sort of tried to keep playing. The ball hadn't stopped rolling. So we've got to do it by the book, and we're going to come back for the free kick to be taken properly.
I don't like it when players do that. They almost referee the game themselves. Guimaraes there, he just stopped and looked at the referee and almost just said, he stopped the game himself and said, give me a free kick. And the referee duly obliged.
I saw Saka do that last weekend for Arsenal against Chelsea, and Pat Nevin was telling me the reason he'd done it was basically to say to the referee, right, the next time I get challenged like that by Cucurella, I want a yellow card. Sure enough, next time he did it, yellow card.
Players are clever, and you know, they do have an influence on the referee on the field at times.
Wolves 1, Newcastle 1. Ball played out to the left by Dan Burn. Anthony Gordon just inside the Wolves half. Back to Burn again. Jeers and whistles you can hear ringing around Molineux from the home fans. I'm presuming for Anthony. Who's that for, Paul? What's that all about? Is that just decisions going against them? It's certainly not against their team, who are now back in the game, or whether they're picking on a particular Newcastle player. The ball towards Wilson. He's brought that down brilliantly on the right. Looking for Longstaff. Sliding challenge from Ait-Nouri. Ball still runs to Longstaff, who picks himself up, plays it back to Trippier. Boos go up a notch when Trippier gets it. They continue though with Lascelles on the ball. Lascelles cross in from the right, trying to do a Trippier, headed away by Kilman, out for a throw into Newcastle, almost down by the corner flag on the right.
Notice Newcastle in possession there, seen Kieran Trippier just taking up that hybrid role in midfield, which we've seen so many fullbacks do this season. Eddie Howe just shouted some words of advice onto the pitch, onto his players. In the last 5 minutes or so, they've gone with a back three and Trippier more in that inverted fullback role.
6 minutes remaining in the first half. Wolves 1, Newcastle 1. Almiron. Right-hand corner of the Wolves penalty area. Trippier's pass intercepted by Traore. Hwang. His pass now cut out by Joelinton, so Newcastle with a chance to get back on the front foot inside the Wolves half. Guimaraes, right in the middle of that Wolves half, stabs one forward to Gordon, gives it straight back to the Brazilian. Guimaraes then plays it out to the left to Burn, receives it back again. Green-shirted players of Newcastle start to make the runs into the box, but Guimaraes goes low across the Wolves half to Almiron. Fabian Schär thinking about a pile driver. Good scoop pass to Longstaff. Brought it down. Wouldn't quite fall for him to hit the shot. Eventually does so. Dawson blocks. Corner for Newcastle.
What a great ball that was by Fabian Schär. Everybody stood off, let this big centre-half have the ball. Ghosts his way into the Wolves half. Gets about 25 yards out and he just lifts the most delicate of balls to Longstaff in the box. First touch wasn't great. Got the shot off, but he's won his team a corner.
Wolves 1, Newcastle 1. 5 minutes remaining in the first half. Mark Chapman back with you at half-time. Still building up towards the Rugby Union World Cup final tonight. Full commentary here on 5 Live from 8 o'clock. We'll be handing over to Sonny McLaughlin and the team when the full-time whistle blows here. Trippier delays the taking of the corner. That further enrages the Wolves fans behind the goal away to our right. Then he delivers the outswinger. Beats everyone. Longstaff gives chase, gets there first, plays it back to Gordon, takes a chance but beats Neto. Gets past Ait-Nouri as well, plays it wide to the left. Joelinton steps in, lays it off to Guimaraes. Guimaraes holds off Cunha, holds off Traore as well, running from left to right, tees himself up with the shot. That's blocked by Semedo, and it goes high and behind for another corner to Newcastle.
Well, Gary O'Neill's going mad at his defence here down below. Bruno Guimaraes there picks the ball up on the far side of the field, goes past 2, 3, 4 Wolves defenders, finds himself just inside the box and gets a shot off. Finally they get it blocked, but yet again it's another corner for Newcastle. Bruno Guimaraes does extremely well.
Kieran Trippier gets ready to take again, right under the nose of the assistant referee. The ball is just touching the very outside of the quadrant. 'Twas ever thus. Trippier holds a left arm in the air, 4 paces to the ball, another away swinger, drops down in the Wolves box. Hwang taking no chances, smashes it clear with his right foot. Neto gives chase, Pope controls it on his thigh inside his own half. Slightly skews his pass to the right, but no danger for Newcastle. Longstaff to Trippier, back to Longstaff, weak pass from him intercepted by the Wolves goal scorer Mario Lemina, and then to break play up, Dan Burn over on the right wing just goes charging into the back of Ait-Nouri, rather clumsily knocks him to the floor, and Newcastle quite happy to concede the free kick and get back into their defensive shape.
I think he realised how far out of position he was there, Dan Burn. He needed a breather to get back, didn't he?
Ball goes wide to Semedo. Semedo with a couple of tricks, then comes up against Joe Linton, lays it off. Here's Traore to Totti. First time ball, just opens his body up. Wide it goes to Ait Nouri, back into the midfield. Traore steps away from the challenge of Guimaraes. Pass is cut out by Joe Linton, but there was a foul by Guimaraes. Referee Anthony Taylor was trying to play the advantage. He comes back for the Wolves free kick. They've taken it quickly. 1-1, Ait Nouri. Up towards Cunha. Cunha's layoff to Totti. Then Ait Nouri again. Back to Totti. Totti, meaty pass to Craig Dawson, nearly loses it under pressure from Wilson. Wilson's tripped him, and that'll be a free kick for Wolves.
Yeah, got the ball caught under his feet there, Craig Dawson. An example of trying to play out. Newcastle were pressing high with Almiron, Callum Wilson, and Gordon had cut off his out ball out the back. His out ball was to the right hand side to Semedo, but Gordon was there filling the space, and Craig Dawson got himself tangled up, and luckily for him, he won himself a free kick.
2 minutes remaining in the first half, plus a bit of added time. 5 live at Molineux. If you're on the move and you want the football commentaries, you want the 5 live output, then download the BBC Sounds app and take us with you wherever you go. All the football podcasts there for you as well. The Football Daily podcast, the Monday Night Club podcast, that'll be back, of course, this Monday evening with Mark Chapman and the team. Our Football League podcast, 72 plus, Euro Leagues as well. Anthony Gordon with pace down the left. Kilman sticks with him, gets a toe in. That'll be another corner for Newcastle.
Taught my dad how to download the BBC Sounds app the other day. That's how easy it is. That's how remarkably easy it is.
Very good. And is he listening to you in particular, do you think, or?
I suspect the Rugby World Cup final tonight.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is he a rugby fan, is he?
Very much so.
Okay.
What a fantastic game that's going to be
It
tonight,
will be
following
cool.
us, isn't it?
Now then, yeah, so that's an 8 o'clock kickoff, New Zealand, South Africa. The last team to win the World Cup that wasn't New Zealand or South Africa was actually England back in 2003. That's what that rivalry at that level of the game is all about. Last minute of the first half here. Wolves 1, Newcastle 1. Corner from the left this time. Right boot of Trippier, whipped into the near post, and Semedo sort of goes down on his knees, puts his chest in the way and blocks it behind for another corner. Martin Johnson, by the way, part of the 5 Live team this evening. You'll hear from Bobby Skinstad, former South African international, Andrew Mertens, former All Black, Matt Dawson as ever, and Chris Jones, our rugby union correspondent, with the commentary. Trippier low corner into the near post. Newcastle trying to work it to Almiron on the edge of the box. Hwang was looking to clear. Caught a Newcastle player as he did so, and it's a penalty. It was inside the penalty area. Hwang took a first touch to tee himself up for the clearance. Then a Newcastle player came in to make the challenge, and as Hwang swung his boot to clear the ball, he caught Fabian Schär, and Anthony Taylor, no hesitation, Paul, says that's a penalty.
I think this is one where the referees had to go by the rule book. Hwang has no idea where Schär is. He's just coming across from the right-hand side. He's even stopped himself from kicking through the ball. I think this will be reviewed because Hwang's gone to clear the ball just as Schär's come across him. He seems as though he's stopped the follow-through. I'm not sure whether he's caught him or not. The referee's given it on the field, but VAR will definitely look at this.
Fabian Schär's reaction to the contact, which I think is relatively minor, is quite dramatic and made me think he'd absolutely whacked him and it should be a penalty. That's why this is being checked. The ball is on the spot.
I'm not sure there's contact at all, you know.
Right.
Unless it's with his back foot that he just trips him. There's certainly no malice, there's no intent. It's an accidental trip, if anything.
Bruno Guimaraes is standing over the ball on the penalty spot, but I think that's the classic. Callum Wilson's away to the right, so Guimaraes is taking the heat from the Wolves players who are trying to put him off. I don't think he's going to take it. You're right, you know. I think Hwang touches the ball, stops his right foot, and then Schär...
What's Schär's right foot here? He does it himself. He almost puts his foot down himself. It's a decision here where there is a slightest of contact between Hwang and Schär. It's the back foot. If this is given, it's for the slightest of touches.
Anthony Taylor, I think, is going to have to come over to the screen here to check his initial decision. I can see why in real time he would have thought that was a penalty. They are having so many looks at the replay here trying to be absolutely sure. You can't tell me though, Paul. I mean, there might be very minimal contact there, but that's not enough to take Schär down like that.
I think that Newcastle will be given this penalty because there is not enough to see on VAR that would suggest that the referee on the field would be overruled. But we've had that many inconsistent and inconclusive VARs. They can't afford to get this wrong.
But exactly, Paul, what they're doing here, and people will complain about the amount of time it's taking, but because of the mistake in the Tottenham-Liverpool game, because that was done quickly, they are going to take as much time as they need to get this absolutely spot on. Now, I think at the moment, just judging by Anthony Taylor's face, he is receiving instructions in his earphone. He's trying to keep the players away from him. And we are still waiting for a decision.
And we had one in the Bournemouth-Burnley game today that you'll see on Match of the Day tonight. Jay Rodriguez thought he'd equalised for Burnley late on, but then there was a 5-6 minute VAR delay, and we're getting that here. They're so under pressure to get these decisions right.
Rain keeps pouring down. You're absolutely right, Paul. The penalty stands. So Hwang Hee-chan made very slight contact with Fabian Schär. To the naked eye, it looked like he really caught him. Watching on the replay again and again and again, he tried to stop his right foot in the clearance. Schär went down very dramatically, but the video assistant referee, Jared Gillett, has decided there is enough in that, in the laws of the game, that the penalty should stand.
Well, this is one, when you watch Match of the Day tonight, make your own decision, because you have to judge the amount of contact. And I honestly think it's because it was given on the field is the reason that it wasn't overturned.
Yeah, had it not been given, they wouldn't have gone back to it and overturned. I know what you're saying. Yeah. Right, so Bruno Guimaraes, of course, not taking the penalty. Callum Wilson will do so, and if he scores it, he gets within one goal of Peter Beardsley's total of Premier League goals for Newcastle United. Referee Anthony Taylor comes to have a word with Jose Sarr. It's taken a long time to get to this point. It's Wolves 1, Newcastle 1. Already played 3 minutes of added time at the end of the first half. Callum Wilson steps back from the ball, jogs on the spot and strokes it. Oh, it's nearly saved by Sarr. Sarr gets a big hand to that and it squirts off his left arm, goes back into the back of the net. Callum Wilson has his second goal of the night. It's Wolves 1, Newcastle 2, but he got a little bit lucky with that one.
He's really unlucky, Jose Sarr, in goal. He dives to his right. Callum Wilson, he does that penalty that strikers do. They fake to go down one side and they just lift it into the middle of the goal. Just try and lift it over the goalkeeper's legs. Sarr's left his left arm there. It's hit his left arm as he's diving away and gone into the opposite corner. He's really unlucky, the Wolves goalkeeper.
Just going to see it again on the monitors. Yeah, perfectly described by Paul Robinson. Wilson with the right instep, good pace on it, hits Sarr's hand onto his left boot, trickles over the goal line into the back of the net. Wolves 1, Newcastle 2. Wolves will certainly have complaints about the penalty decision, and Jose Sarr can feel very unfortunate not to have saved it. Callum Wilson's 7th goal of what is proving to be a very successful season for him once again. And Callum Wilson now has 18 goals in his last 21 Premier League appearances. When he plays, he scores.
England form. You look what Ollie Watkins is doing, Aston Villa. He's now putting himself right back in the frame. He went to Newcastle, he took that number 9 shirt, which does carry a weight of expectation. He wanted that. He's going to get a run of games in the team now. He's scoring the goals, so he's going to stake a claim.
Pedro Neto's gone down, 30 yards out in a central position. Anthony Taylor gives Wolves the free kick. It's probably further than that, actually. It's probably 35 to 40 yards out, so too far out for a long-range strike on goal. Wolves 1, Newcastle 2. Plenty to talk about from the first half here. And Newcastle, with the win, if they get it tonight, will move above Aston Villa on goal difference, go a point behind Liverpool, 2 points behind Manchester City, both of whom play tomorrow. Neto's free kick scooped in the box, bounces once into the arms of Nick Pope. Nick Pope, all in light blue, comes jogging out to the edge of his box, but Newcastle will be in no rush. Quite happy to take this through to half-time, leading as they are by 2-1. Pope throws the ball out to himself. Sliding attempt from Hwang to block the clearance. Good flick on from Almiron. Dawson heads it away. Joelinton's there first. Powerful run from Joelinton. Still going. Up to the edge of the box. Shoots and saved by Jose Sarr. Not enough power in the strike to really test Sarr from the edge of the box.
Well, there's acres of space between the Wolves midfield and the defence. Dawson wins the header there and Joelinton spots it, nips onto the ball, and with 2 touches he's into the box. We always talk about these pockets and these spaces in between the lines, but the lines between the Wolves back 4 and the midfield today are where Newcastle have caused them all the problems.
51 minutes played in this first half so far. Cunha will chase a long ball forward. Nick Pope's missed the clearance. Cunha onto it, angles tight, and Newcastle have enough men back there to get it away and knock it behind for a corner. They don't even feel that should be a corner. They're claiming handball by Cunha.
Yeah, Wolves are looking for a handball. They're all surrounding referee Anthony Taylor. They think there's a handball from one of the centre halves. Nick Pope comes out, ends up in no man's land, and he stops. Because the pitch is so zippy, he thinks that the ball's coming onto him.
Oh, did it touch his hand? It's Guimaraes who leaps in on the edge of the penalty area.
Cunha gets there just before him, doesn't he? Goes to lift the ball over him.
Checking for the handball. Now, if that's hit his arm, it's brushed his fingers. Wolves will say the contact at the other end for the Newcastle penalty was minimal. Guimaraes is running. His left arm is sort of bent at the elbow. No, they've decided no penalty.
You're describing it brilliantly. I was just about to say, if that's given, that's extremely harsh. I don't think that's a penalty. As you can see, that the locals don't think that they'd agree with the referee after the decision that they've just been on the end of, and he's not going to get a very warm reception now.
Right, have a listen to the Wolves fans then on the half-time whistle, feeling very aggrieved that a penalty was given against Hwang, stuck into the back of the net by Callum Wilson for his second goal in the game, and then feeling even more aggrieved, Paul Robinson, they didn't get... I mean, I don't think that should have been a handball from Bruno Guimaraes. Been a good first half here.
It's been a great first half. Two teams looking to win the football match, going forward, pressing high, good in possession. Two teams that are looking to score goals. Wolves will feel aggrieved because of the way that the penalty was given against them and not given to them. As you can hear now, the referee is nearing the edge of the pitch, just about to go down the tunnel.
Wolves 1, Newcastle 2, rain still falling at Molineux. Mark.
You can understand why Anthony Taylor gave it on the field, but that's never a penalty. I mean, he hasn't touched him. But put it this way, a Newcastle fan I know sent me a message going, I'd have been livid if that had been given against us.
Yeah, but he has to have touched him, doesn't he? I mean, they can't... Well, what are they giving it for then if he's not touched him?
Do you think he touches him? And the other thing that I would look at if I was doing the VAR is, if there is any contact at all, which I'm not sure there is, it's on Cher's right leg and he goes down holding his left.
Goes down holding his left, but he puts his right foot in a position, doesn't he? If you watch it closely, his right foot goes out at a 90-degree angle, and whether that's the touch or whether that's him inviting the contact, like we see so many times, players being clever enough to invite contact. That's been so inconclusive. We can't see whether there is or there isn't contact, and because the referee's given it, I think that's the only reason it could be given.
Paul, Ali, second half on the way. Don't forget, we've got the Rugby Union World Cup final from 8 o'clock as well. All the build-up at the end of the second half from Molineux, although there may not be much build-up because that first half has lasted nearly 55 minutes. Chelsea 0, Brentford 2, Arsenal 5, Sheffield United 0, Bournemouth 2, Burnley 1 in the Premier League so far today. In the EFL, all the leaders of their respective divisions won. Leicester won 2-1 at QPR in the Championship. Portsmouth came from 2 down to beat Reading 3-2. Stockport beat Tranmere 2-0. Also in League 2 this evening, Grimsby have sacked their manager Paul Hurst. They lost 1-0 at Doncaster. 4 straight defeats for the club, so Hurst has lost his job. Jude Bellingham scored an unbelievable equaliser for Real Madrid, and then a 92nd minute winner as they beat Barcelona in El Clasico by 2-1. Harry Kane got a hat-trick for Bayern, including one from in his own half, as they won 8-0. In Rugby League today, England beat Tonga 14-4 to secure the series win with a game to spare. There were wins for Australia and the Netherlands at the Cricket World Cup. The win for the Netherlands over Bangladesh drops England to the bottom of the table. Ancient Wisdom won the big race at Doncaster. And it has been confirmed that Tyson Fury's heavyweight fight against Francis Ngannou in Saudi Arabia tonight will be a professional bout, and it will come under the jurisdiction of the British Boxing Board of Control. You can follow that on the BBC Sport website from around 9 o'clock, and there will be all the reaction in the boxing podcast that you can get from BBC Sounds. We'll bring you some reaction to the day's football and Rugby League, and head to Paris ahead of the World Cup final after the latest BBC News at 6:26.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
And with the news, I'm Stuart Clarkson. Israel's defence minister says the war against Hamas in Gaza has entered a new phase. Tanks and troops went in as part of last night's ground operation, with the Israeli army strongly warning people to move south for their own safety. Israel says it hit 150 targets overnight as airstrikes intensified, killing several senior Hamas commanders. Our correspondent Rushdie Abu Alouf is in Gaza.
The biggest refugee camp in Gaza, Shatta refugee camp, also was bombed heavily. I saw very strong footage of destruction inside the camp with about 100,000 people. They live in this camp. About 500,000 people are still living in Gaza City and the north, the area where Israel asked the people to leave.
Tonight, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been meeting families of some of the 229 hostages still being held by Hamas. They say they're running out of time and patience, and they want to know if Israel's escalation is endangering the lives of their loved ones. Here's our international editor, Jeremy Bowen.
The argument made by Israel is the way to get the hostages back is to show resolve, to apply power, to apply pressure, and that is the way that Hamas will, they argue, crack and then release the hostages.
And we're expecting to hear from Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, in the next few minutes. The Secretary-General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, says he was surprised by the unprecedented escalation of Israel's strikes on Gaza. He also says he's encouraged by growing international consensus for a pause in fighting to allow for the release of hostages and allow aid to enter the territory. Aid organisations have raised concerns about getting essentials in, made worse today by problems with communications networks. Juliette Toomer is from the UN Relief Agency for Palestinian Refugees.
We managed to re-establish some contacts with what we call area offices. This is our teams who are spread around the Gaza Strip, so that's good. And we've had, of course, because of the telecommunications collapse, to reduce some of our operations as of this morning.
And here, around 100,000 people have taken part in a pro-Palestinian march in central London demanding a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. 2 arrests were made. 1 person was taken into custody after a police officer was assaulted. Earlier, the Foreign Secretary James Cleverly urged demonstrators to be conscious of disinformation and manipulation as they took part in the march. You can stay up to date on the BBC News website and app, and we'll have lots more reaction to today's events in Gaza with Nick Eardley from 10:30 tonight after the rugby.
BBC 5 Live.
Hello and welcome to Cammy and Ben's Proper Football Podcast. Absolutely thrilled to say we've been invited back for 3rd series alongside me, the legendary Chris Not really, no? Frankly.
I thought he was cheating. My captain had been sent off because Van Nistelrooy was feigning injury.
All the boys were going, have you given up number 9? I went, yeah. So a couple of players went, did you sell it? I went, no.
I've had so many nice comments about our podcast. It's incredible.
Cammy and Ben's Proper Football Podcast.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sport
with Mark Chapman on 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Wolves 1, Newcastle 2 at the break. A second half on the way, followed by the Rugby Union World Cup final. Let's just get some reaction from the day's football. Arsenal thrashed Sheffield United 5-0 at the Emirates, and it included a hat-trick from Eddie Nketiah.
Nketiah with the effort! Oh, what a way to score your first hat-trick in the Premier League! That was a rocket by Nketiah, right-footed into the top left-hand corner.
Eddie, firstly, congratulations, your first Premier League hat-trick. It must be a great feeling.
Yeah, amazing. Obviously, it's not been easy. Last month I lost my auntie, so I just want to dedicate these 3 goals to her. Her family were here watching today, so I want a really special moment. I want to dedicate it to her.
The first goal, brilliant touch. You'll be very pleased with the finish as well. It was important as well because it was just getting a little bit frustrating at 0-0, nearly half an hour.
Yeah, I think these games is always about patience, especially up front in the dangerous areas. It's about not losing discipline, arriving in the good zones. And yeah, it was a good ball from Deck and a lovely first touch and finish for myself.
And number 3, wow.
Yeah, it's an amazing goal. Obviously, good pass from Emil. Love playing with him. So yeah, it was a really great strike from outside the box and a special moment, like I said, to get 3 goals in front of the home fans and my family.
But then what are you doing? It's a penalty. Do you know, I don't know whether you know this, there's only 2 Arsenal players have ever scored 4 goals in a Premier League game. Thierry Henry, Andre Arshavin. It could have been Henry, Arshavin and Nketiah.
I know. And to be fair, my first instinct was to grab the ball and go, but obviously Fabio won it and he's expecting a little one soon, so it was a good moment. And I think it's about being team player. He's found me on other occasions in the game, so it was his time to get a chance and he took it away, so I'm happy.
Steve Wilson with the questions. Sheffield United, bottom of the table, 9 defeats out of 10. They've conceded 29 goals. Here's Paul Heckingbottom.
First half, we competed. We limited them to only 1 save. I think Wes had. Second half, the nature of the goals probably reflect the performance in the second half because I thought they outfought us as well. They were good with the ball. We expect that. We know we're going to come here and play against top players. We get that. But first half we competed really, really well. The timing of the second goal, and as they upped their game, they played more energy, more aggression, and that for me is what took the game away from us. But listen, I know we're missing players and we're missing personalities as well as players, so big personalities with physical presence. But whilst it's an opportunity for the younger players to come on and perform, it's also a big learning curve and a big eye-opener, because teams, no one's going to feel sorry for us. Everyone's fighting for the points for their own reasons. And it just shows the levels that there are in this league.
Bournemouth beat Burnley 2-1. The winner was a Philip Billing chip from 40 yards. Burnley had an equaliser ruled out after a 5.5-minute VAR check in stoppage time. Here's Bournemouth boss Andoni Iraola.
Especially considering it was stoppage time, it was a key decision, no? And we told them, take the time you need, but give us the right decision, even if you have to spend more time. I think in the 90-something minutes, you have to be really, really sure of the decision you make, because it has consequences for Burnley, for Bournemouth, and I think likely for us, it was for us.
And Andoni, what do you think that 3 points might give you and your team in terms of confidence?
I think it was a really needed one, because at the end you need, the performances, the work you are putting to receive points, and I think the players really needed this one. We hope it's the first of many, but we have to keep working, because everything right now is costing us. I think we should have won the game easily, but when you are in the position we are, there's always, even in the last decision of the VAR, we were thinking, how we are not going to win this today, no? But luckily this time, for probably first time in the season, went for us.
We heard from Thomas Frank during Sports Report after Brentford's 2-0 win at Stamford Bridge. For Chelsea, it was their 9th home defeat this year. Here's Mauricio Pochettino.
Well, I think, yes, also is when you concede the goal that you score and lose a little bit of concentration and the focus, that was the problem, because we concede the goal is through in, no? Yes, disappointed, because after for them it's about to believe, is to go deeper and deeper and deeper and go on counter-attack, and sometimes for us to take some risks, some rash decision, when you really to be calm and to play, and it's normally the atmosphere is going to be, to push the player to going forward, and sometimes you need to be calm and to keep possession. But that happened because it's the situation. But now it's about to be calm and to try to recover our and our energy for Wednesday, because it's an important game against Blackburn.
In the Rugby League, England wrapped up the 3-test series against Tonga with a game to spare. They won the second test 14-4 at Huddersfield. Matty Ashton getting 2 tries in the first half. Here's the England head coach, Sean Wayne.
Very, very proud. I thought it was a great effort, a little bit scruffy in the second half, but after the things what's been said to us this week from the opposition, some of it was disgraceful about we didn't win last week. They wanted a firmer ground, they got a firmer ground, and they didn't win. So that was a big driving factor for us this week, some of the things what's been said. But I'm so proud of the players that we've got this series. We're going to go on better next week.
Yeah, you're clearly angry about it, Sean. I guess the tone was set when Wellesby stood up to the Sippy Tower. I don't know if you saw that, but he stared them down.
Yeah, we showed character. We're English, we're proud, and it's in our veins. And we don't do that what they do, but we have our own way of having spirit, and Jack epitomised that. So the lads are angry about it and saying we didn't really win and we didn't deserve it. They didn't know Mikey. All them comments we spoke about all week, and that was a massive motivator for us. And we want to finish the job next week.
Damien Johnson putting the questions to Sean Wayne, and you can watch that third match next Saturday afternoon on BBC One. So less than 90 minutes away from the Rugby Union World Cup final. Sonia McLaughlin is in Paris.
And there's a real frisson of excitement here, Mark, that comes with a huge occasion. The white seats at the Stade de France changing hue as the fans make their way in fine spirits despite the rain. There's rugby royalty everywhere you look. Martin Johnson, Matt Dawson, Bobby Skinstad, Andrew Mertens, and that's just in the 5 Live commentary box. We've got a final for the ages, the 2 most successful teams in the history of this event colliding in rugby's global showpiece for the first time since 1995. Both have won the Webb Ellis Trophy 3 times. and one will make history with a 4th crown, and with it the glory as the best team on the planet. It's New Zealand panache versus South African power. It's too close to call, but a fitting finale to this Rugby World Cup.
So all the build-up to come at the conclusion of the second half at Molineux. So if you could keep it tight, Ali, very few VAR checks, it would help.
Yes, I think we've had enough of the lengthy VAR checks for today. Match the day tonight, BBC One at 10:20. You'll find out what we're talking about. The Wolves fans, Paul Robinson, still in very good voice. Anthony Taylor got roundly booed when he came out onto the pitch. Newcastle players roundly booed as well when they came out onto the pitch. Hopefully, second half will be as good as the first.
Yeah, it was a decent game, really good game. Two teams looking to win it, and a really good atmosphere. Wolves, probably rightly so, feel hard done to with the penalty decision. It was a tough one, and they went down the other end, and to most of the fans' naked eye, they thought they should have had a penalty for handball. It clearly wasn't, but the fans in the stadium haven't got the monitors in front of us like we have.
Back underway then in the second half. Wolves, the home team, trailing Newcastle 2-1 in the old gold shirts with black trim, black shorts and the old gold socks. And Newcastle change kit this evening, bright green shirts, white shorts and green socks. And Wolves already spy an attacking opportunity down the right. Semedo's made good ground to the edge of the box, not the best cross. Lascelles side foots a volleyed clearance away. Guimaraes strokes a pass out to Almiron. Back it comes to Trippier, level with the edge of his own penalty area, drills the ball downfield. Lovely measured pass actually for Almiron to chase, but Craig Dawson saw it coming a long way off, plays it back to his goalkeeper Jose Sao. It's a lovely pass back to Dawson to give him plenty of time to take control of the situation. Neither manager's made a change at half-time. I'll remind you the two teams in just a second. And as Mark was just saying, and Sonia was giving us the big build-up, Rugby Union World Cup final on the way. 8 o'clock kick-off tonight, South Africa against New Zealand in the Stade de France. Neto, who actually got his 7th assist of the season, of course, for Wolves' goal in the first half, because it was Lemina's header from his corner, wide to Semedo. That's an easy clearance for Dan Burn, sticks his right foot through it, and the ball will eventually just bounce out just for a throw into Wolves on the right. They've got Jose Sao in goal, Semedo at right back, Totti Gomez at left back, Kilman and Dawson the two centre backs, Neto wide right, Ait-Nouri on the left, Boubacar Traore alongside Mario Lemina in central midfield, and then Mateus Cunha and Hwang Hee-chan as a front two. Semedo moving forward for Wolves again, lays it off to Neto, who's got the sort of matching old gold undershirt, the skin underneath the short sleeve Wolves shirt, gets the ball at his feet and starts heading at pace towards the Newcastle area, tricks it onto his left foot. Dan Burn trying to hold him off. Neto strong enough to hold Burn off, but not only that, wins a free kick in a really good position for Wolves, 22 yards out, say, right in the middle of the pitch.
Does really well, Neto, looks really sharp, makes inroads down this right hand side, cuts in field, all of a sudden starts causing Newcastle defenders problems, and Sharon Byrne can't touch him, all left footed, cuts inside the pitch. He's looking to get the shot away, Byrne stays with him, he does eventually get round him, but he's fouled by Byrne.
Statman Dave was telling us just how good Pedro Neto is in the Fantasy 606 podcast this week. That's why he's sitting in his team. Don't think you got Eddie Nketiah in today. If you've done that in your fantasy football team, fair play to you. Arsenal beat Sheffield United by 5-0. Eddie Nketiah with a first Premier League hat-trick. The Fantasy 606 podcast there for you on the BBC Sounds app. A new one out every Thursday. The Footballers Football podcast this week, I'm sure, will be a good listen. Callum Wilson and Michail Antonio both on that one, and Callum Wilson already with 2 goals in the bag tonight. Pedro Neto is going to try and make it 2-2 if he's the one to strike it. Could be Lemina, could be Neto. The whistle blows, the rain continues to fall. Neto with the left foot hits the top of the wall, it spins away to the left. Traore chases it for Wolves, keeps it in play and plays it back to Totti. Totti's closed down just short of the halfway line inside the Newcastle half. Longstaff wins it. Suddenly Newcastle on the front foot. Almiron to Wilson. He's on the hat-trick. The angle's tight for him. Semedo's there. Semedo makes the tackle and knocks it out for a throw into Newcastle. Paul Robinson
does really well there. Semedo tracks Callum Wilson all the way. Almiron wins ball back in midfield, puts it through one-on-one Callum Wilson. Semedo just puts his body between him and Callum Wilson, puts it out for a throw in on the far side, but that all stemmed from Neto's free kick. Just watching Neto's free kick here in front of us, the Newcastle wall was massive. He had to get it up and down, but you look at the players in that wall, it hit the top of the wall, and within 3 passes Newcastle were in the Wolves box.
Just thinking that actually when Newcastle were lining up before the game, the likes of Byrne, Longstaff, Joelinton in particular, the really big men in this Newcastle team. That's not including the two centre-backs, actually, Scher and Jamal Lascelles.
And the free kick was central, and when that happens, the goalkeeper tends to put the centre-halves into the wall. You don't need them to pick up because the cross isn't coming in. If you know there's going to be a direct shot on goal, you put your biggest men into the wall, and that's exactly what Nick Pope did, and it paid dividends for him.
Jose Sarr, the goalkeeper at the other end, chips it forward. Wolves have it just inside their own half. Traoré to Cunha, wide to Ait-Nouri. Newcastle with Pope in goal. Trippier, Lascelles, Scher and Byrne. High ball, which Dan Byrne heads away, but I think Neto will get to that first, nods it down to Semedo. Semedo followed by two Newcastle players out to the right, gets the better of both of them. One more touchdown by the byline, beats Joelinton again for good measure. Cross comes in, Longstaff heads it away. Neto tries to get on the end of it, but Almiron is there and clears. Longstaff, Guimaraes and Joelinton as Newcastle's midfield three. Almiron and Gordon on the flanks with Callum Wilson through the middle. 5 minutes gone in the second half. It's Wolves 1, Newcastle 2. What have you spotted, Paul?
Max Kilman there. He's come out in the second half and he's got an industrial style strapping on his left knee, a really heavy knee. He's not moving comfortably at all.
Yeah,
Callum Wilson's pulled over to this side and he's looking to exploit that.
Oh, lovely touch to Cunha. Cunha from Neto's pass couldn't quite beat Lascelles. Still Wolves have it though. Traoré sets himself up 25 yards out. Newcastle get enough bodies in the way. Almiron tries to hold off Traoré. Really good physical battle. Almiron's winning it for now, and then Traoré leans into Almiron's back, knocks him over. Anthony Taylor says free kick. I think he's got that right, hasn't he, Paul?
Well, the Wolves fans once again don't like it, but Almiron's done so well there. You know, he's only slight in body, but he's really, really strong on the ball. He gets the ball off Traoré, ricochets off his shins, and he puts his body in between him and the ball, and he runs it out of danger for Newcastle. And Traoré gets frustrated because he can't get around Almiron. He's really strong there.
Yeah, he's got that slightly, Almiron, I always think he's got that slightly sort of bendy, bow-legged run. He's wiry as well, but he's tough as teak, isn't he, Almiron?
Showed a lot of strength there.
Newcastle leading 2-1. 5 Live and BBC Sounds. 2 more Premier League commentaries on the way for you tomorrow. West Ham Everton at 1, Manchester Derby at 3:30. 3 more commentaries at 2 o'clock tomorrow from the Premier League, all available via the BBC Sport website and app as well. Aston Villa, Luton, Brighton, Fulham and Liverpool, Nottingham Forest. So whichever game you fancy tomorrow, you can listen to it on the BBC.
And I tell you what, there'll be goals tomorrow. Just like today, there's going to be plenty of goals on Match of the Day tonight, but there will be goals tomorrow. Look at those games.
I think there will. Joelinton sliding challenge by Lamina, catches Joelinton. The Wolves fans are livid once again. I think there was ball and man in that challenge. Lamina can't believe the decision's gone against him. Pedro Neto comes over to complain. We'll have a look on the monitor, Paul.
That looks like a really good challenge to me. He gets in front of Joelinton, and the Wolves fans are getting more and more frustrated with referee Anthony Taylor. And when he's giving decisions like that, you can see we've got a close-up of Gary O'Neill on the monitor now. He's trying to get his point across to the referee. He's made a bad decision there. It was a really, really good challenge by Lamina.
Atmosphere bubbling away very nicely indeed inside Molineux this evening, and the rain is just not relenting. It seems to be getting heavier, if anything else. Looking forward to watching this young man come onto the field for Wolves. 22-year-old Tommy Doyle, on loan from Manchester City. One of the best goals I saw scored last season was scored by him in an FA Cup quarter-final against one of your former clubs, actually, Blackburn, Paul, by Tommy Doyle, to win the quarter-final by 3-2. Almiron's on the ball for Newcastle inside the Wolves penalty area, tries to beat Dawson on the outside, and his right-footed effort goes right across the face of goal and all the way out for a throw into Wolves in their right-back position.
Works himself some really good space there on his so-called weaker right foot, Almiron. It was kind of a cross-come shot that ended up going out for a throw-in on this near side.
So Tommy Doyle is coming on, Boubacar Traoré is coming off, so that just gives Wolves possibly a little bit more creativity in that central midfield. Doyle, who's made 3 substitute appearances so far in the Premier League for Wolves, stepping it up a level this season, part of that really impressive Sheffield United team last season. Wolves have given it away from the throw. Gordon's cut back, cleared away by Kilman, who's playing with this very heavy strapping around his left leg. Hwang controls on the right, pass into midfield. There's Doyle, first touch is Shaw, back to Dawson, quickly on to Totti. Totti wide to Ait Nouri. 3 green shirts in his way. Clever scoop pass over the top. Cunha stabs it forward for Ait Nouri. Good from Wolves. Cut back to the edge of the box. Here's Hwang. Hwang holds off the challenger Joe Linton, then lays the pass off to Neto. Support on the outside from Semedo. Weak cross straight at Pope.
Once again, it's that quality in the final third for Wolves. Semedo finds himself in a great position, 10 yards out from the byline. He's got a free opportunity to cross it into the box, and he puts it straight into Nick Pope's gloves.
9 minutes gone in the second half. Clever turn from Anthony Gordon. Bought the challenge from Nelson Semedo. Definite foul. Free kick for Newcastle. If Newcastle do go on to win this game, Paul, and there's well over half an hour left in the game, considering the week they've had, lost to Borussia Dortmund at home on Wednesday, and the players they've lost, it'll be some result for them again.
It will be, because like you rightly said with the lineup, there's only Callum Wilson that's a change, and Callum Wilson played the majority of the game because of Isak's injury, and it's going to be a test on Eddie Howe's squad this season. But like I say, there's half an hour to go. Fatigue will set in. It's been a really, really good match, both teams going at it, and it'll be interesting to see how they stay the pace.
Another free kick has gone against Wolves. Max Kilman comes forward, and I thought won the ball cleanly. Anthony Taylor is not making friends inside.
I tell you what, I'm glad I'm not giving him a lift home tonight. I wouldn't want to walk out the stadium with him tonight.
It is a foul, actually. Totti is dragging Almiron's shirt. A lot of fans won't have seen that. I think the Wolves fans don't care, actually. Even if the referee gets the decisions right, he's going to get booed. Here come Wolves. Good skills from Cunha. Across the halfway line. Chased by Trippier. Cunha keeps going. Then he goes down very theatrically and wins the free kick, and Kieran Trippier turns to Anthony Taylor and says, how on earth have you bought that one? But a great chance for Wolves to curl a dangerous cross into the Newcastle penalty area. And as soon as Cunha went down there, you knew he was going to give the free kick.
You knew he was, because he was right in the corner there in front of the Wolves fans. Not that should sway the referee's decision, but I think Anthony Taylor was due one to give Wolves one, if you like. But he does really, really well, Cunha. Slightest of contact with Kieran Trippier. Goes down. There's a little bit of a tangle. He goes down, but it's a free kick in a really, really dangerous area. It's 10 yards outside the box, between the 18-yard line and the byline. It's an opportunity for Wolves to deliver into the box and cause problems.
Cunha desperately trying to win that free kick. Sort of bumps hip to hip with Trippier and then throws himself to the floor. There was contact. Anthony Taylor's given the free kick. Wolves 1, Newcastle 2. And Molyneux's absolutely jumping, as you can hear. Tommy Doyle comes over to take the free kick. Level with that penalty spot. It'll be a right-footed in-swing. A whole line of players in the green shirts and the old gold and black queuing up inside the penalty area. Doyle's delivery at pace into the near post. Where's the ball gone? Just so many bodies in the way. Eventually scrambled clear by Newcastle, and there wasn't really a threat on Nick Pope's goal.
Brilliant delivery by Tommy Doyle. You could see what they were doing there. Neto was initially stood over it with his left foot. It was going to be an outswinger, but it was praying for a right footer to stand there and whip it in behind that defence. That's exactly what he did. Caused all kinds of confusion, but unfortunately for Wolves, it's been given offside.
Yeah, offside. Free kick for Newcastle, so even if it had gone into the back of the net, hang on, we've got VAR monitor in front of us now, because Callum Wilson's tried to head that ball away. His right arm is by his side, and it's possibly struck that right arm. Well, Anthony Taylor, so we're looking at VAR checking that, but actually Anthony Taylor's already had the all clear, and we get the game back underway. Newcastle leading by 2-1. Cher just puts enough on the pass to get it past Cunha. Trippier's ball up towards the halfway line. Lemina beats Wilson to it. Now Hwang, 20 yards out, central position, tries to poke a pass to Neto on the right when he possibly could have hit the shot, and Newcastle bring it away. And look at Dan Burn thundering forward down the left. Gordon on the ball on the halfway line, plays into central midfield. Guimaraes side foots his pass to Trippier. Trippier down the right to Almiron, back to Trippier, and Newcastle slow it down and just take the sting out of it for the moment. Here's Cher, right in the middle of the pitch. Forward to Joe Linton, back to Cher again. Cher across to Burn. Burn's ball down the left to Gordon. Gordon whips that back into the Newcastle half. Wolves fans appeal for a handball against Fabian Cher.
Wolves fans appealing for anything at the moment, aren't they?
Longstaff's ball to the left. Nice build-up from Newcastle. Joe Linton asking a lot of Anthony Gordon, but Gordon's got the pace to get there ahead of Semedo. Semedo backs off. Gordon gets the cross in with his right foot. Wilson on the hat-trick, waiting in the middle, but Dawson heads it away. Hwang tries to take the ball down on his right foot. Holds Longstaff off brilliantly, looks for the pace of Neto. Neto's got the pace to get there ahead of Cher. Cher slides in and makes a really important intervention on the edge of the box. Behind it goes for a Wolves corner.
You know, I noticed with Cher there, his positional sense is excellent. He knows that Neto's got the speed to get around him. He knows that he can't catch him. But as soon as I saw that happen, Cher looked, he didn't look at the player, he looked at the space that he needed to get to, and he drove into that space where he gave him the opportunity to make the tackle. He didn't go one-on-one with Neto because he knew he couldn't keep up with him. He ran into the space and made the tackle. Brilliant defending.
That's the voice of former England goalkeeper Paul Robinson. Wolves 1, Newcastle 2. Corner for Wolves. Right in front of us on the Wolves' right flank. Neto goes short into the feet of Hwang. Back to Neto. First time ball with the left foot. High swinging, spinning ball to the far post. Brilliantly brought down by Ait Nouri. Tries to get his cross in. Couple of deflections and the ball bobbles into the arms of Nick Pope. We're approaching the last half hour of the game. Newcastle still leading by 2-1. As Paul was saying, match of the day tonight. Well worth a watch. BBC 1 10:20. See what you think about the penalty decision that Newcastle were given to get them 2-1 in front. The supposed contact from Hwang on Cher. Newcastle attacking down the left. Ball at Gordon's feet, teasing Semedo. Finds Guimaraes in the inside left channel. 25 yards out. Guimaraes trots infield, plays it back out to Gordon. It's just slowed down for a second here. Now Byrne to Guimaraes. Across the Wolves half it goes to Lascelles. Lascelles strokes his pass to Trippier. Trippier tries to thread one through. Intercepted. Here's Cunha. Cunha bringing it forward for Wolves. Joelinton comes back, tries to drag him back. Pass in behind Hwang. Anthony Taylor wanted to blow the whistle, continues to play the advantage. Neto bringing it in from the right flank. Dances away from Joelinton. Pass back to young Tommy Doyle. Doyle. Pacey pass to Semedo. Wide it goes to Hwang. Hwang up against Gordon, drags him infield, lays it back to Semedo. First time cross, easy one for Cher to head away. Up in the air it goes. Totti wins the next header. Gordon's there, heads it back across the edge of his own box. Guimaraes chests it down. Guimaraes thumps it forward. Wilson gives chase, but it goes out for a Wolves throw. Paul Robinson.
There's an example of the real pace that Wolves have got in this side. They're quite happy to let Newcastle have possession, but when they do spring the trap, they do win it back. You look at Hwang, you look at Cunha, Neto, they've got pace on the counter-attack, and that's how they're looking to cause Newcastle problems. Newcastle now at this stage of the game, after we spoke so often about the Champions League game midweek, they're looking to take the sting out of the game. I'm surprised that Eddie Howe's not looked at substitutions already. Joelinton just going down there, feeling the effects of late on in the game. I don't think it will long before we see Eddie Howe change it up.
Newcastle bench tells you everything about the injury problems at the moment. 2 goalkeepers on there, Dubravka and Gillespie. 5 full-backs as well. Here's Cunha. Cunha's caused Newcastle's defenders all sorts of problems running at them this evening. Lays a pass off to Semedo. Semedo has to make tracks back to the halfway line to gather it. Kilman plays into the heart of midfield. Doyle clips the pass out to Ait Nouri, tries to control it, slides off his boot, and it goes out for a throw-in. But on the bench they've got Dummett, Target, Kraft, who's not played a game this season, the summer signings Lewis Hall and Tino Livramento. If you wanted to go 6 fullbacks, Matt Ritchie's played fullback as well, and Joe Willock on the bench. So they are properly stretched at the moment. Newcastle. Joelinton stretches a leg out. Kilman beats him to the ball. Joelinton's flat on his back. Not sure how much longer he's going to be out there for Newcastle, as Paul was saying. Ait Nouri thinks about a back heel on the halfway line, then goes for it. Caught. Fouled by Guimaraes. Free kick for Wolves. We've not had a yellow card in the game yet, have we?
No,
I'm not saying there should have been one actually, though, necessarily.
No, the referees, I mean, he's lost control of it a couple of times if you ask the Wolves players and the Wolves fans, but there hasn't been that many incidents that have required yellow cards in this game.
Ball wide to Semedo, just over an hour away from kick-off in the Stade de France. Full commentary of South Africa, New Zealand in the Rugby Union World Cup final tonight. Craig Dawson with the outside of his right boot cushions a lovely pass to Kilman, who's not moving easily back there. That's a pass that's going to test him, and he does well, but he's hobbling every time. He seems fine when he's in the action, Paul, then he stops and then he looks like he's in a bit of trouble. Plays it back to Dawson to Semedo, plays it into open space in the Wolves half. Doyle runs onto it, pass to Ait Nouri, back into Doyle in the middle of the Newcastle half, forward to Semedo stretches, can't quite control that. Joelinton's there, facing his own goal, does well. Plays it forward to Gordon. Good ball from Gordon. Callum Wilson chases. Wilson pretty much on his own. Almiron trying to get up there with him. Wilson into the penalty area. Wilson, right-footed pass, intercepted by Kilman. Just didn't have enough support to find a teammate. Wolves clearance, fabulous one onto the chest of Neto. Wolves fans excited, as you can hear. Goes streaking past Dan Burn into the box. Burn slides in, cross deflected. Touch taken by Cunha. Pope comes out, gets his body in the way, and the ball spins up, and Pope makes a clean catch.
Does well, Nick Pope. Spreads himself, makes it difficult for Cunha to get the ball across the box. His first touch just puts him too close to the on-rushing goalkeeper. Pope spreads himself, makes himself a really big starfish shape. Makes the save, goes up in the air and captures the rebound. Newcastle getting deeper and deeper, looking in possession. They're looking like not a boxer on the ropes, but they're looking tired, aren't they? Wolves are having more and more possession, Newcastle deeper and deeper, and they're looking to use the outball to Callum Wilson when they're in possession.
Wolves 1, Newcastle 2. Talking boxing, fight tonight in Riyadh. Sounds like some event. Heard Steve Bunce talking to Mark Chapman earlier on today. Tyson Fury against Francis Ngannou. The Five Live Boxing podcast for all your reaction to that tomorrow morning, and the BBC Sport website for the live text during the fight. Here's Guimaraes. Guimaraes digs his right foot under the ball. A load of spray of water comes up as he plays the pass high out to the right. Trippier infield to Longstaff. Trippier involved again. Back towards Pope. Awkward one for him. Just gets his thighs in the way of the ball to control it. Flick pass from Share out to Burn. Newcastle still leading by 2-1 with just over 25 minutes to play plus a bit of added time.
Yeah, you can see Eddie Howe talking there to Jason Tindall, and you can see him looking at his team getting deeper and deeper. And what are we, 65 minutes into the game, and you can see him now thinking that he wants to make a change. He'll be very happy with the way that the game's gone, the way that his team have played, but he's got to work out now how he gets to that 90-95 minute mark and what substitutions, if any, that he needs to make. As you rightly say, you look at that bench, there's not a lot of people who are going to come off that and change the game.
Pedro Neto's gone down off the ball. Lamina's bringing it forward for Wolves, running across the Newcastle half from left to right, and then Anthony Taylor eventually blows the whistle.
He's gone from giving them nothing to giving them everything.
Tell you what, though, I mean, this is in shooting range, I think, on a wet night like tonight. We saw the handling error from Jose Sarr in the first half. I would say 27 yards out, inside right channel.
This is one I'd used to hate as a goalkeeper on a night like this, because it's so far out. If you put the wall there, people will look at you and go, why are you having a wall there? And then you don't put a wall there and he skids it in front of you. It's a really, really horrible distance.
Did you ever go without the wall, Paul? You very rarely see that, do you?
Oh, in training you do it all the time,
right?
Because you'd back yourself all day long from 20-25 yards. They'd score 1 out of 10, but if you put a wall there, you give them a target to go up and over.
Yeah.
You stand at the other half of the goal, but it takes a brave goalkeeper to go without it.
Yeah, I suppose it does, but as you say there, according to the numbers, if you're going to back yourself, you possibly should. Let's see what happens here.
Pope's gone without one.
He's gone without a wall. Exactly what we're just talking about. Touch short to Neto. Couple of touches. Scoop ball into the box. Pope comes and claims it at the far post. Couple of Wolves attackers trying to get on the end of that. But Newcastle survived that attack. Wolves 1, Newcastle 2.
If I had players as big as the Newcastle players in front of me, those two centre-halves, I'd be building a wall for every free kick, believe me.
Lascelles plays the ball back to Share. Premier League results today, in case you missed them. Arsenal beat Sheffield United by 5-0. Brentford 2-0 winners at Chelsea in the early kick-off. And Bournemouth beat Burnley by 2-1, their first win of the season, to take them out of the bottom three. Flick pass from Trippier down the right. He appeals for handball, not given. Wolves looking dangerous again on the counter. Hwang caught there by Joe Linton. Referee Anthony Taylor wants to play the advantage and does so. Here's Neto. Neto on the right, 3 green shirts around him. Nutmegs Gordon, still going, bringing the ball in field. Turns away from Longstaff, holds him off and then lays it off to Semedo. Continues his run, Neto. Semedo dummies the cross on the right underneath our noses in the commentary position here at Molineux. And still the rain is relentless here. Wolves 1, Newcastle 2. Tommy Doyle goes chasing a ball across the halfway line, leaves it to Totti. Doyle gets it back again. Very happy to control things, young Doyle, from the base of midfield. Playing it forward here to Cunha. Cunha wants Aït-Nouri to make the run on the left. He does that, plays it back to Cunha. Cunha bounces off a couple of defenders. Great run down to the left, looking for the cutback. Sliding block was a really good one by Guimaraes. Cunha chests it down on the byline, lobs it back in. Then Burn heads it away. Lamina shoots. Burn was fouled as he headed the ball clear. Shot took a deflection. Pope saved it anyway. Wolves fans complaining that they don't think Burn was fouled. I think he was, wasn't he, Paul?
Oh, that's an absolutely fantastic defensive header from Dan Burn. He's no idea what's behind him. I think it's Semedo comes in to try and challenge him for the header. But Bernie's he's just focused on the ball, and it's a fantastic header. Semedo comes in, clatters into him. It's clearly a foul. It's really, really brave defending. It's a horrible situation as a goalkeeper or a defender. You're travelling backwards, you're taking 1-2 steps back and jumping, and you don't know what's behind, and you're just waiting for the impact. But Dan Burn went through with it, and he got a great header on the ball.
Wolves 1, Newcastle 2, an hour away from kick-off in the Stade de France. South Africa against New Zealand in the Rugby Union World Cup final tonight. Nick Pope clears with his right foot. Pope's clearance headed away by Craig Dawson. Back into the Wolves half it goes. Forward by Ait Nouri. Hwang chasing it. Lascelles fouls him. That might be a red card. Denial of a goal-scoring opportunity? No. Only a yellow card given by Anthony Taylor. While we tidy this up, let's take you live to Paris. Chris Jones will give you the build-up to the big one on 5 Live tonight. Chris.
Nightfall in Paris, Ali. The rain had relented, but it started again. A very damp night at the Stade de France for what is one of the biggest rugby union matches in history. The two greatest Rugby World Cup nations, South Africa and New Zealand, going head-to-head for the sport's biggest prize, and we're now under an hour away.
Can't wait. You can't give it a better sell than that. The coverage of all the games in the Rugby Union World Cup from the 5 Live Sport team has been absolutely fantastic. I highly recommend you have a listen to that. That's what Paul and I are going to be doing in the car on the way home this evening. Now, what about that decision there, Paul? Yellow card for Lascelles.
I think he's got away with it because of the wet pitch. The ball skidded through to Nick Pope, and before the impact as actually the two players have hit the ground, the ball's in the goalkeeper's arms. It's a great ball over the top from Ait Nouri. Hwang gets the wrong side of Lascelles. Lascelles just puts his arm round Hwang, pulls him down, but Nick Pope's already holding the ball, which I think is why he's got away with just a yellow.
So Lascelles booked for that. Miguel Almiron booked for back chat a few moments ago as well. 2 yellow cards for Newcastle. They still lead by 2-1. Neto's free kick chipped up towards the far post. Pope opts to have a punch at that, gets a good fist on the ball, clears it a long way out. Wolves trying to pick up the bits and pieces. Totti in the right wing position. Lamina makes the run on the outside. Oh, Brazilian skills, Portuguese skills I should say, from Totti. Great ball to Hwang. Hwang scores for Wolves. He's done it again at Molineux. Fabulous skills from Totti to tee him up, but the coolness and calmness under pressure from Hwang to whip it back onto the left foot, roll it past Nick Pope into the bottom corner. That goal was coming. Wolves deserve it. It's Wolves 2, Newcastle 2.
2 pieces of absolute individual brilliance from Wolves coming together to create the goal for Hwang. Totti finds himself in this right wing position, like you say. Great footwork, cuts into the box, and he slips the ball through to Hwang, who you think he's going to hit it. For all the world, you think he's going to hit it first time. But no, he cuts it back onto his left foot, and he drags it into Nick Pope's near post. It's a fantastic finish. Totti's footwork and his ability to get him into that position. Beats 3 Newcastle players, slips in Hwang with his left foot, touches it inside, with the same foot drags it into the near post of Nick Pope. 2-2, we've got a game on.
7th goal of the season for the South Korean Hwang. He has scored in his last 6 home games in the Premier League, so that matches John Richards back in 1973, the last man to do that for Wolves in the top flight. And Totti Gomez looking like Francesco Totti with the skills on the ball to tee Hwang up. That was absolutely brilliant. Check that out on Match of the Day tonight. Newcastle have made a change, Paul. Joe Willock's on for Miguel Almiron.
Yeah, a change that's been coming. Joe Linton and Almiron. You wondered which one would come off first. But those 2 individual pieces of skill for the goal, they were incredible. I mean, the piece of skill from Totti to get in that position. But Hwang, what he does, he doesn't cut back with one foot and finish with the other. You think he's going to hit it with his right foot. He uses the outside of his left foot to cut back. And then in an instant, he whips it in goal with the inside of his left foot. Fantastic footwork from both players. A great goal.
18 minutes plus added time remaining. Great game tonight on 5 Live and BBC Sounds, with the Rugby Union World Cup final still to come as well. Wolves 2, Newcastle 2. We saw Hwang do that in the first half in terms of a similar skill. His change of direction in a very short space of time, but also in the tiniest of spaces, just physically inside the penalty area, is really, really impressive.
Well, it's the speed of his feet, but it's the speed of his feet with the ball at his feet,
yeah,
and his ability to move his body at the same time. I mean, you watch that goal tonight on Match of the Day, it really is an unbelievable piece of footwork.
Ball's with Nick Pope, just outside his penalty area. Plays it to Fabian Schär. Guimaraes. Hwang comes barging into it, and that's a free kick for Newcastle. Wolves fans again on Anthony Taylor's back. I don't think they can have too many arguments with that one. Longstaff takes it, Are we going to get a winner? Lascelles looking for the run of Callum Wilson into space on the right-hand side. Wilson chases. It's played back to Jose Sarr. Kilman inside his own penalty area. Pass is intercepted by Dan Burn. Looking for the 1-2 with Gordon. Gordon thinks he was caught on the edge of the box. Stays down. No free kick given. Wolves come on the counter. Neto away from Longstaff. If he fouls him there, that's a yellow card. Couldn't get hold of his shirt. Oh, hamstring's gone for Neto. Neto was about to pull the trigger on the edge of the box, and then he's gone down, hobbling and clutching the back of his right leg. But Wolves continue to play here with Neto flat on his back in the box. Cunha crosses. That goes behind for a goal kick. That is a massive, massive blow for Wolves, and that is a very sad sight to see.
Ali, I've never seen that before. I've seen people's hamstring go, but not in that position. The amount of times, listen, for those of you listening, you see people's hamstring go, they're in full stride and you just see the hamstring ping and they stop. But Neto did this. He does what he does at best, cuts inside. He's in full flow. He's just about to pull the trigger on the edge of the box and he stops and you're thinking, what's happened? What's he done? And then you realise that it's his hamstring. So often do you see sprinters and wingers, you see people's hamstrings go and they stop and you can see what's happened, but not in that position. That's a bad one.
Oh, that's a real worry for Wolves. It's a real shame. He has been spellbinding at times this season, Pedro Neto.
He's their best player, isn't he, by miles?
He is,
isn't
yeah.
he?
It's most creative, Paul. 7 assists so far this season. He is distraught. You can see we've got the camera close up. He's being shielded by the medical team as well. If possible, if at all possible, the rain has got even heavier in the last couple of minutes as well. And Rob, our producer, is pointing out that the dugout here at Wolves actually isn't big enough, so that the shelter bit, Paul, isn't big enough for the entire backroom staff. There's 8 of them out there getting absolutely soaked to the skin.
Well, there's more staff these days than players, isn't there? The teams travel away with so many members of staff. They have to put an extra dugout by the side of the dugout, and I'm not sure there's much cover in the actual dugout because it is absolutely scything down.
Yeah, it really is now, teeming down, and poor old Pedro Neto certainly out of this game. But hamstring injury as well. You just wonder how long he's going to be out for.
But you see Wolves today and you see everything that they do. I spoke before in the first half about that diagonal that they look for with Semedo and Neto on the right hand side. Every time they have good possession in this second half, whether it's Juan in the middle, whether it's Doyle, whether it's Lamina, their first look is out to the right for Neto. He's that good. Everything good that Wolves do go through him. Whether it's on this left hand side, he cuts in, tries to get the shot away, tries to create. You can see him there, he's still got his head in his hands. He's in a lot of pain. That's a bad one. That's his hamstring gone.
Half an hour gone in the second half, 15 minutes remaining. There's going to be a fair bit of added time as well. The stretcher has now arrived for Pedro Neto. He is able to sort of lever himself into position, but you can see, understandably, how disappointed he is. Because you know as well, don't you, Paul, we're all saying he's in the form of his life, but if you're in the form of your life, you know it as well. This is your time, and the career, I know we're not talking career anyway, but the career is a short one, and you want to be out there as much as you can.
Absolutely. When you're playing that well, you want to play week in and week out. You want to play twice, 3 times a week, and he's pivotal to everything that they do. And the worrying thing is, as bad as it looks, the length of time that he's going to be out. You know, there was a lot of talk before the season started that there isn't the finances at this football club to go out and buy players. There was no huge transfer window spending. So if their main player is going to be out well beyond January, what can Gary O'Neill do? You know, how can he shuffle this squad? What can he do in January to replace him? Because at the moment, he's irreplaceable.
No consolation to Pedro Neto, I'm sure. The stretcher now being levered onto the trolley, and he will slowly be pushed around the pitch in front of us. Heading towards the dressing rooms here at Molineux. Standing ovation for him all around the ground. Really sad sight to see. A real change as well for Wolves, because the change they've made, Neto off. Sasha Kalajic, the giant Austrian centre-forward, who has got a couple of important late goals for Wolves this season. He is on, Kalajic.
He is a giant as well, isn't he? I've just caught a glimpse of him. He's huge.
Very, very different player to Neto. Obviously won't play wide right. Hwang out to the right. Kalajic through the middle. He wears number 18, and you can hear the applause now. So the Wolves fans around us getting to their feet. We can see Pedro Neto flat on his back, arms across his face. He is absolutely devastated to be leaving the action. 2-2 between Wolves and Newcastle. Guimaraes side foots a pass out to the right. Longstaff takes a touch, tackled by Totti, and the ball goes behind for a Newcastle corner. Still plenty of football to be played tonight.
just taken the shine off the game a little bit, hasn't it? There's a little bit of a low come round Molineux. The atmosphere was fantastic before that, but the break in the game and their injury to the most creative, to their best player, it's just gone quiet a little bit. Wind out the sails, hasn't it?
It has, Paul. Yeah. Kalajdzic, of course, late winner last weekend, was one of the winners at Bournemouth. Bournemouth got caught playing out from the back, and Kalajdzic finished it very, very nicely. Defending for Wolves to do now. Newcastle corner. It's an away swinger. Flicked header from Kilman. Out of the penalty area it goes. Ball is played back by Cher to Longstaff. Longstaff drives the diagonal. Trippier's up to win a header. His header goes to the edge of the Wolves box. Doyle is there, chests it down, thumps it away on the half volley. 12 minutes plus added time remaining. Rain drumming down furiously in the West Midlands. Wolves 2, Newcastle 2.
Almost immediately there, Wolves have sacrificed possession, and Newcastle seem to have picked up the baton, if you like. They've gained possession, and they look to have a spring back in their step.
Might lose it inside their own half here. Good battling in the end from Guimaraes to keep it. Back it comes to Cher. Guimaraes back on his feet, moves into that midfield position, gets away from Kalajdzic. Back to Cher, across to Byrne. Byrne's closed down by Hwang, who never stops running for Wolves. And here's Cher just trotting forward. His dark green shirt soaked through, sees space and keeps going. Good run, plays the pass into Joelinton. Joelinton touch and turn, finds Trippier on the right. Trippier stands the ball up to the far post. They're all attacking it, headed down and wide, and that was a really good chance for Newcastle. Cher continuing the run, having started the move, could have finished it.
I think it was his own player, Callum Wilson, that got in his way. Ball goes out to the right hand side to Trippier, and he stands it up at the far post. And it's Callum Wilson and Cher. I think Cher's coming in to head the ball, and it's Callum Wilson in front of him that just puts him off.
Cher timed the run quite beautifully. 10 minutes remaining. Wolves 2, Newcastle 2. You said your dad was a rugby union fan, Paul. Is he a cricket fan as well?
Yeah, very much so.
Okay. India-England tomorrow. I know that's, from England's point of view, is
it dead rubber? Can we still do anything?
No, from England's point of view, out of the World Cup.
We're done, are we?
Yeah. And I think with the I think I heard Mark saying with the Netherlands win today against Bangladesh, I think England have gone to the bottom of the table. Ball through for Newcastle to chase. Wilson trying to get on the end of it. So was Joe Willock as well. Wolves have dealt with it. Here's Tommy Doyle. Game's getting very open in the closing stages here. Doyle's pass to Cunha. Cunha to his left finds Totti. Wide it goes to Ait-Nouri. Anthony Gordon now wide right for Newcastle. Willock on the left. Callum Wilson through the middle. Guimaraes looking a little jaded, I would say, in central midfield. As soon as I say that, though, he bursts into a sprint to try and cut off a pass from Kilman. Kilman sees that avenue closing and plays back across to Dawson. Dawson with the outside of his right foot stabs it forward for Doyle. Doyle not enough on the pass. Trippier comes in hard on Ait-Nouri. That is a foul, that is a yellow card, that is a free kick for Wolves.
Yeah, just mistimes that one, Trippier. I think with the pitch the way that it is, players sliding in quite often looks worse than it is. The referee was right on top of it there. Just catches Ait-Nouri before the ball comes in.
Paul Robinson with us here at Molineux into the last 10 minutes of this Premier League commentary. 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Wolves 2, Newcastle 2. West Ham Everton on 5 Live tomorrow. Kicks off at 1 o'clock. At 3:30 we've got full commentary of the Manchester derby. John Murray and Chris Waddle with you for that one. Kalajdzic chases the long ball for Wolves. Back to Pope. Pope very calmly and precisely plays it forward to Cher. Cher gets it out to Trippier. Back to Lascelles. Lascelles clears first time and Totti heads it away. We've also got the Mexican Grand Prix in full for you tomorrow night. Coverage starts at 7:45, so in between the end of the football and the Mexican Grand Prix, Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage will be there for you tomorrow to take the calls on 6:06. And all the 2 o'clock kickoffs at Villa, Luton, Brighton, Fulham, Liverpool, Nottingham Forest. Paul Robinson has promised us goals. You can choose whichever one you want to listen to. They're online, available via the BBC Sport website and app. But actually, you're right, Paul. If those 3 games all end 0-0, I'll give you the money myself. They can't.
Yeah, I can't see it. There's goals all over tomorrow. You look at the teams that are playing.
Willock on as a substitute for Newcastle. Eddie Howe will be delighted to have him back, given the current situation with the squad getting stretched. His ball is intercepted. Lascelles is there, plays a hopeful ball forward, intercepted by Lemina. Still 2-2. Closing stages. Lemina. Oh, he's struggling as well now. He's pulled up. Lemina has stopped running. Ball still in play. Hwang on the right. Back to Semedo. Semedo to Kilman, who's got the heavily strapped left leg, so he's struggling as well. Lemina's picking it up again. So he's going to stay out there for now. Gary O'Neill will keep an eye on that. Here is Lemina on the ball. Finds Ait Nouri tries to turn away from Trippier. Good tackle from Trippier. Has to be careful now on the yellow card, but knew he was going to win the ball and won it well. Gordon slaloming from the right-hand side. Gets the pass back edge of the box. Might fall for Willock. Nearly tackled in the box. Is tackled. And Wolves are able to bring it away. You do feel there might just be another goal in the game here.
Well, it's so open now, isn't it? There's two teams. Wolves really are missing Neto on this right-hand side because it's their out ball. They're looking lost when they look up, when they're in possession. They've got no plan B, if you like, when they're coming forward. They brought Juan out to this side, but he's not the same type of player. Newcastle are growing in confidence coming into this game, and with Willock coming on now, he's on the ball on this left-hand side.
Yeah, Willock edge of the box finds Joe Linton. He's falling backwards as he crosses. The cross hits Kilman. The two of them battle for the ball. Kilman's got his arms round Joe Linton. He holds him off, plays it back to Dan Burn. He's inside the Wolves penalty, hits the right-footed shot. He opened up for him, didn't get any power on it, and hits it straight at Jose Sarr.
And we've got Joe Linton down here in the corner. Jose Sarr just kicked the ball out. There's 2 or 3 players down now. Lemina's down in the middle, holding his hamstring. Looks like he's got cramp. Joe Linton's gone down. Kilman's gone down with his huge strapping on. We've got a rugby match after this, you know. Do they know that?
Yeah, Rugby Union World Cup final on the way. Don't miss that. New Zealand against South Africa. João Gomez is getting ready to come on. I presume that will be for Lemina because he was the one struggling for Wolves. If you have just tuned in, sad news for Wolves. Pedro Neto off with a hamstring injury, having added another assist to the tally tonight. This is Wolves 2, Newcastle 2. In terms of the football coming your way this week across the network, we're into the Carabao Cup 4th round, so the ties this week are playing for a place in the quarter-finals. Couple of games on Tuesday night. We've got full commentary on Exeter against Middlesbrough. 6 games Wednesday night. West Ham Arsenal kicks off at 7:30. That's full commentary on 5 Live. Commentary on Manchester United Newcastle will start on Sports Extra. Lemina comes off and João Gomez comes on. Gary O'Neill trying to get the attention of Ait Nouri here. What message is he trying to... Ait Nouri's not paying a blind bit of note. Oh, he's got him now.
I think, well, he's wandering around on the halfway line and his team have got possession in their own box.
Yeah,
I think Gary O'Neill's trying to say to him, get back to left back.
Yeah. Right, play back underway. Joe Linton stayed out there. Lemina off, João Gomez on. Wolves 2, Newcastle 2. And straight off to the Stade de France after the game. Kalajdzic heads the ball to his right. Dan Burn dummies a clearance, lets the ball run out of play, and that'll be a throw-in for Newcastle on the left.
They've been resilient, Newcastle. I've been impressed with them. They've dug deep when they've had to. Said it was going to be a challenge for them today with players missing. Most players would have to play 90 minutes against a decent Wolves side, undefeated in 4 before this game. When Newcastle conceded, went to 2-2, they showed a lot of character. They've come back into this game because it was quite easy for them to fold. But they've got some leaders out there. They've come back into the game, they've put the ball forward, and they've looked the most likely in the last 5 minutes.
Standing water gathering all around the outside of the pitch here on the sort of red grass surface. See the cameramen and the ball boys and those Wolves staff that I mentioned absolutely soaked through. Lascelles cross to Cher inside his own half, forward to Guimaraes, back to Lascelles. Cunha closing it down for Wolves. Tireless effort from him and Hwang in the forward positions. Cross to Cher again. Cher at walking pace, looking for runners ahead of him, unless he just decides to do it on his own again, and that's what he starts doing. Wide to Willock. Willock's ball intercepted by Kilman, cleared. Up to Joe Linton, and now Guimaraes finds the ball at his feet, and he's running diagonally from left to right across the halfway line. Bobbling pass finds Trippier. Trippier towards Gordon. Little step over from Gordon. Goes out for a Newcastle throw. Trippier takes it quickly to Lascelles. Lascelles across to Cher. Joe Willock moving into position wide on the left to receive this pass from Cher. Eddie Howe urging his team forward. Guimaraes to Willock again, right on that left-hand touchline. Knocks the ball past Hwang. Hwang continues to chase him. Willock beats him down to the byline, knocks it through Hwang's legs, but Hwang is there to get on the ball. Now he's under pressure down by the corner flag in the right-back position, does really well. Hits the clearance into Willock, and behind it goes for a goal kick.
Nobody's wanting to put the ball at risk in that final third now. We're entering that stage of the game where neither team want to lose the game. Yes, they'll push forward and they'll try and win the game, but nobody wants to lose possession. Nobody wants to make that final pass and put the ball at risk that might just give you that edge.
Callum Wilson gave Newcastle the first half lead. That was the mistake from Jose Sarr. Mario Lemina, his first goal for Wolves with the equaliser from the Neto corner, diving header at the far post. Then the debatable penalty in added time at the end of the first half, nearly saved by Jose Sarr. That was Wilson's second goal of the game, and Hwang, goal of the night you'd have to say actually. Totti's skill to set it up and Hwang's little chop to create the chance and then bury it has got us at 2-2. We're in the 89th minute of the game. Monsoon-like conditions at Molineux. Throw in from Trippier, skids across the wet pitch. Wilson tries to hold it up for Newcastle. Wolves clear, it falls to Cunha. Cunha wants a runner on the right hand side. That's where Neto would normally be. Tries to slide the pass through. Kalajdzic looking for Hwang. Intercepted by Lascelles. Lascelles pass out to the left. Finds Cher. Cher down the line to Willock. Just chips the ball into Cher's path. Good play by Newcastle. Guimaraes picks up the running. Challenged by João Gomes. No foul, says Anthony Taylor. Tired Newcastle legs back pedalling. Wolves sense an opportunity. João Gomes running forward. Flicks the ball to Hwang. Hwang inside the penalty area. Angles tight for Cunha, hits the shot. Joelinton blocks. Corner for Wolves.
Well, Guimaraes is absolutely raging. He's followed the referee all the way back from the halfway line. He's absolutely convinced that he and Newcastle should have a free kick. Wolves nick the ball. They go into the Newcastle box, win themselves a corner. They have a 5-on-5 situation. But at this stage in the game, it's not what Newcastle would want.
Post-match reaction to the game and analysis in the Football Daily podcast, available for you on the BBC Sounds app. Is it going to finish 2-2? Tommy Doyle's corner into the near post, headed away by Longstaff. Semedo, the ball bounces in front of him, lofts it back into the box. Kalajdzic controls, tries to turn and hold off defenders, goes tumbling with Lascelles behind him. Kalajdzic really trying to win the penalty here. Not much in that, I don't think. Anthony Taylor not interested. 8 minutes of added time remaining. Definitely time for a winner. Good sliding challenge by Dawson on Wilson. That's a throw in for Newcastle in an attacking position on the right. So my watch tells me 23 minutes past 7. Add 8 minutes takes you to 7:31. You're going to have half an hour or so's build up to the Rugby Union World Cup final. Martin Johnson, part of the team. It's on the way here on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Throw in taken. Gordon tries to get the cross in. Wolves win the goal kick. And Jose Sarr just holds the ball in both hands, and it's going to take a little while to get the game back underway.
I think the way the game's finishing, I think Gary O'Neill will be happy of the two managers if it stays like this. Eddie Howe, yes, he'll be delighted with his team, with the spirit that they've showed, with the effort that they've put in. But as the game's gone on, Newcastle have looked the more likely in the second half. And I think if Gary O'Neill comes away from this with a point with his team after trailing, he'll be very pleased. But saying that, Wolves are on the attack now.
Yes, Hwang got the ball at his feet. Cunha making the run outside him. Good defending from Fabian Cher. Cunha tried to knock it past him. Cher stuck a leg out and blocked it to Guimaraes. Guimaraes, brilliant first time ball to Willock on the left. Cunha comes back chasing for Wolves. Tommy Doyle's come across as well. Willock looking for a green-shirted teammate. Joelinton to Guimaraes. Newcastle have switched it quickly to the right-hand side. Trippier's got Longstaff outside him. Trippier wants an option. That is Longstaff. There's the cross. Diving header from Totti. Longstaff wants it to go out for a corner. Aït-Nouri prevents that. Slides in, clears with his left foot. Throw in for Newcastle. Trippier takes it quickly. Into Gordon. Clever turn from Gordon. Gordon heading for the byline. Tackle on him. Corner this time for Newcastle.
A lot of tired bodies out there. This is where concentration kicks in as well. You work hard on set pieces all week, you work hard on structure, but just one switch off from one player here could cost your team. A real opportunity now for Newcastle. They're loading the box.
Still got 6 minutes of added time. Plenty can happen in that time. Wolves 2, Newcastle 2. Corner to come in from the right. Trippier drills it into that penalty area. Shot from Wilson, left-footed, blocked on the goal line. Back it comes out to Trippier again, just stands the ball up, high one to the far post, headed back across goal. Kalajdzic is there using his height to head it away for Wolves. Gordon side foots a pass back here to Byrne, lovely ball out to the left. Fabian Cher is there, one touch from him onto the right foot, scuffs the shot, blocked at the near post. And Cher, tired legs of Cher, wants that to go behind for a corner. Tommy Doyle helps him out, sticks a right boot on it. Another corner for Newcastle.
A couple of really nice opportunities for Newcastle there. They're not afraid to put the ball in the box. They've got the centre-halves up there. They've got the height in there. Kieran Trippier delivered that corner. Came in at shoulder. How he fizzed it across the 6-yard box. Callum Wilson heads it back across.
Right, corner Newcastle to come in from the left. Pretty much every single outfield player, bar a couple, are inside the Wolves 6-yard box. So Trippier's just going to try and put it in there with pace and hope that Newcastle get the crucial touch. Here it comes, high one to the far post. Sarr stretches, gets a fist on it. What can Wolves do on the counter? Lob ball. Hwang goes sprinting after it. Inside his own half is Longstaff. Longstaff really measured pass with his left foot, wide to Trippier on the left. Trippier switches play quickly to Lascelles inside the centre circle. We've played 3.5 minutes of added time. We've got 4.5 minutes still to go, and it's still 2-2.
Really good piece of goalkeeping from Jose Sarr there. A routine punch, but not in this weather. As you say, it's monsoon conditions. Newcastle there, they loaded the 6-yard box with a load of bodies. They put everybody in there, and Kieran Trippier whipped it underneath the crossbar. A really, really difficult one for the goalkeeper to judge and deal with in this condition. But he came out, he was confident, he got a punch on it, and he cleared the box.
Willock wide on the left, 10 yards inside the Wolves half, looking for an option. Kalajdzic comes sliding in to intercept the pass. Hwang with a neat touch, plays it back to Semedo. Semedo chips it up to Kalajdzic, nods it down. Hwang tries to play it back to Kalajdzic. Burns there to block it, and now it goes for a throw-in. Coming into this game, Wolves were unbeaten in 4 Premier League games. Newcastle unbeaten in 5, having won 4 of the 5 and scored 15 goals in the process of gaining those wins. 2 good teams have gone head-to-head here, Paul Robinson.
Yeah, they really have, and that just gives us a little indication of which manager is happier with a point. Gary O'Neill went to chase the ball there, and then he realised there was 4 minutes left and his team have a point. He turned round and quickly allowed the ball to run on a little bit further.
Dan Burns missed the header from the throw. Shares behind him, chests it down, launches it high in the air. Wilson can't bring it down. Joe Linton tries to use his strength to hold off João Gomez. The ball stays in play. There is Byrne, volleys it with his left foot. Longstaff underneath it, heads it back to Guimaraes. He almost slips under pressure from Cunha, but plays it back to Lascelles. 3 minutes of the game remaining. Wolves 2, Newcastle 2. Lascelles creeping forward. Longstaff to his right. What are Newcastle players going to have left for that League Cup game against Manchester United on Wednesday? There'll be changes for sure. Gordon barged over. Play continues. Trippier back to Longstaff. Little pass infield to Guimaraes. Guimaraes stumbles, needs to break play up there, can't do so. Kalajdzic brings it away. Kalajdzic, big long legs, take him across the halfway line. Cunha almost taking too long there, delays the pass. João Gomez is fouled. Cunha was fouled. Wolves do get the free kick in the end on the halfway line.
All getting a little bit scrappy, isn't it? Referee's giving a free kick there on the halfway line. Longstaff booked. Longstaff booked by Anthony Taylor, 4th Newcastle player to go in the book. I'm surprised that he's not booked a substitute there. Came on Gomez for Wolves. As Longstaff's getting booked, he's waving a fake yellow card in there, which we don't like to see.
No, you're
right.
I
don't think the referee's seen it.
Couple of minutes to play. Still 2-2. Wolves 2, Newcastle 2. Free kick from Wolves. Lofted forward. Byrne heads it away. Halfway line is Kilman to Doyle. Doyle's right-footed pass. Semedo stay forward. Now he's going to be quicker than Byrne. Byrne's just going to try and hold him off. Byrne's done well to get his body in the way. He's got the last touch. Knocks it out for a Wolves throw. Some really tired Newcastle players out there.
There is, you can see, really leggy. And Dan Byrne there really had to dig deep to stop Semedo, but he did extremely well. Great defending.
Minute and a half to go. Wolves attacking at Molineux. Rain teeming down. Wolves 2, Newcastle 2. Wolves twice behind. Twice they've managed to peg Newcastle back. Kilman plays it back to Dawson. Wolves fans a little disgruntled that it wasn't played forward. Then it goes forward from Dawson. Semedo jumps with Joe Linton. Joe Linton wins the header. Minute to play. Wolves throw on the right, but they are in absolutely no hurry to take it.
No, there's a lot of positives that both managers can take from this. You know, both sets of players have dug deep and given a performance. And as you said, it's been a really, really good game of football. It's been an entertaining watch. We've had goals, we've had incident, and 2 sets of players that have given absolutely everything.
Right, into the last minute of the game here. Rugby Union World Cup final on the way. Kicks off at 8 o'clock. Kalijic will chase a ball back to Nick Pope from Lascelles. Pope taking absolutely no chances. Clatters it downfield with his right foot. Dawson chests it down. Plays it to Totti on his left. Totti has to take a big bow for creating the Wolves' second equaliser tonight. Offside against Ait Nouri. Streaking away down the left. Thought it might be the last chance in the game, but Newcastle will get the free kick.
Yeah, ball over the top. Ait Nouri just mistimes his run. He shouldn't, because he's looking along the line.
So free kick Newcastle. Wolves fans want it pushed back a little bit further than that. Last knockings of the game. Share on the ball inside his own half. My stopwatch tells me we've now played the 8 minutes of added time. Anthony Taylor agrees, and the two teams share the spoils. Newcastle twice in front. Twice they were pegged back. It finished 2-2. Massive blow for Wolves, losing Neto to the hamstring injury in the second half. Paul Robinson, that will affect them going forward. But really enjoyed that.
It was a fantastic game of football. Like I said there, just at the end of the game, two managers will be delighted what they've seen from their team. Both had a game plan. Both sets of players gave absolutely everything out there. Newcastle, having played midweek against Dortmund, there's a lot of tired bodies out there. You can see the centre halves. Dan Burn just got through. They had to dig deep. They had to go places where they train. That's what they train for. They train hard to get there. The Wolves players under Gary O'Neill, indifferent start to the season, but you can see that they've really turned a corner. Two very good teams there, and that was really enjoyable.
Paul Robinson, thank you very much for your company this evening. I'm sure you will hear Paul again soon on a 5 Live football commentary, somewhere hopefully a little bit drier than Molineux tonight. It has finished Wolves 2, Newcastle 2. Wolves move up a place in the Premier League table, above Crystal Palace on goal difference to 12th. Newcastle stays 6th, and if the Rugby Union World Cup final, Sonia McLaughlin, is going to be played in conditions like this in the West Midlands this evening, it's going to be very challenging indeed. It has not stopped raining all night.
Yeah, we have a squall here as well. That could be a right old leveller, as they say, don't they? But the party started here. The crowd having a high old time despite the rain. Pop star Mika's going to get these fans on their feet when he performs shortly. It's the big dance for the Webb Ellis Cup. Chris Jones, how fitting is this finale?
Well, we thought, didn't we, pre-tournament, this could have been the time the Northern Hemisphere dominated. In another world, it could be Ireland and France tonight, but it's not. It's these two great rugby nations who, when it mattered most in the knockouts, got the job done to book their place at the main event. Both have won 3 Rugby World Cups. Someone is winning a 4th tonight. The greatest rivalry in the sport, playing for the sport's biggest prize.
We can't wait. Coming up, all the build-up to this monumental final.
It's Wilson for Isak today. Good to see Emil Kraft back on the bench. He was a player that had a good second half of the season 2 seasons ago, after Eddie Howe arrived when Kieran Trippier was injured. Definitely improved, earned the respect of the supporters. Then that really bad knee ligament injury at Tranmere last year. He's been out for more than a year. He's had a couple of under-21 matches. As we said, quite a few players who can play at full-back, 6 of them on the bench out of the 9 that they have. But a long road back for him, and he'll be an important part of the squad. And yeah, nice to see him involved today, even if he doesn't necessarily play again.
Yeah, it's been a tough time for the boy. You know, he's been out for over a year. Had a tough time when he came. Came in for some criticism of certain sections, but I think he showed a lot of character. You know, he battled through it, never hid, and he was unlucky when he picked the injury up. Will he figure much? I think there's a few ahead of him, you know, in that full-back position. You know, all of a sudden young Liveramento's come in. Trippier is obviously that number 1 in that right back position, and rightly so. But his game time, even though he is back to full fitness, could be really limited.
There's another option for centre half as well. Emil Kraft has played there before, mainly in a 3 when Newcastle used to be set up that way. They finished their warm-up as the rain starts to descend on Molineux. It's a bit cloudy as well, 12 degrees, and kick-off is a little over 10 minutes away. We will talk for the next couple of minutes, Ando, about Sandro Tonali, and there's been so much said about the Italian and his situation over the last few weeks. Newcastle confirmed today in a club statement that the ban was effective from last night. Newcastle said that Tonali's been banned from competitive football for 10 months, and it follows the illegal betting charges by the Italian Football Federation. They say that the sanction from the Italian Football Federation includes an overall 18-month ban, but 8 months of it will be taken off while Tonali participates in what they call a therapeutic plan and educational program in Italy, consisting of 16 commitments, though they didn't say quite what they are. They said, Newcastle, that last night they received confirmation that football's governing body, FIFA, endorsed the Italian Federation sanction to be applied worldwide. And it means that Tonali will be able to return to competitive football on the 27th of August next year, which feels a long time in the future. There's still a few things we don't know for certain, and we'll ask Eddie Howe about them later, such as has been reported in Italy, whether Tonali will be able to train with Newcastle for the duration of the ban. Will he be able to play in training ground matches or, well, non-competitive football, because he's banned from competitive football. So we're still seeking more details, but it is as expected, despite Eddie Howe saying yesterday, Ando, Newcastle were in limbo because they hadn't received confirmation, and that Tonali would travel to Wolves and had a high chance, as he described it, of playing.
Look, there's no real surprises. We knew it was coming. It was just a question of when it was enforced. You know, up to yesterday, probably prior to the squad leaving, they didn't know whether he was going to be available or not, and then the news came through that he wasn't available, that the worldwide ban had come into place. It was effectual as from yesterday, so he won't be able to play any competitive football in a black and white shirt till August next year. As you say, still one or two issues that need to be confirmed, whether he can train, whether he can play in behind closed doors friendlies. It's something we don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. But as far as his participation in competitive games, not going to be seen till next year.
Newcastle with Pope in goal, Trippier, Lascelles, Schär and Byrne at the back, Longstaff, Bruno, Joelinton in the middle of midfield, Almiron and Gordon either side of Wilson, who leads the attack. Callum Wilson this season in the Premier League averages a goal every 66 minutes, 5 in 330. That is the best rate of any player in the Premier League who's had more than 90 minutes on the field. He's often been used as a substitute with Isak starting, but Isak is injured and Wilson leads the line today. Matches at Molineux, Ando, are not usually considered classic,
no,
are they, between Newcastle and Wolves? It's fair to say, isn't it?
Very, very fair to say, yeah. Rarely are they classics. Rarely do you leave here and going, oh, that was brilliant. You know, what a game that was. Really enjoyed that. They're usually torrid affairs, really. Quality's usually not great. But look, what are we? I think they're unbeaten in 4, you know, so they picked up. O'Neill's come in. It took him a little while to get a stamp on it, but it looks like that's what he's done. Won away at Bournemouth last time out. You know, we're on a decent run league form-wise as well. Got to leave Wednesday night behind the Champions League game. But it won't be easy. You know, it'll be a battle. There's no doubt about it. But this side has shown a lot of resilience. You know, they graft hard, they work hard, they make life difficult for the opposition. So, yeah, but it'll still be a tough game.
Well, maybe we'll get some entertainment at Wolves this time. Yeah, not normally thrillers, these ones. 6 of Newcastle's 8 Premier League games here at Molineux have ended 1-1, including the meeting last season.
Yeah, at the time that was very early season. I think it wasn't lost on me how important that point was. It was an unbelievable goal from Maxi in a game that we had done okay in, but Missed a few chances, if I remember rightly. Nearly went 2-0 down, and a VAR decision helped to stay in the game. But that goal was a moment of pure magic, and sometimes you need that in a game that's tough. And I think whenever you go to Wolves, you realise it's a very difficult game. So we know this is going to be a tough challenge for us.
Their results seem to be improving. I think won 2 of the last 3, including a victory over Manchester City. New manager this season. What do you make of them, and what are you expecting this weekend?
Yeah, I think Gary's done a great job in a short period of time. I think it was a big task for him going in to Wolves. When you go in, I can't quite remember the time he took over, but I don't know whether it was when the season started or just before, but not a long time to sort of stamp his authority in the team in terms of a pre-season. So I think he's done really well. When you look at the recent games, the win against Manchester City, as you say, the win against Bournemouth, where I thought his team were excellent. Yeah, they've got some really dangerous players. Neto's in very, very good form. He's a dangerous player, Cunha, and they've got good attacking players. So we're going to have to be alert, and we're going to have to have recovered very quickly from Wednesday night, and I think that's the big challenge for us.
Total Sport North East.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Well, Wolves on a good run. Their 4-match unbeaten sequence includes a 2-1 home victory over Manchester City, impressively so, and a late 2-1 success at Bournemouth last weekend, which saw them come from behind. And that's after they started the season, Wolves, with 4 defeats in their first 5 fixtures. Now, the 2 teams are with us. There is a giant flag across the centre circle with the Wolves club crest, which is the black, gold and white coloured badge that has the image of the head of a wolf, and the flame machines on the far side in front of the Newcastle section, the lower tier of the stand on the far side of the pitch, have also been doing their thing as the players take to the field, and high fives and handshakes between Wolves and Newcastle United, the home team. This is the side selected by Gary O'Neill, appointed just 3 days before the Premier League season began. A former teammate of Eddie Howe's at Portsmouth in the early 2000s. Jose Sarr is the goalkeeper. Then it's 3 central defenders with wing backs. The 3 at the back are Max Kilman, who is the Wolves captain, took over from Ruben Neves in the summer after he moved to Saudi Arabia, and being linked to Newcastle United, Ruben Neves, over the last couple of days. Craig Dawson, who joined from West Ham in January, and Totti Gomez, but he just goes by Totti. He'll be, we think, the left of the 3 centre-backs for Wolves. Nelson Semedo returns at right wing-back following a suspension, missed the win at Bournemouth after getting 5 yellow cards in the Premier League. And Rayan Nouri, the Algerian international, is at left wing-back. Mario Lemina, who is available again after a 1-match ban last weekend. He was sent off at Aston in the draw with Aston Villa here for 2 bookable offences. He plays in central midfield alongside Boubacar Traore, a 22-year-old midfielder who joined from Metz earlier this year. Then Hwang Hee-Chang on the right, their top scorer with 6-5 in the Premier League. Pedro Neto, a player picked out by Eddie Howe as being in particularly good form for Wolves, the Portuguese winger on the left. And Mateus Cunha, a Brazilian forward with 2 goals. He'll be through the middle. They signed him from Atletico Madrid in the summer permanently after a loan for 35 million. He was previously a teammate of Kieran Trippier's at Atletico. Kick-off a couple of minutes away. We'll go through the Newcastle side and substitutes bench in a moment, but referee Anthony Taylor is on the centre circle with the 2 teams, and we are shortly going to remember with a minute's applause the great Sir Bobby Charlton, who died last weekend.
One of the game's greatest players, and Bill Ellison's longest serving journey in every century, and also going to go with his support of the army. Forward and condolences, there was a couple of friends at both men. Please see us in a moment of forward. for their incredible contributions today. You can start and end on the referee's whistle.
An England World Cup hero, a Manchester United legend, and it all began in Ashington in Northumberland. Sir Bobby Charlton remembered at Molineux alongside the Everton chairman Bill Kenwright, whose death was announced a few days ago. Newcastle with one change: Pope in between the posts, Trippier, Lascelles, Schär and Byrne at the back, Longstaff, Bruno, Joelinton in midfield, Almiron, Gordon and Wilson. Dubravka, Gillespie, Dummett, Ritchie, Targett, Kraft, Hall, Livramento and Willock are the substitutes. Green shirts, white shorts and green socks for the outfield players. Pope in light blue. Wolves gold shirts, black shorts and gold socks. And keeper Jose Sarr in pink. Anthony Taylor all in black, the referee. He's going to get us underway shortly. He's assisted by Gary Bezic on the near side, Adam Nunn on the far side, Jared Gillett is the VAR. If they win, Newcastle, they will go above Aston Villa on goal difference and into 5th place in the Premier League. And there's a false start. They've already kicked off. They have to do it again. Sean Longstaff rolls it back to Fabian Schär, who whips it out to Kieran Trippier on the near side. And down the line to Almiron immediately. It's a good ball and a promising attack for Newcastle in the opening minute. Back to Bruno, whipped into the box and headed away by Dawson. And Mateus Cunha fouled by Bruno in the middle of the Wolves half. It's a free kick for the home side. 20 seconds on the clock. BBC Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV. They went for a quick start there, John Anderson.
Yeah, quick little kick off straight down the line to Almiron. Ball inside, was cleared and Bruno gave the foul away. Now a foul at the other end as Hwang was trying to get through. It's a free kick just outside the Newcastle box. Jamal Lascelles was involved. And now rolled square over to the left side by Newcastle. Anthony Gordon with red boots, playing it back into defence. Lascelles to Trippier, takes a touch and then onto Wilson, tried to flick it to Joelinton. Almiron's made a challenge and Wilson's got it. Might have been a foul, referee said play on. Almiron's back up but is limping. Wolves on the attack. Pedro Neto away from Fabian Schär. On the right-hand side, in the penalty area, Byrne sees it back safely to Pope. Whoa. What a turn of pace that was. He's left Bourne for dead. You're thinking Scher's getting there, and he just puts the afterburners on, and he's gone.
Bruno to Lascelles. 2nd minute of the match. Trippier, Almiron trying to get in behind Totti. And didn't really have much of a chance with that ball, though he turns and gives Trippier the thumbs up over the heads of the Wolves defenders, but collected by Jose Sarr. Byrne then intercepts the Wolves ball down the line, but his touch almost surrendered possession. Bruno nipped in to push it away from Hwang, and back to Lascelles, and he gets one down the right side, and Almiron's after it. Totti gets a touch and puts it out. Clearly a tactic is to whip it down the right side and see if Almiron can get the better of Totti for pace, and it seems like he will.
They're playing with a 3 and the wing backs are going to push on, so all the space is going to be down the side. And look, we know everything comes down our right side.
Trippier to take the throw in line with the Wolves penalty area. Short to Almiron, back to Kieran Trippier. There's 3 in the box. Longstaff through for Almiron. His touch is taking him down the line. Back to Trippier. First time cross. Gordon flew at it at the near post, and he's flicked it across the box where Wilson now keeps it in the corner. 0-0. He's got Semedo at his back. He's trying to find room for the cross. Still with it, and it's a throw. And enthusiastically applauded Wilson for his efforts by the visiting supporters near to the corner, and Dan Burn comes to pick up the ball and take the throw. He's taken it back to about 10 yards out. Joelinton has it back towards Burn. Joelinton again, and Gordon to Share, closer to halfway than the box. Foot on the ball. Short pass to Joelinton. Bruno. Joelinton again. It's all tight on the left side, and now they're in their own half, Newcastle. And Share with it, a forward ball. Burn stayed up there,
centre forward position,
holding it up and trying to play it in behind. Wolves get it back to the keeper. Trippier dealing with a difficult ball, and then Ray and Aït-Nouri makes the challenge, and Mateus Cunha gets away. Almiron back with Cunha. No foul. Anthony Taylor wagging his finger at the Brazilian.
Just lost his balance.
Who hit the floor as Almiron went in shoulder to shoulder. Newcastle throw in the right fullback position, 0-0.
Yeah, just lost his balance.
Trippier to Bruno and back again. Then into midfield, but Lemina's got there before Joelinton. Neto into the box. It's behind for a corner.
Poor ball from Trippier. Always a dangerous ball from out to in. You give it away, and that's exactly what he did, and they broke. Good little first time ball into the front player. Got a corner kick out of it.
Pedro Neto has had one explosive burst down the right side, comes over to the near left side to take the Wolves corner kick. Everybody in Newcastle green in the box defending. It's towards the near post, and it's behind off Almiron.
Poor ball, wasn't it? Poor corner. Flat ball near post.
Went off Almiron's knee, I think. Back out to Neto. There's a giant scoreboard and screen behind him. All 4 of the corners at Wolves Stadium are open. And the rain blowing in and blowing around the ground as Neto, right arm in the air, with another delivery flicked across the area by Newcastle. Totti tries to turn and shoot, and now it's Ray and Aït-Nouri well wide.
Yeah, he's had a little smile, nothing to laugh at, because that's half a chance. We don't clear the corner kick, it's rolled back to him. It's awful, isn't it?
It's just in the D, left side, and couldn't get any curl on the shot.
Couldn't keep it down either.
Well off target. And in the 7th minute on BBC Radio Newcastle, Nick Pope takes a goal kick. Gordon went up for it, but it went out off Nelson Semedo. And Dan Burn jogs forwards, middle of Wolves' half, throws it back to Share on halfway. Inside to Lascelles, behind the centre circle. Square to Trippier. Wolves pushing up. Trippier, Joelinton.
Oh, don't look at the room.
Loads of room. And a through ball for Longstaff. Wilson in the middle. Gordon back stick. Longstaff has gone for goal, and it's just wide of Jose Sarr's right-hand post. He had options in the centre, Longstaff, but he wanted to take the shot on. It was worth a try, and it was very close.
Look at the space Joelinton gets. Midfield players nowhere near him. Longstaff gets acres of room as well. It's a good hit. Goes across the keeper, and it's not far wide.
Inches away from an opener. Short goal kick to the right side from Wolves. Neto spins and slips away from Burn. Bruno covering. Took up a great position and gets it back to Pope, who has a touch. Square to Trippier, still in the Newcastle box. He lets the ball come and then he clips it away. Totti heads forwards. Hwang with control on his thigh, away from Trippier into the area. Stopped by Lascelles, who slides it behind.
Yeah, they put the pressure on, didn't they? corner kicks haven't been great, mate. Haven't missed the first defender with the previous two.
Once more they bring everybody back. Pedro Neto for the third time, left-footed, out-swinging corner. Dawson in there, he's free at the moment, makes a run to the near post. Joelinton gets up high and heads away. Put back into the penalty box by Boubacar Traoré. And a clearance that almost reaches halfway from United. It's a throw for the home team on the right side of the pitch. And they've been able to push up, got their defensive line in the middle of the half, just about.
Yeah, they took forever to take the throw in. Let us set ourselves. Gone back to the goalkeeper.
Max Kilman's ball to Jose Sai, has a touch, lifted out to the near side, Longstaff with a header, and it's going to run into the corner. Totti is letting it go. Almiron's trying to stop it from going behind and has done so, and Totti has to play it to Traoré, and Trippier gets a throw off Aït-Nouri, 20 yards out. Good pressing from Newcastle. And Almiron wasn't going to let that one run behind. He now receives the ball from Trippier's throw, left-footed on the near side, back to Lascelles. Shares available in the centre circle, that's where it goes. Burn to the left, first time out to the big man. Gordon down the line, he gets it, and then comes in to a more central position before giving it to Lascelles. 0-0. Trippier up to Wilson. His first touch takes it back, and then he returns it to Trippier. Longstaff making the run through the middle. Dawson watching the ball. It's bounced then onto the head of Dawson, and he's played a good pass to Traoré in the middle, but Wilson dispossesses him, and then Traoré wins it back, and then Aït-Nouri, lovely spinning turn around Trippier, knocks it one side of Lascelles and goes the other, back to Hwang. Joelinton covering edge of the box, mops up, gets the ball away, and
poor touch.
Dan Burn here inside,
Real
given away by Burn to Traoré.
Oh, he's kidding.
That's I don't know what that is, actually.
I don't know what that is either. I'm surmising it's a shot.
He seems to have kicked the ground and maybe shinned the ball. Boubacar Traoré. It was going to be ambitious. It was well outside the box after a great run from Rayan Aït-Nouri.
Wang's touch is awful. Great little pullback, but his touch just gets away from him.
And then Traoré with a header from the goal, kick straight to Almiron. Wilson to chase it out to the right side, gets there before Dawson, but the defender uses his body well, wins the ball, and then a free kick for the foul by Wilson, who slaps his fist off the floor out of frustration. Wolves 0, Newcastle 0 after 11 minutes.
Lively enough start.
Dawson into midfield, Pedro Neto back to Max Kilman. Left-footed ball from the defender into the corner. It's not a bad one for Semedo to chase, and Cher deals with it by conceding a throw.
Yeah, he had to play it, didn't he? Decent little ball.
Eddie Howe comes back to the bench to talk to Jason Tindall. The Newcastle boss then goes back pitch side, folds his arms. This BBC Radio Newcastle as Wolves go back to halfway. Dawson to Traoré, and now Totti. Aït-Nouri behind halfway, near the touchline. Mateus Cunha with the ball down the left, back to Totti. Joelinton makes a challenge, Longstaff gets involved, and Wolves have a player, Lamina, on the floor holding the back of his head, and gives it a quick rub.
Hey, honestly.
And he's all right.
Dear oh dear. As soon as players get a touch, they go down. I mean, how is that a free kick? Because he goes down, the referee automatically takes free kick.
Cher, cushioned header to Joelinton, man at his back, he gets away with a good turn of pace, strong running, and then stops his forward move and plays it to Bruno. Trippier now up to Wilson. Dawson makes the sliding challenge from the side. Mateus Cunha intercepted by Dan Burn. Joelinton to Bruno. Gordon wants it. Burn makes a run in off the left. Gordon receives it from Bruno. Heading for the goal line, far side. Well defended by Nelson Semedo.
Strong. Yeah. Showed him the line, didn't he? And said, go on then. And he just out-muscled them.
Dawson is in the box. They play it to Kilman just to the side of the penalty area. Semedo down the line out of Joelinton. th minute of the match. And Semedo not in a hurry to take the throw. Eventually releases it onto the chest of Hwang. Share with a ball played inside to Trippier. Bruno just behind halfway. Burn now into Wolves territory to the feet of Gordon. Back to the big defender. Kept his place. A few fans had discussed on Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle this week. Possibility Matt Targett starting. Targett did well after coming on against Dortmund, but Burn keeps his spot. You'd suspect though there'll be a number of changes for Wednesday's League Cup tie away to Manchester United. Only one today, Wilson for the injured Isak. Trippier to Joelinton. Back to Bruno, to the left of the centre circle, just inside Wolves' half. Comes into the middle of midfield now and out to Lascelles. Trippier is in between the two centre halves, linking up the play, passing it to Cher. Down the left side to Burn. Comes in off the touchline. Bruno back to Burn again. Joelinton out wide, receives it. 0-0 Newcastle possession. Burn after the return ball from Joelinton. Neto's got there, he's in the corner, and that is a throw for Newcastle. Out off Neto. Burn back to Joelinton. Wilson in the box, but they go backwards with it, and then Cher looking for Almiron on the diagonal, headed away by Totti. Aït-Nouri away from Trippier. And Mateus Cunha shows too much of that to Sean Longstaff. Lascelles has got it. Finds Longstaff on the right with a short pass. Trippier now back to Lascelles, 10 yards in front of Newcastle's box. Joe Willock sent along the touchline for a jog, wearing a white bib over his green training top. 0-0. Lascelles to Trippier, just past halfway, gets a throw off Aït-Nouri. Gary O'Neill next to Trippier as he takes the throw, the Wolves boss, waving his arms about. Eddie Howe having another chat with Jason Tindall. Longstaff on the halfway line to Bruno, back to Cher, first time up to Gordon, good ball. Joelinton in the space on the left wing. Gordon gets past his man and plays in Joelinton, back through for Gordon. Wilson in the 6-yard box. Gordon beats one, and then it's a throw for Newcastle right next to the corner flag.
They're just not marking midfield players. We're finding loads of space in the hole between their back four and their midfield players. Ball's back in play. Joelinton to Gordon, might have to go back to halfway with it, and does. A back-pedalling Fabian Cher lets it run. Wants Lascelles to get it. He gives him an option square, and Lascelles has turned and come back towards the left, and eventually it comes to Lascelles. Trippier on halfway, up to Wilson, holds it, and Dawson at his back. It's enough pressure for Newcastle to lose the ball and Wolves to play it back to Jose Sarr. A bit of a shame there because they had a throw right in the corner. Nelson Semedo there overplaying a bit, nearly conceding a corner with a heavy touch. Joelinton blocks the ball down the line. They keep giving it to Kilman, who's playing on that right side, and he's all left-sided.
Yeah.
And all he's doing is he's giving hospital balls to Semedo.
Throw taken by Wolves, lifted away and out of play. It's United's ball. There are 18 minutes on the clock. And we await the opening goal. Sean Longstaff put one very narrowly wide. Shot from the right side of the penalty area, low down, just past the post. Newcastle's only chance so far. Dawson on the edge of the Wolves box. Wilson right beside him. Looks for Semedo. Taken down on the chest, over halfway. The pass towards Neto. Cher comes across, slides in, comes away with the ball. Passes it to Bruno. Longstaff then back to Nick Pope. Lascelles in the box, and now Trippier. And it's that ball into midfield,
that ball
and give it away. And Hwang, edge of the area, back to Mateus Cunha, straight at Nick Pope from 18 yards.
It's an awful ball, Trippier. Not too sure who he's trying to pick out. Dear, oh dear. It's that outside the in ball again. It's a back pass, isn't it?
Cunha intercepted, linked up with Hwang, came back to him and such.
But he didn't really intercept it, did he? It was just knocked straight to him.
Such a weak effort in the end. Bruno now for Joelinton. Tried to knock it around Kilman, who got his body in the way, and then Semedo won the ball. Bruno wins it back for Newcastle in their half, 0-0. Lascelles for Wilson. That's a good ball. Almiron making the run. Wilson.
Oh, he stopped
to get it through for Almiron, but it's back with the
He was away as well. If he'd have kept going, he was away. See, he has to cut back in on his left foot all the time, Kilman.
Jose Sarr straight out of play. Trippier let it run, gets it thrown back quickly to him by Jason Tindall. Eddie Howe applauds his team. It's BBC Radio Newcastle. Byrne to Gordon. He's got support from Joelinton. Might want to run down the left wing. He's 30 yards out now. Back it goes to Cher, across the centre circle to Lascelles, looking for another green shirt. He's found Trippier. Back to Lascelles. And Cher now. It's slow pace, Newcastle possession. Then Cher with one over the top. Gordon trying to run in behind Jose Sarr.
Not on this surface, not like that, not with a ball like that. As soon as it hits, rain's been coming down. It's just going to pick up pace.
The goalkeeper
straight
gathered
ball
and gave it to one of his defenders. Now Dawson. A low ball through the middle. Neto couldn't take control. Joelinton to Gordon, level with the 18-yard line, digs out the cross. Jose Sarr comes, loses it. Callum Wilson blocked. Wilson again into the net. Wilson had two goes at it, and second time around sticks it away for his sixth goal of the season. Jose Sarr came for the cross, made a mess of it. Wolves players protest, but Wilson stuck it into the back of the net, and in the 22nd minute, it's Wolverhampton Wanderers 0, Newcastle United 1.
Keeper's all over the shop. I mean, he's coming for a cross, and he's just so weak, and he drops it. He's appealing for a free kick. He's never getting it. Never getting that. That's just real weak goalkeeping.
Gordon with the ball in, Ando, right-footed from the left side.
It's his own player he runs into. That's...
And they had Longstaff involved as well as the keeper came out. It's gone over the top of Longstaff. And Nelson Semedo, oh no, it's Boubacar Traore, isn't it? Collides with the keeper. The referee confirms that the goal has been awarded after Jared Gillett on VAR had a look. Wilson, it was blocked, came back to him. He took a touch with his head and then a bit of a scissors kick into the net.
Just awful defending, awful goalkeeper.
Wilson is now one behind Alexander Isak in this season's tally for Newcastle at the top of their goal scoring charts.
and it's a hopeful ball lifted in. You expect your goalkeeper to come and collect that all day, and he just drops it.
Wolves have the ball in Newcastle's half, having kicked off. 1-0 to United. BBC Radio Newcastle. Here they go again. Over halfway. Wilson to Gordon, left wing. Do well to keep it in. Couldn't get there. It's a promising break. Put the ball out wide. Beat Gordon. Newcastle from the Wolves throw have one of their own. Far side of the pitch. 1-0 the score. What did you think of the match before the goal came?
It's pretty even. You know, neither side did a great deal in front of the goal.
Kieran Trippier towards Wilson. Joelinton free in the middle. Wilson has got Dawson with him, wins a free kick in front of.
I'm not sure about that
Gary
either. Because he
O'Neill,
falls,
who
referee gives a free kick.
Throws his arms and his head around. Dawson with Wilson, a physical battle. The
Two of them are at it. They're
well.
pushing and shoving. Because he falls, he gives the free kick.
This is Byrne. Great noise coming from the couple of thousand away fans. Joelinton to Gordon. 35 to 40 yards out. Joelinton back to halfway. Fabian Schär. 1-0 away from home to Newcastle here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Trippier closed down. Plays it against Aït-Nouri. Heads it on into midfield to Bruno. Lifts it up. And Mario Lemina with the header forwards. Hwang Hee-Chang now. Nelson Semedo away from Joelinton. Pedro Neto, left foot on the right side, lifts in the cross. Schär, vital header at the front post. Trippier on his thigh to Almiron, might get it back, does.
There it goes.
And it's away.
He's giving it away again.
Lemina collects, left side of central midfield. Aït-Nouri on the wing to Lemina and Boubacar Traoré. Back to Kilman, near to the centre circle. They go wide right, Wolves, with the dangerous Neto, who, along with Kieran Trippier, has the most assists in the Premier League this season. Neto and Trippier, 6 so far. Traoré back to Dawson on halfway. Totti comes inside, away from Almiron, and then square to Lemina. Plays international football for Gabon, Mario Lemina. You might remember him from Southampton and Fulham before his spell at Wolves. It's on halfway with Kilman, and the big 6'4" defender. Lemina wide on the Wolves' right, back to Kilman, along halfway to Traoré. They're having a period of possession. Newcastle with the lead through Wilson's goal. Neto, who's now on the left wing, and they switch it to the right side, looking for Semedo. Byrne, great touch to bring it down, offside. Well, in fact, it might be a foul.
Yeah, it's offside, I think.
Nelson Semedo, another example of the Wolves wing-backs pushing on. Dan Byrne watched it, pulled it down, and it was either offside or it was a foul on Byrne. He might have been pulling his shirt and shorts.
Flag went up either way.
Trippier misses Almiron, looks for Wilson. Dawson chests it. Almiron almost wins it back. Dawson gets away with it. Totti, angled ball into the penalty area. Hwang gets around Schär. This is dangerous. It's back to Matheus Cunha, who slips, and the ball rolls into that grateful hands of Nick Pope.
He's been poor, Cunha.
Dan Byrne on a charging run forwards. Gordon away from Lemina. Well, it's good from Gordon, and equally good from Semedo to stop him with a tackle. And Matheus Cunha here, this is better. Away into the area, left side for Wolves. Cunha to the far post, just wide. Might have been a shot, might have been a cross for Neto, who was arriving late. Nick Pope got a glove to the ball, and it's a corner.
Yeah, he's got lucky on a couple of occasions, hasn't he? That break just knocked it past. Angle's really tight.
It's a shot, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a shot. He's not trying to whip. He's not trying to pass that. He's trying to put that in the bottom corner.
Corner on the right for Wolves, rolled by Neto to Hwang, who gives his man the slip, and Pope catches the cross at the near post. There's not really much on. He thought about going quickly and then decides against it. Wolves 0, Newcastle 1, 29 minutes, rolled out to Longstaff in front of the box on the right. Lascelles to Cher, just in front of the Newcastle penalty area. Byrne comes back inside and gives it to Cher. And the way they're set up at the moment, you've got Wilson in the centre circle, Almiron on the centre spot near to Joelinton, and Gordon giving them width on the far side. And Joelinton's now dropped back a bit, gets the ball from a pass out of defence. Bruno here with Lamina in front of him, back to Joelinton, onto Longstaff, lets it run and gets tripped by Mateus Cunha. Then plays a quick free kick to Lascelles, right side on halfway. Trippier comes infield to Longstaff, wants space. And
there's that space again.
The ball played to Almiron and Joelinton for Gordon. He's pushed him into the corner with the pass, but it's kept in by Anthony Gordon, who's cross-led to the goal for Wilson. Back it comes. Oh, it's Bruno in the area. Bruno Guimaraes. Can he get the shot away? It's come back to Sean Longstaff and it's blocked. Longstaff again taken off his toes. Oh, it's frustrating because they were almost there for a second goal, and Wolves,
good defending, actually. It was a good block.
Last-ditch stuff to deny Newcastle, and it remains 1-0.
Just finding so much space in that middle of the park. They're not getting tight. Good block, wasn't it?
Craig Dawson made the block. Bruno recovery in midfield, slides in, wins it back. And the away fans shout his name as Lascelles gives it to Almiron on the half turn. Inside right position, back to Kieran Trippier, then starts to go down the line. Almiron, the ball goes the other way to Lascelles. Inside now, Fabian Cher to Lascelles, back to Cher again. They lead 1-0. And Longstaff having a touch.
There it is again.
To Bruno, more space in the middle of midfield. Bruno challenged by Traore. Almiron along halfway to Trippier, back into Almiron, away from Lamina, and going, Miguel Almiron, and still going, but the ball,
awful
towards Wilson is overhit.
Awful ball.
This is still possession for Wolves. Lamina out from the back. Aït-Nouri to Totti. Looking for Semedo in off the right wing, back to him from Neto. One back by Byrne. Cher into Joelinton, lets it run instead for Bruno. Bruno pulled back.
They just can't keep it, Wolves. They keep giving it away.
Callum Wilson now in the clear in third, outright third in Newcastle's all-time Premier League goal scorers list. He has 44. Peter Beardsley next on 46. Alan Shearer, by the way, 148. It's the only goal so far. Wilson from close range. And Newcastle 1-up at Wolves. Live on BBC Radio Newcastle. Trippier to Lascelles. It's down the line and straight to Aït-Nouri. Then Lascelles with a foul near to the halfway line. It was a bit sloppy from United. Lamina to the right wing and Semedo. A couple of step overs. Comes in field and then goes back to halfway to Max Kilman. Inside to 33-year-old Craig Dawson. the oldest player in the Wolves side. Gordon getting close to intercepting a ball to the right from Traore. And now it's Neto into the centre of midfield to Boubacar Traore. Aït-Nouri down the line. Mateus Cunha with space away from Trippier, approaching the penalty area. Chips the ball up, it's hit a green shirt, then he's crossed it straight to Joelinton, who gets away from a sliding tackle, passes it to Longstaff. The Wolves make a tackle on Longstaff, and then it goes out for a Newcastle throw on the right side.
He's been really poor, Cunha. His decision making's been awful. Referee having the word with Sean Longstaff. Yet again, tackle made on him, doesn't like it, moans at the referee.
Trippier, good throw. Almiron having his shirt pulled, but he gets away. Almiron, great pace into the final third. Tackled by Lamina, who came round the other side.
Can't keep going without the ball.
He dragged him back, but he kept going. Started to get away, but was stopped by a backtracking midfielder, Lamina. It was exciting stuff from the Paraguayan, but nothing at the end of it for Newcastle.
Well, he left the ball behind him. Sometimes he goes too quick for his own good. He needs to slow it down.
Dawson lifted onto the chest of Pedro Neto on the touchline. Skips inside, still with it. Small and quick and tricky Pedro Neto. 5 caps for Portugal. They're on the left wing now back into the centre actually with Traore, and looking for Semedo, headed into Neto in the area. It's gone for goal! And Pope stayed big and pushed it over the bar.
Good strike. Thankfully, he was straight at Pope. Didn't get enough whip on it, did he? He's just cut inside Share and he's let fly. Strong hands pushed it over the top.
Out-swinging corner, you would think, from Neto, left-footed, near side. Referee having a look from the 18-yard line. Plenty of movement in the box. 1-0 Newcastle. Header at the back post. It's now 1-1. Wolves have equalised through Mario Lamina. Diving header from Neto's corner kick. And in the 35th minute, we are all square. Wolverhampton Wanderers 1, Newcastle United 1.
Well, for once, the delivery's half decent. Pope starts to come and he's not getting anywhere near it. And he just out-muscles Trippier, I think it is, at the back post. Gets caught in no man's land, doesn't he, Pope? And it's Trippier at the back post. Just does him, doesn't he?
Joelinton having a word with the referee about something. As Sean Longstaff prepares to kick off. They had the lead through Callum Wilson. And now all square again. With less than 10 minutes to half-time on BBC Radio Newcastle. Share to Byrne. Gordon wide left. Down the line to Joelinton, then carries on his run. Gordon might get it from Bruno. Inviting ball. Dawson's coming across.
Great defender.
Slides and scoops it away for a throw.
Good play though.
Joelinton to Bruno from the throw on the left. Not sure why the Wolves supporters are jeering. Referee's blown his whistle. What's the problem? And it's been brought back for a Newcastle free kick on halfway. Share looking for Almiron. Totti with the header clear. Longstaff towards Trippier. He gets around Mateus Cunha. Bruno back to Lascelles. Wolves lifted by the goal, as you would expect. Cher has the ball at his feet behind the centre circle. 1-1. It's always 1-1 here, isn't it? Whistles as Newcastle pass the ball around. Lascelles to Cher. Carries it forwards, comes up towards the halfway line. Clips one to the right wing, aiming it at Wilson. Lovely take, and then on to Longstaff. Gets away into the corner, Longstaff, despite a challenge from Aït-Nouri. Back to Trippier, Wilson now in the box. Didn't stick it in there. It's Lascelles. Shifts it away from his man. He puts the cross in, and the header from Kilman.
Gone square, out for a throw-in.
Close to the corner flag. Trippier with Almiron nearby, near side of the pitch. Wilson hands on hips behind the penalty spot. Trippier to Almiron, back to Lascelles. Drops his shoulder, comes back down the right with Almiron. Trippier, misplaced pass inside. Hwang now, given away to Joelinton, could get Almiron in, back to Longstaff instead. Now Bruno, middle of Wolves' half. Gordon wants it short. Burn goes down the left wing. Bruno still holding on to it. 1-2 with Gordon. Burn wide left, receives it now, and then straight back to Bruno. Wilson in the box. Almiron comes into a central position, back to Cher. Lascelles available to his right.
Go on, hit it.
Cher moving forwards, finds Longstaff in the penalty area, blocked, and then Longstaff wins a corner with the second attempt that went behind off Dawson.
The amount of space he's getting. I mean, they drop off Bruno, they give him all the time in the world, he just lifts a great little ball. But they've got yellow shorts everywhere and nobody marks him.
Kieran Trippier puts the ball down on the right side for the corner kick in the 41st minute. Bruno free, completely free edge of the area in the D's, ready to move. Bruno. Trippier went towards the ball, then came back.
Get up.
It's delivered in there.
Oh.
And away from everybody. Longstaff back to Gordon. Nice turn. Then to Longstaff on the left wing. Into Joelinton, back to Bruno, looking for space. He's carried it around a few Wolves players and still going. Bruno might hit it, did hit it. Semedo deflects it wide, and another corner on the right.
Good response. Been a decent response from the equaliser.
Trippier again. Thought they were going to give it to Bruno from the last corner because he was free, and they've left him free again. Longstaff edge of the area too. Gordon stayed back. Wilson in the 6-yard box. Trippier again the player to take the corner kick as Bruno makes a run into the area, looking there for Cher and Wilson. And Joelinton also involved, but Wolves clear. Pope comes to halfway, takes a touch on his thigh. Square ball to Longstaff, and they've got the situation under control. 1-1 the score. Trippier to Longstaff, and his pass is intercepted in midfield by Lamina as Burn fouls Aït-Nouri from behind, close to halfway. And a shame they couldn't make any of that lead to a goal. Newcastle. Space on the right side for Nelson Semedo. In off the wing he comes, away from Gordon, and dropped off at the feet of Lamina, close to the centre circle. One apiece. Totti helps it on to Aït-Nouri, gets it back again. They're in Newcastle's half, and Traoré away from Bruno, played against Joelinton, but brought back for a foul. Spotted by
referee. He's seen something I didn't.
Anthony Taylor. Aït-Nouri to Cunha, back to Totti. And in the middle of their half, Wolves. Dawson gets it caught under his feet, Wilson on his shoulder, and he's lucky, Dawson, because it was a foul. It could have been much worse for Wolves.
Yes, touch was awful.
Fourth minute, live on BBC Radio Newcastle from Molineux. Wilson on 22, Lemina on 36. Semedo playing it back to the goalkeeper, and Jose Sarr, high ball dropping onto the head of Dan Burn, straight to Joelinton. Bruno forwards for Joelinton again, and looking for Gordon. Can he get away around Kilman? Gordon into the area. Max Kilman puts it behind.
Just did enough, didn't he?
And they're coming forwards again. Burns on his way with Cher and Lascelles. And the skipper's gone round the back. So has Burns. Cher's gone right into the middle. And two big teams, Newcastle and Wolves. Kieran Trippier with two arms in the air. Could be an in-swinging corner unless he goes back down the line to Gordon. In it comes towards the near post. Behind off Semedo again. Another corner kick.
Didn't he just head it away?
Bruno next to the goalkeeper. And Cher is by the front post. Trippier, it's a low ball, played back by Cher towards Almiron, in the box, intercepted by Wolves. Newcastle win it back. What's he given?
Penalty.
Referee says penalty. Penalty given by Anthony Taylor as Fabian Cher took a tumble under a challenge from Hwang Hee-Chang.
Why doesn't he?
Newcastle's corner kick was seemingly cleared by Wolves. Cher is still down. Referee had a good view, points to the spot.
Oh, I don't know.
There will be a minimum of 2 minutes added time.
And a minimum of 2 additional minutes at the end of the first half. Well, it didn't look a penalty at first to us. Hwang Ando delays the clearance. Cher comes around the other side to try to block and then gets fouled. VAR is having a look. He's kicked through Cher, hasn't he?
Has he though?
Well, tell us what you're seeing on the replay.
I think he's tried to pull his foot away. Looks like he doesn't follow through.
There is definitely some contact between the two, though, isn't there?
Just not much.
If you see Cher's right leg, which is it not?
All right, yeah.
His back leg, then there is contact onto that foot from Hwang. Has he gone? And he's kind of kicked him on the underneath of his left boot and gone through and caught him on the right.
But is Cher not already on his way down?
Well, you've got to think about what VAR are doing, what they're looking for. Jared Gillett, assisted by Steve Meredith, still looking. 1-1 on BBC Radio Newcastle. We are waiting for a decision. VAR checking the penalty that was called by Anthony Taylor. And you just don't know. We don't get any direct communication from the VAR hub. Newcastle will hope that they'll have a chance to make it 2-1 before half-time, but it's in jeopardy, certainly, given the length of time they're taking. Sometimes that means that there's no obvious way to change the decision. The referee is still in the middle of the pitch and hasn't been asked to review it. And we wait. That's all we can do. 1-1 the score. Bruno's got the ball in his hand next to the penalty spot.
Wilson's taken it.
Wilson is all alone in the penalty area. The VAR graphics are on the giant screens at Molineux. They've been taken off our video monitors in the commentary box. It is a penalty. Penalty confirmed. Wolves coaching staff put their hands on their heads. Hwang Hee-Chan, the Korean striker,
Tell you what, if that's given against us, I'd be furious.
Yeah. You can absolutely understand the Wolves' complaints.
Yeah. I think the boys tried to pull his foot away.
It's absolutely... we can say this because I don't think he's really seen Fabian Schär until the last second. Yeah. It's not as if he's...
He should have just put his foot through it anyway. Well, he should have cleared his lines.
Yeah,
instead of having to
delayed the clearance.
So he brought it all on himself.
It is a penalty to Newcastle United. It's 1-1. Callum Wilson has already scored at that end of Molineux in the first half. They need him to find the back of the net again in additional time. Anthony Taylor blows his whistle. Wilson up against the goalkeeper, Jose Sarr. Wilson knits it in off the keeper. Callum Wilson has scored, but Jose Sarr went the right way, got something on the ball that then went back to the other side of the goal, over the line and in. Wilson maintains his 100% record from the spot for Newcastle United, and now goes level with Isak at the top of their goal scoring table for the season with his 7th of the campaign. He has scored from the penalty spot. It's Wolverhampton Wanderers 1, Newcastle United 2.
Well, it's not his best ever penalty. Keeper gets a hand to it and pushes it the opposite way. 2-1. It'll do.
You always fancy him to score, but that is probably the worst penalty he's taken in a Newcastle shirt.
Doesn't matter, ended up in the back of the net.
I have a feeling that unless Wolves equalise in whatever's left in this first half, that Anthony Taylor is going to get quite a hot reception from the home fans at half-time. He's now given Wolves a free kick.
Wolves' defending's been abysmal, by the way. It's been shocking for both goals.
And at other times,
they've been all over
the first half too. All 44 of Callum Wilson's Newcastle goals, by the way, have been scored in... All 45 of them, I should say, have been scored in the Premier League. 2 today. Leading in first half, added on time. Free kick into the box, bounces once, caught by Nick Pope. And it won't finish 1-1.
No.
Which is something we were keen to see. There's Almiron with a flick on. Wilson can't get in behind. Joelinton onto the header from Dawson. Joelinton might go himself. Joelinton still going, but Jose Sarr down to make a save from a shot from the edge of the area, and he probably will regret the shot selection and feel he should have done better there.
Yeah, got nothing on it, did he? Great strength, great pace getting forward, but then gets nothing on the shot.
Ball in behind from Wolves. Pope leaves the area, taken around him. The goal is unguarded, and then it's scrambled behind for a corner. Some in gold and black are appealing for handball. Mateus Cunha, the player involved. Bruno did the defending, but Newcastle were exposed when Pope came out of his box. Never mind his goal, and the ball was taken away from him. Will there be the possibility of a penalty for handball? I don't think so.
Chance.
VAR is checking.
Not a chance.
Well, Anthony Taylor's walked away and told Wolves to take the corner.
Honestly.
But now there will be a short pause.
It's no chance.
I think the referee wants to get on with the game, and we get on with the game. No penalty.
It's unbelievable. Everything. It's incredible.
Corner towards the near post, headed away. That's half time. Newcastle will not mind that as they head down the tunnel for the break, leading by 2-1. Both of them from Callum Wilson. Goals 6 and 7 of the season for the player who came into the team today in their only change to an injury-hit squad, scoring in the 22nd minute to make it 1-0. Mario Lemina diving header from a corner on 36, but Wilson 4 minutes into additional time at the end of the first half with a penalty that was almost saved by Jose Sarr makes it 2-1. Wolves not happy with the referee and with VAR. A member of the Wolves staff waits for Anthony Taylor. They thought they should have had a penalty for handball there. I know you disagree. Yeah. You're not too sure about the one Newcastle got either, but they're grateful for it because they've been able to go back in front just before half-time and retake the lead.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 goals from a Wolves perspective, the defendant's absolutely abysmal. You know, the goalkeeper got to be stronger. You know, it's a goalkeeper's ball all day. Comes, he drops it, looks for a free kick, never a free kick. Second one, boy's just got to clear his lines, trying to be clever. I still think he's trying to pull his foot away, but VAR being VAR, referee, and then they look at another one and you're going, not a chance in the world. It's absolutely doing away with the game. It really is. But look at 2-1. Do we deserve it? It hasn't been much between the sides, but there you go. You take it.
Yeah, Wilson with 2 goals. Wolves complained about a foul for the first one as well, but he took that one away nicely.
Never a foul. Goalkeeper's got to be stronger. He's got to come and take the ball, and he dropped it. He ran into his own player. He dropped it. Never a foul in the world.
They will go up to 5th in the Premier League if they win today, Newcastle United, and at the break they have the advantage after quite an entertaining and at times, depending on your point of view, maybe controversial first half at Molineux. At half-time it's Wolverhampton Wanderers 1, Newcastle United 2.
I remember when my nephew was a lot younger, he came downstairs and had 2 vinyl records and he went, "Dad, look at the size of these CDs."
The name of this podcast is Sidetracked, brought to you by myself, Annie McManus.
And myself, Nick Grimshaw. Basically, it's going to be me and Annie getting together to talk about the week in music. All the things that have got us really excited, be they brilliant or be they a bit rubbish.
I wanted to be silly and have fun.
Okay! That's the pitch.
Brand new Sidetracked with us, Annie and Nick. Listen on BBC Sounds.
And this is BBC Radio Newcastle, and at half-time Newcastle lead at Molineux by 2-1 over Wolves. Callum Wilson with both. Will be back with Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson shortly for full coverage of the second half. In the Premier League earlier today, it feels like a long time ago now, the lunchtime kickoff saw Brentford win 2-0 at Chelsea. Ethan Pinnock and Brian Mbeumo with 2 goals in the second half. Arsenal then at 3 o'clock thumped Sheffield United 5-0, including an Eddie Nketiah hat-trick. Bournemouth came from behind to beat Burnley 2-1. Philip Billing it was who scored their winner with 15 minutes to go. There are 5 Premier League games tomorrow. And in the Championship, Sunderland got themselves back to winning ways after they beat Norwich 3-1 at the Stadium of Light. Trey Hume and Dan Neil towards the end of the first half. A Jack Clark penalty with 10 minutes to go, making absolutely sure after they had gone 1-0 down early on. Here is the Black Cats head coach, Tony Mowbray.
I think it was the right result for the way the game went. I think obviously it was a bit, it felt, here we go again, sort of. I don't think they'd been over the halfway line and yet we lost the goal. But it was great character to get in front before half time. I think with some really good play, some really positive play, some front foot play. Yeah, I think it's important for us. As I've talked to you in the week to you, I think it was a bit harsh on us losing 3 games, because I think within there was some pretty okay performances at times in all of the games.
That is Tony Mowbray. You can hear his full interview with Nick Barnes on BBC Sounds, but also you can hear it. We'll play a bit more once the Newcastle match is finished. Elsewhere in the Championship today, Leeds beat Huddersfield 4-1. Southampton beat Birmingham 3-1. Those were the 2 early games. Swansea then won 1-0 at Blackburn. Cardiff beat Bristol City 2-0. Hull were 1-0 winners over Preston. Ipswich Town were 1-0 down after 7 minutes at home to Plymouth, but eventually beat them 3-2. There was a Ballymumba own goal in there as well, which is what got Ipswich back on track. Middlesbrough lost 2-0 at home to Stoke City. Leicester City remain top and have now won 13 out of 14. They won 2-1 away at Queen's Park Rangers, but it was a lot closer than that. Andre Dazelle scored and was then sent off for QPR. Harry Winks scored Leicester's winner with 10 minutes to go, and there were a couple of goals in the last 5 minutes, but the points were still shared between Watford and Millwall. 2-2 that one finished. Let's talk non-league football now.
Local football.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
This is the local football roundup on BBC Radio Newcastle, the only place to get reaction to the day's non-league games in the North East. We'll hear more about our featured game of the day in just a moment, but first here with all of today's results is Tom James.
Thank you, Colin. We begin in the Vanarama National League. Gateshead 0, AFC Fylde 4. The Vanarama National League North, Kings Lynn Town 1, Blyth Spartans 1, Brackley Town 1, South Shields 1. The pitching in Northern Premier League East Division, Newton Aycliffe 1, Concert 4. That game was played last night. Ashington 2, Pontefract Collieries 1, Cleethorpes Town 1, Hebburn Town 1, and Dunstan vs Grantham Town was postponed. The East of Scotland Qualifying Cup, Camberley Juniors 2, Berwick Rangers 3. Moving to the Nzuzu FA Vars first round. Seaham Red Star 1, Knaresborough Town 1, Seaham winning 3-2 on penalties. Whitley Bay 0, Bottlesford Town 0, Bottlesford winning 4-2 on penalties. Brighton and Croker Albion 3, Cheadle Town 5. The EBAC Northern League Division 1. Only 2 games surviving the weather this weekend. Gisborough Town 2, Newcastle Benfield 2, and Penrith 0, Bishop Auckland 6. And in EBAC Northern League Division 2, we only had 4 games survive this weekend. Prudhoe Seniors 4, Chesley Street Town 4. That game was played last night. Blyth Town 2, Horden 1, Esh winning 3, Billingham Synthonia 1, and Sunderland West End 2, FC Hartlepool 1.
Dom, thank you very much indeed. Well, our non-league reporter Paul Dixon has come back to the Radio Newcastle studio alongside me. Paul, you were at Hill Heads this afternoon for what turned out to be a very disappointing day for Whitley Bay.
Well, it really was, Colin. I spoke to the chairman before the game, and he wanted to, extend their run as far as they possibly can. I mean, they've won the FA Vars 4 times, and they have an involvement with the FA Vars, and he was looking for a decent run, but disappointing afternoon. They never really got going. But saying that, for me, they had 4 very good chances, and if they had took one of them, they would have won. But I mean, as the game goes on now, it's straight to penalty shootouts. Yep. And in the shootout, they just didn't do it. I mean, it was 4-2 to the visitors. And after the game, I had a quick word with Nick Gray. Nick, the FA Vars, I know it's very close to your heart, but that's a disappointing afternoon for Whitley Bay this afternoon.
Hugely disappointing. The ground staff's done fantastic to get the game on. We've let ourselves down, the supporters down, everyone down today. I think didn't come up the traps till the second half.
You had opportunities. I mean, doing me notes on the game there, I think you had 4 real good chances, but it doesn't matter who you're playing against. You've got to take your chances, haven't you?
Of course you have to. I mean, you can have 10 chances and you've got to put them away, put one away. It might be a different game if we scored one, but we didn't. We had one in the first half, had 2 or 3 good ones in the second half, and the longer the game goes on with the FA now, with no extra time and straight to penalties after 90, opposition teams probably will just sit back deeper and try and soak it up, time waste. And they're through now, and good luck to them in the next round. They scored better penalties than us.
You wouldn't be happy at half time. Did you have a word with them in the dressing room?
Yeah, we had a few words at half time. I just thought we needed to be more on the front foot. I thought we had to be more, the tempo had to be better. We had more chances in the second half. It did work, but if we maybe started the first half like we started the second half, then we'll maybe not have this conversation, might not be knocked out the cup.
I mean, it's disappointing, and a real disappointing day for Whitley Bay. But life's got to go on. You're 4th in the league. You've got to pick the lads up, pick yourself up, and go again, haven't you?
Yeah. You've got to pick yourself up and the team up. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm a bit suspicious. Sorry, I'm not usually lost for words, but I am a bit today. I'm disappointed for everyone involved in the club today, and I take responsibility because I'm the manager.
Yeah, they do have to pick themselves up, but I'm not sure that's going to be an instant job for Nick Gray. He's going to ponder that one more than he probably should, I suspect, tonight and tomorrow, and probably until they play a game again. Rob Elliott's first home game in charge of Gateshead didn't go particularly well.
Well, I didn't see that coming. I mean, they've been playing brilliant football, and for to lose 4-0 too early on, I believe, and too late on, right? Which again is not like Gateshead at all. I mean, the defence is very good, and if you said to me at home against Fylde today they'll not score a goal, well, I would have lost money definitely, you know. But that's a bad result today, that call.
Yeah, because it's all about continuity for them, and that's the reason that Rob Elliott is in charge. It's the reason that Louis Story and Carl Magny are there, is that they don't want to make drastic changes. And he won't, certainly in terms of team selection, he didn't make drastic changes, but you need the continuity of performance and result as well.
Well, it is. I mean, we weren't there, so it's difficult to comment. But, I'm sure if we did speak to the lads, they would tell you where they think it went wrong today. But they've really got to brush under the carpet pretty quick and get on with it, haven't they?
Yes, and a big FA Cup game for them next weekend as well. Paul Dixon, thank you very much indeed. We're actually back at the same time next week because Newcastle play at 5:30 again, and it is the first round of the FA Cup, Gateshead, away at Yeovil, so do join us then if you can. No Women's Championship fixtures for either Durham or Sunderland this weekend. That is because it's an international break. England played last night in the Nations League and they battled. They were made to work very hard for a 1-0 win over Belgium. Lauren Hemp scored the goal. They are now joint top of the group with the Netherlands, who beat Scotland 5-0. Northumberland's Lucy Bronze played the 90 minutes. You'll hear from her before 8 o'clock tonight as well. At local fixtures in other sports across the weekend then, at the Newcastle Eagles basketball, the men last night were beaten 99-86 by the London Lions. They actually won the second half, Eagles, which tells you how badly the first half had gone. At the Durham Palatinates in the WBBL, beaten 90-58 by Sheffield Hatters this afternoon. Palatinates won the opening quarter and then the Hatters just gradually pulled further and further away. The Newcastle Eagles are at home to Caledonia Gladiators in about an hour's time in the WBBL. Tomorrow in the ice hockey in North Division 1 as well, it's Whitley Warriors against Widnes Wild at 5 o'clock at Hill Heads. Also tomorrow, Newcastle Falcons hosting Northampton Saints at Kingston Park. It's a 3 o'clock kick-off, but if you can't get there, you can listen to full commentary with us. Dean Gray and Matt Newsom will be available on the BBC Sport website and app. And a quick reminder as well that it is the Rugby World Cup final tonight. Defending champions South Africa against fellow three-time champions New Zealand in Paris at 8 o'clock tonight. It is set to be an absolute cracker. There is live commentary of that one on Radio 5 Live and again on the BBC Sport website and app. Last night, England ended their Rugby World Cup campaign as they started it with a win against Argentina. At this time, though, it was in the third place match, England winning 26-23 to claim the bronze medal. And just finally in the Cricket World Cup today, New Zealand against Australia, and that was third against fourth as well in the league format as they started, but Australia hung on to win by just 5 runs. It would have been a World Cup record chase, and New Zealand got very close to doing that in the end. In the second game today, the Netherlands beat Bangladesh by 84 runs. But we are going back to Molineux. Newcastle 2-1 up on Wolves at half-time. Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson are back with full commentary of the second half after this.
Half-time highlights.
Total Sport Northeast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
To Gordon, level with the 18-yard line, digs out the cross. Jose Sarr comes, loses it. Callum Wilson blocked. Wilson again into the net. Wilson had 2 goes at it, and second time around sticks it away for his 6th goal of the season. Jose Sarr came for the cross, made a mess of it. Wolves players protest, but Wilson stuck it into the back of the net, and in the 22nd minute, it's Wolverhampton Wanderers 0, Newcastle United 1. From Neto, left-footed, near side. Referee having a look from the 18-yard line. Plenty of movement in the box. 1-0 Newcastle. Header at the back post. It's now 1-1. Wolves have equalised through Mario Lemina. Diving header from Neto's corner kick. And in the 35th minute, we are all square. Wolverhampton Wanderers 1, Newcastle United 1. Anthony Taylor blows his whistle. Wilson up against the goalkeeper, Jose Sarr. Wilson, it's in off the keeper. Callum Wilson has scored, but Jose Sarr went the right way, got something on the ball that then went back to the other side of the goal, over the line and in. Wilson maintains his 100% record from the spot for Newcastle United, and now goes level with Isak at the top of their goal scoring table for the season with his 7th of the campaign. He has scored from the penalty spot. It's Wolverhampton Wanderers 1, Newcastle United 2.
Total Sport Northeast.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Perfectly timed because the two teams are ready for the second half. So are we, live on BBC Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV. 2-1 up with the double from Wilson. And the first half full of incident. Controversial penalty in the view of Wolves. Then they appealed for one that they didn't get. Referee Anthony Taylor, with no changes to the two teams, is about to blow the second half underway. Newcastle, Pope, Trippier, Lascelles, Cher, Byrne, Longstaff, Bruno, Joelinton, Almiron, Gordon, Wilson. They're wearing the green away kit against the black and gold of Wolves, and Newcastle kicking in the second half from our position, and we're the same side as the TV cameras towards the left. Wolves play it back into defence, then it's up to midfield, and that's a really good ball around the corner. Nelson Semedo's got loads of room to work into. Edge of the box now. Lascelles gets a boot to the ball, defended the cross well. Bruno to Almiron on the right side. Trippier slows it down, then clips it down the right wing, and Almiron can get after this, but Dawson covering, gives it back to his goalkeeper. Jose Sarr in goal for Wolves. Three centre-halves, Max Kilman, Craig Dawson and Totti. Nelson Semedo right wing back, Rayan Aït-Nouri left wing back. Mario Lemina and Boubacar Traoré in the middle. Hwang Hee-Chang, Pedro Neto and Mateus Cunha up front. And this is Traoré with a ball lifted onto the right boot of Semedo, inside to Neto. Joelinton in front of him, 10 yards outside the Newcastle box, right of centre. Neto shifting the ball, plays it into the corner now for Semedo to cross, and Byrne.
It's two awful balls in the space spot since we kicked off Semedo. The first one's a real poor ball because he gets away, he's got loads of space. Just a real poor ball.
And back on halfway with Wolves. The home team's bench, by the way, is Daniel Bentley, the keeper, Matt Doherty, Santiago Bueno, João Gomez, Fabio Silva, Sasha Kalajdzic, Johnny, Tommy Doyle and Pablo Sarabia. They've got it back in midfield, Wolves, as Newcastle try to break. 2-1 up, and a bench of Dubravka, Gillespie, Dummett, Ritchie, Target, Kraft, Hall, Livramento and Willock. Pedro Neto on another run, shifted it onto his left just outside the area. Byrne with him, free kick for the foul by Byrne. 5 yards outside the box, central position. Referee let it go for a while. Byrne avoids a yellow card, pleads his case, but they felt that there was enough in that as Neto ran in from the right wing to award a free kick.
Not sure about that either. He's just strong, he's just bigger, that's all. He's just leaning in on him.
So he's put his arm...
Two of them are at it.
Yeah, he's put his arm across the top of Neto's shoulder. Neto responds by grabbing the front of Byrne's shirt. Referee might not be able to see that, but there's not much in it, is there?
No. As much as was in the penalty.
This is Wolves' chance to test Nick Pope, who's made a couple of saves, one low down and one that was high but straight at him. One of those was from Neto. He could be taking the free kick, or it might be Lemina. Neto with his left, Lemina with his right. Newcastle wall just inside the box. Pedro Neto left-footed against the wall. It's Jamal Lascelles who's made the block, I think. And Traoré keeps it in on the far side, and then Longstaff has made a tackle on Totti, and Almiron can get away. Wilson running through the centre, played in behind by Almiron. Callum Wilson tackled by Semedo. He's quick, Nelson Semedo, and he had to be there as Wilson went into the area trying to get his first Newcastle hat-trick.
Can't lose the ball in those areas, Totti. Again, as soon as he's touched, he goes down looking for a free kick that's never coming. That's never a free kick anyway.
It's still 2-1 in the 4th minute of the second half. Sean Longstaff in the corner gets a push as he tried to cross behind for a goal kick. And the goalkeeper, Jose Sarr, ignores his defenders in the penalty box, clips it into midfield. Hwang neatly worked with Traoré on the left, just behind the halfway line. Aït-Nouri to Traoré. Neto making a run in off the right flank. Byrne watching the ball, has to stretch and head it away from the edge of the penalty area, where Neto gets his head to it and Nods it to Semedo, gets around Joelinton and Gordon. Semedo cuts back in on his left, hangs the cross into the box, Longstaff away. Almiron completes the clearance to the halfway line.
Gets himself in some great areas, doesn't he, Semedo? The final ball lets him down.
Wolves 1, Newcastle 2. Kilman under pressure from Wilson. He's got his left knee, really? Max Kilman, strapped, bandaged. Gets the ball back from Dawson. Neto with a ball played almost blind round the corner. It looked nice. Newcastle have intercepted it, but they haven't cleared. Traore, Almiron, great work to get the other side and win it back, and then charge away down the left. Almiron, it's strength, it's really good play, and he's won a free kick just behind the halfway line. And
I'm not too sure that's a free kick either. Two of them are shoulder to shoulder. He throws himself to the floor and he gets the free kick. Does great originally, but it's just a good battle. Look, it's a good battle. Look, just throws himself.
Ball is in play. Newcastle have it at the feet of Dan Burn. Back to Fabian Schär.
There's that space again.
Bruno in the space, given away to Lamina, just past the halfway line. 52nd minute. What do you think about the way the second half has started, John Anderson?
You would have expected Wolves to come out and have a go.
Schär with a forward
in the rear.
Ball there, and Longstaff to Joelinton. Middle of midfield, caught by Lamina.
I tell you what, they're not getting much, Wolves. He's won the ball. He slid in, he's won the ball. But you can't do that anymore. You can't win the ball anymore.
Fabian Schär just to the right of the centre circle, passes it to Dan Burn. Joelinton controls it, left wing, back to Burn. And Schär on the move out of defence, plays the ball back to Lascelles. It's away from Wilson. The header from Dawson's not great. Almiron on the outside of Totti. Wilson in the area. Gordon there too. Almiron tries to go for the goal line. Oh, he's flashed it across the posts. And it's gone for a throw on the near side. Any sort of touch, and it might have gone into the net.
It's awful defending again, Dawson. Let's not. Goalkeeper's got to be shouting at him. That should be a goalkeeper's ball all day. The goalkeeper's rooted to his line. All he's got to fight another 5 yards, he comes and picks that up. It's a great ball, whipped across goal, this time with his right foot.
Should do it more often. Kilman's put his leg out, it's just missed his leg. He dangled towards the ball. Gordon then wins it back after the Wolves throw. Can't find anybody in the box. It was just an attempt to keep the ball in play. Did well, Anthony Gordon. Wolves have been able to clear. Hwang to the substitute. They've just brought on Tommy Doyle, the 22-year-old midfielder on loan from Manchester City. He has replaced Boubacar Traore in midfield and likes to play the ball forwards. He's positive, Doyle. Hwang, edge of the area. Joelinton holds him up. Hwang finds Neto. Through for Nelson Semedo. And
yet again, his final ball is absolutely awful, thank God.
It was straight at Nick Pope by the near side of his goal. Newcastle are in front 2-1 at Molineux. Home fans frustrated. Sense of injustice maybe about a few decisions that haven't gone their way. And it's Lascelles to Schär, edge of the penalty box from a Newcastle free kick. Cher with the left foot. Almiron. Shirt being pulled on the halfway line. It is clear. No protest from the Wolves players or staff. Kilman tugging Almiron.
No need either, because they were going to win the ball.
In fact, sorry, it was Totti, and then Kilman came in and took the ball away. Here's Lascelles on a run. Then a tackle. And Wolves, Mateus Cunha breaking down the left wing. Hwang in the middle. Neto on the right side. Mateus Cunha takes a tumble.
He's lost this, the referee.
Free kick. Trippier adjudged to have fouled him.
Referee knows he's had a mare of a game and he's just lost it.
Not a popular man, Anthony Taylor, the Cheshire official. Free kick, no yellow card for Trippier. The Newcastle wall is just Almiron on the right side of the penalty area. Wolves don't have anybody to take the free kick.
Doyle's going over, isn't it?
Doyle now jogs across. 57 minutes. BBC Radio Newcastle. Defending here. Players in a line along the penalty spot. Right-footed whip to the near post. They get it away, Newcastle, and out for a throw. Offside. Free kick. What's it? Clear offside at the front post. Hwang. Couldn't see what was going on behind him. Fabian Cher. He's given the ball by Nick Pope. And it's over to Trippier. It's a ball that took a while to get there. Trippier's pass towards Wilson. One back by Wolves. Hwang away. Opens up his body. Went for the pass in the end to Neto, and Byrne cuts it out. And they're going up towards the goal to our left, Newcastle on the attack. Gordon into Bruno. He's got loads of space in the middle of midfield. And Almiron wide on the right. It's now Trippier. Could go down the line to Almiron. It does. 2-1 up. Callum Wilson with both. Cher to Joelinton. Every Wolves player behind the ball. It's on halfway with Byrne. Down the line to Gordon. And he's fired it back to Cher. He's controlled on his thigh. Bruno with a layoff to Longstaff. Wolves appealed for handball against Cher. Didn't get it. Work to Gordon. On to Joelinton. 1-2 with Gordon, who gets there in the corner. Takes a touch with his right, then sticks it in. Dawson heads away in front of Wilson from the middle of the box. Hwang with a touch, then another, and now for Neto to chase. Cher and Byrne with him. Neto shows too much of it to Cher, whose sliding challenge puts the ball out, and it'll be a corner kick.
Yeah, thankfully he did show too much to him. Gave him the opportunity to slide and get the tackle in.
Wolves at a noisy Molineux, trying to find an equaliser for the second time today. Neto left-footed, near right-hand side. Everybody defending for Newcastle. Played short to Hwang, who gives it back to Neto. It's a different angle for the cross, and it's high to the far side of the area. Taken under control.
Awful.
Ait-Nouri with a deflected cross into the hands of Nick Pope. Awful. Joe Willock and Matt Targett are warming up. Longstaff receives it under pressure. Up to Wilson, to Almiron. Wilson's gone down off the ball. Almiron has then hit the deck, but we play on with Bruno in possession to Gordon. Both players are back up. Gordon taking on Semedo, inside to Bruno, only Wilson in the box. He's 30 yards from goal. Turns and gives it back to Gordon. Now it's with Byrne, short ball to Bruno. Wolves have everybody behind it again. Lascelles to Trippier on the far side this time. An angled ball looking for Longstaff, cut out by Wolves. Joelinton had a bit of a tug at Mateus Cunha. Ball is played on to Hwang. Referee signals it's an advantage to Wolves. Neto into the centre of the Newcastle half, laid off to the substitute Tommy Doyle. Semedo now right wing, and on the outside is Hwang. Shifts it infield, and then turns and plays it back out wide to Lamina. Cher with a comfortable, uncontested header clear. Totti with a header back across. Gordon inside to Bruno, and that's calm on his chest, and away for Wilson to get after, but it's going to beat him and go out for a throw on the near side. 2-1 to Newcastle.
They just don't put any pressure on the ball, Wolves. Joelinton gone down.
Joelinton's back up. It's given a couple of Newcastle players the chance to pick up a drinks bottle from the side of the field. And Wolves get the match going again. Mateus Cunha is crowded out, and the ball is away from him, but comes to Semedo on the right side. We're into the 62nd minute on BBC Radio Newcastle.
Oh, he's had a beast as well, the left wing back.
Aït-Nouri unable to control the ball there, which was switched to the far side towards him. Jamal Lascelles lifts it into Joelinton, centre circle, but won by Kilman. Then Doyle loses it. Bruno gets away from a couple. Doyle recovers with a sliding challenge at full stretch, and then Aït-Nouri wins a free kick for a trip by Bruno, who is one yellow card away from a one-match Premier League ban at a time when Newcastle can ill afford to lose anybody else. Neto straight at Cher, volleyed clear, left-footed from the edge of the area. Dawson down to Kilman, right side in front of halfway. Gordon puts pressure on Semedo, back to Kilman. Not the tidiest first touch, but Wolves still have it, and Newcastle in a 2-1 lead on BBC Radio Newcastle. Almiron closing down Dawson, onto Semedo, inside for Doyle now. Rain still coming down. It's been raining all match. Cher with another interception. Joelinton's got a man on his back, helps it on forwards to Gordon, takes it away from Semedo, and now down the left channel for Wilson to chase onto. Wilson, the furthest player forwards, into the box. Callum Wilson can't pick anybody out, didn't get a shot away, and it leads to nothing. Wolves clear, and Neto, great first touch on his shoulder, taking on Dan Byrne, attacking the penalty area. Pedro Neto, Byrne gets a touch on the ball. Mateus Cunha blocked by Nick Pope, who catches it after making the initial save. Good goalkeeping.
Yeah, Dan Byrne's had a torrid evening against this boy, hasn't he? Glad to see the back of him.
And they've not just got Target warming up Newcastle. 64 minutes played. Livramento is, and Willock still out there. It's Wolves 1, United 2. Cher to Byrne. Gordon comes short down the left wing. It's back inside to Cher. Wilson making a run away towards the right, then stops as the ball comes back to the near side, and Gordon back to Byrne. Cher in the Newcastle box, chipped into midfield.
There's that hole again.
Bruno away from Lamina. Has a look, Trippier into the space on the far side, found by Bruno's crossfield ball, brought under control, and inside to Longstaff. Almiron makes the run, but it's played back by Longstaff to Lascelles, then Trippier, and then fired back towards Nick Pope, who took a touch on his thigh. gave it short to Share. Byrne back to Share. 18-yard line. They slowed it right down, Newcastle.
Yeah, they can do that because they're under no pressure. They're not putting any squeeze on at all, Wolves. They're just sitting way behind the ball. If they want to get something out of it, they've got to be braver, Wolves.
Lascelles looking for Wilson, backs into the defender. Newcastle lose the ball. Neto goes down off the ball. Referee put his whistle to his lips and then said play on. Now blows. What happened there?
He's had a mare, the referee. He's had an absolute... Dan Burns pulled him down, but he's let the play go on. He's looked. Watch. Well,
Neto's trying to run on the inside of Byrne, who's sort of shoulder checked him. Yellow carded Dan Byrne. Met with the approval, that caution of the Wolves fans. They might be thinking about a change, Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall, as they get drenched in the technical area, both together. No sign of the fourth official, Dean Whitestone. They're getting the Newcastle line to defend the free kick in position. It's 30 yards out, maybe 30 yards plus. Slightly right of the centre. Doyle short to Neto, hung up into the 6-yard box. Pope comes and catches. They still lead 2-1.
That was poor, wasn't it?
Jamal Lascelles rolls it down the right wing. Bruno's made the run and carries the ball, followed by Doyle. Almiron behind him. Bruno looks for an option. Almiron tries to get away. Bruno's flicked it inside, and they appealed for handball. Referee didn't see anything. Hwang on halfway now after Wolves cleared it. Sidesteps Joelinton. Neto, there's 3 on him. He's away from all of them. Still going, gets down low and turns. Gary O'Neill waving his players forwards. They're in the final third, the home team. Newcastle still with their 1-goal advantage. Kilman, it's slightly misplaced. It's between Doyle and Dawson. Totti comes in to get the touch on it and play it to Doyle in midfield. Mateus Cunha to Rayan Aït-Nouri on the left wing. Mateus Cunha again away from Lascelles. Good run, great recovery. Newcastle. Lascelles has then kept it in with a header. Semedo coming into the box. Byrne fouled, clearly fouled. And Byrne is down. It's a head injury. They've got players around him. Referee's gone to check on Dan Byrne and says to the Newcastle bench he's okay.
Semedo's just jumped straight into.
Take us through that piece of play. Mateus Cunha with the run, nearly went behind. Lascelles kept it in.
Yeah. Semedo's, Dan Burns cleared it, middle of the goal, just jumped straight into him. Definite free kick. Just takes the pressure off us a little bit because they had us under the cosh a little bit.
Nick Pope, long kick into the Wolves half. Craig Dawson with the header clear. BBC Radio Newcastle, they are 2-1 in front. Now the referee's given a free kick to Wolves. Lascelles with a foul, could be trouble. It's a yellow card for the skipper. It is 10 yards outside the box. Hwang was making the run in behind. Anthony Taylor gives the decision the way of the home team and has produced a yellow card for Jamal Lascelles, and they're calling for Joe Willock now, and they're going to make a change.
See, that's just the coming together again for me. They're just 2 of them are at it. He's just lost the plot, the referee.
Lascelles cautioned. They were both chasing after the ball. He didn't have it under control, Hwang. Willock getting his instructions. 70th minute, Wolves 1, Newcastle 2. He came on in the 70th minute against Borussia Dortmund, and it'll be after the free kick. Left side, but fairly central. 2 players outside the box for Newcastle, everybody else on the 18-yard line. Pedro Neto clips it in, punches with his right fist. Bruno challenges with Lamina, and it's Totti, the left centre-back, on the right wing, away from Bruno, and Gordon, still Totti, slipped through for Hwang, around his man, Hwang! That is a really well-taken goal, and Wolves, for the second time tonight, level it up. Hwang Hee-chan, the scorer. Wolverhampton Wanderers 2, Newcastle United 2.
Big centre-back showed some great feet, didn't he? Great bit of skill. And then he had the composure to play a great little ball as well. The big centre-forward who gave the penalty away. See, Pope should have caught the original free kick. He's punched it. But the big centre-back does great feet. Turns inside, Dan Bourne, good finish. Almiron replaced by Willock, and Gordon goes to the right side. Willock is going to play on the left of the attack. They're going to kick off Newcastle in the 72nd minute with Wolves level. Well, it's disappointing. They've not threatened really in the second half, have they, to score? Newcastle. Their last away match finished like this, 2-2 at West Ham. And like at West Ham, though, they've got plenty of time to go and win it. Share to Byrne, and wide to Joelinton. Willock just ahead of him. First touch for the substitute. Wants to take on Semedo. He's carried it 10 yards down the wing. Gets it back from Joelinton and wins a throw. Byrne to Joelinton, back again. Byrne tackled by Lamina, and plays it into his own box to Kilman. His clearance doesn't go very far away. Joelinton beats Neto to the ball. Get up there with that.
Fans just appeal for everything. And share to Bruno, tackled by Hwang, and a foul by Hwang. How do you see the game now, Ando?
They've been the better side second half.
Wilson putting Dawson under pressure, well out wide, into the goalkeeper, onto Kilman, given away. Gordon and Byrne. Gordon down at the edge of the area, no foul on Anthony Gordon after the tackle came in. They could have made more of that, Newcastle, as Neto gets around Longstaff. Wolves on the attack. Neto's pulled up. He's done his hamstring. He's pulled his hamstring, and he's down in the penalty area. Wolves are still playing on. Neto's on the floor, offside currently. Mateus Cunha, the cross goes behind, goal kick. Pedro Neto pulled up.
Thankfully. I mean, you wouldn't wish it on anybody, but he's cutting in, he's heading for goal, and all of a sudden, Sniper's got him.
Right hamstring.
Yeah. Right up in the cheek of his backside. High up.
2-2 now.
Where's the keeper going?
Sorry? Oh, Jose Sa. No. Yeah, he's come all the way. Well, I don't know if he needs to interpret. Both Portuguese.
Well, it's pretty clear what he's doing. The rain is lashing down now. Lewis Hall and Emil Kraft are the players warming up. Lascelles, Longstaff, Wilson, Willock, Joelinton and Bruno are having a drink and talking to Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall. Can you see Newcastle winning it from here?
Not on the evidence of what we've seen in this second half. And in the evidence of what you've seen in this second half, you wouldn't say they deserved it either.
I think Neto's going to have to come on. They're going to bring on Sasha Kalajdzic, the Austrian international. He's got 3 goals this season. They signed him last summer and he damaged his ACL in his knee in his first match and was out for almost a year. He got their late winner last week at Bournemouth. He is 6'7", a very different type of player to Pedro Neto, and they need the stretcher for Pedro Neto.
Yeah, it's a shame. This boy's a good player. Yeah, that right hamstring is... Ooh. Yeah, he could be out for a while.
Sasha Kalajdzic is on. In the meantime, Paul Dummett has gone to the Newcastle goal and brought Nick Pope a fresh towel, a dry one.
It's not going to be dry for long. It's absolutely chucking it down. It's like the other night, isn't it?
Neto taken off on the stretcher. "77 minutes at Molineux, 2-2. That might affect Wolves, but Kalajdzic has been in good form. He also got a late winner at Everton in August. He's through the middle, Hwang to the right, Cher with the ball onto Gordon. A lot of surface water now on the pitch. Willock comes in off the left wing, just lays it back to Byrne. Inside to Cher, onto Willock. And swept over to Lascelles. Comes up to the halfway line, Lascelles, drops his shoulder away from Kalajdzic, given to Joelinton. Now Bruno. Joelinton and Bruno in midfield again. Bruno away from his man. Picks out Longstaff. They've got Newcastle a corner on the right wing. Wasn't sure if it was a goal kick actually, but it's a corner. The players free, well positioned in that attack. Lascelles is up, Byrne is up, Cher is in the middle too. Bruno next to the keeper. Trippier. His corner kick.
Get up,
towards
get up,
the
get
penalty
up.
spot, flicked away by a Wolves head. Cher is first to it, left wing. Gordon goes down the line. Cher back to Longstaff. Trippier making a run. Longstaff looks for him. Trippier heads it. Ooh, but it comes to Doyle, edge of the penalty box, and he's stuck it out of play on the far side, quite close to the halfway line. 2-2. Trippier to Bruno. Got away from one Wolves player, wanted a free kick, nothing given. Trippier inside to Cher, middle of Newcastle's half. Bruno back involved again, away from Kalajdzic. Byrne back to Cher. After the injury to Neto, Newcastle have had the ball. And it feels like Wolves
Wolves have lost something, not just on the pitch, in terms of the atmosphere. Share with a run. Joelinton helped round the corner. Trippier coming in, now in the box. The cross to the far post, heading down and wide.
Oh, what a chance!
Big opportunity at the back stick. It was Fabian Schär who got into the area.
Yet again, Wolves drop and drop and drop, and he just runs through a big hole straight through the middle of them. They play it wide. Trippier this time dinks a great little ball. Big chance.
Schär, it was away from Wilson. Willock was behind him. Schär rose, headed it down off the side of his head into the ground and wide of the near post. It's probably the closest they've come, isn't it, in the second half, I think?
First time they've been in the box, isn't it?
Really, yeah. 10 minutes to play. 2-2, Wilson. Right side, playing it through. They might have a chance with Gordon, but brilliant defending from Dawson. Sliding in, edge of the area. Otherwise, Gordon would have had the touch and would have been bearing down on goal. Can they finish strongly, Newcastle? And can they go on to win it? Take the lead for a third time. It's BBC Radio Newcastle. Doyle to Hwang. Back to Kilman. Under pressure from three green shirts. Kilman doesn't go forwards, instead back to Dawson in the middle of the Wolves back three. Doyle in. Trippier, yellow card coming for Trippier. Sliding tackle mistimed, caught Ray and Aït-Nouri, booked by Anthony Taylor, and he apologises to the Wolves left wing back.
It was a short ball, wasn't it? He came sliding from a long, long way.
Ball's back in play. Dawson to Doyle. Bruno right on his shoulder. To the left to Totti. Kalajdzic chasing. Lascelles has given himself a couple of yards. Played it back to Pope. He goes short to Schär. And that's to the right side to Trippier. Back to Lascelles. Away now. And Gordon wanted to let it run. Totti came and headed it out. And they got out of a tight spot quite well, Newcastle there. Yellow card now for Aït-Nouri.
Kicking the ball away.
Trippier to take the throw in the 83rd minute. They were 2-1 up at half-time, a double from Callum Wilson. Hwang Hee-Chang in this second half equalised again for Wolves. Joe Willock, crossfield ball intercepted by Totti. Trippier is there, back to Lascelles, into midfield, straight to Mario Lemina. He scored Wolves' first equaliser in the first half. Hwang, forced back by Willock. Semedo to Kilman. Doyle back to goalkeeper Jose Sarr. Lascelles with a win from Mateus Cunha on halfway. Then Aït-Nouri can't get away from Trippier. Good sliding tackle, and it's on to Gordon. Gordon now in the final third, inside, off the right wing to Bruno, back to Gordon. Willock, Joe Willock in the area, but can't find room for the shot. Ball just wouldn't fall properly for him, and Wolves bring it away. And Byrne, who's on a yellow card, has got to be careful there with Mateus Cunha. Sean Longstaff helps him out. Great sliding challenge.
All the time in the world, that fella.
This pitch is perfect for the sliding tackle, and Joelinton now on the attack. Willock near to the corner of the area, back through for Joelinton, two in the middle. The left-footed cross hits a Wolves defender. Joelinton's got it back and found Byrne with a good ball. Dan Byrne in the box. Will he go for goal? He does, but it's not the most powerful effort. It's off his right foot, and it's a comfortable save for Jose Sarr low down. Joelinton's been down. Two Wolves players might need some treatment, and there is a stoppage. 85 minutes, 2 apiece. They are threatening the Wolves goal a little bit more than they have at any point in this second half.
They haven't threatened it at all in the second half.
Until now.
Yeah. the one thing you know is that they'll keep going till the end. They've got great fitness levels. Sapping out there. I mean, they had a real tough one on Wednesday night as well. But they will keep going right till the end.
João Gomes, 22-year-old Brazilian midfielder, who's coming on for Wolves. And he replaced Mario Lemina.
Substitution for Wolves, replacing number 5, Mario Lemina.
It's BBC Radio Newcastle. On Twitter at BBC Newcastle, we'll put our post-match reaction tonight, as well as on the BBC Radio Newcastle Facebook page. Total Sport back on Monday, 6 till 8 every weekday night. North East only football phone in, and all the latest from Newcastle and Sunderland. I'm sure will feel they can win this, Newcastle. Kalajdzic got the height advantage over Cher, won the header, out to the near side. Byrne lets it go for a throw. And nobody warming up for Newcastle at the moment. Doesn't look like there are any further substitutions planned. Byrne down the line to Joelinton. João Gomes away. Bruno then lifts it up. Nelson Semedo against Joe Willock. Wolves get the second ball, lost then by Hwang, and Willock gets a throw off Kilman. 30 yards out. 3.5 minutes of the 90 to play. Joelinton back to Cher, going to build from the back, but furthest players back are Cher and Lascelles, and they're next to the centre circle. Trippier. Gordon goes down the line. He instead plays it back to Lascelles, where it came from. Cher drags it across his body with his right foot. An option short from Bruno on halfway to Lascelles. On to Trippier. Back to Lascelles. Fabian Cher, left side, close to halfway. Sees some space, goes into it, gives it to Willock. Oh, the return ball is straight to a Wolves player. The clearance is back to Newcastle's Joelinton on halfway. Trippier in space on the right, Bruno carrying it. Plays it to Trippier. Longstaff down the line, Gordon inside. It's with Anthony Gordon, goes onto the wing with his first touch. Turns it back to Trippier, and it's gone out for a throw off a Wolves player. 2.5 minutes of the 90. Left at Molineux. 2-2. Willock, Byrne ahead of him on the left side. Bruno with possession, back out to Willock. Away from Hwang, heads for the goal line. Willock beats Hwang a second time, and then good recovery. Willock then holds him up right in the corner. And it's a goal kick for Wolves as Willock blocks the clearance.
Got lucky, didn't he, Hwang?
Jose Sarr taking plenty of time in the 89th minute. Eddie Howe screaming. And it's a player on the far side of the pitch, might be Anthony Gordon. There's the goal kick. Kalajdzic looking to help it on. And Aït-Nouri off Trippier, but back out of Aït-Nouri. Newcastle's throw. Looks for Gordon, lets it run for Wilson. He hits the floor, Wilson. He wants a free kick. He's on his knees with his arms outstretched, but the ball's at the other end with Mateus Cunha. Kalajdzic on, Lascelles in the right place to get there. Gives it to Cher. Willock back inside to Cher. Oh, lovely through the legs of João Gomes, and Bruno trying to get away, but just tackled in midfield, and they'd committed men forwards, Newcastle, and it's 5 on 5. João Gomes to Hwang, Kalajdzic far post, Mateus Cunha wins a corner.
Dead 4 on 4, and there was no pace to it at all. Bruno does that a lot as well. Every time he's touched, he just falls over. You've got to be stronger in those situations. Can't go looking for free kicks all the time. You're not going to get them all the time.
20 seconds until the 90 minutes are up, and they are defending a corner. Doyle flicked away by Longstaff. Nelson Semedo, bouncing ball, lobs it back into the box, might be offside. Kalajdzic back to goal, told to get up by the referee after he took a tumble. Trippier away, Totti on his chest, and straight back to Trippier. Now Wilson can get away. 8 minutes added. Wilson tackled by Dawson. It's out for a throw, 30 yards from the Wolves goal. 8 additional minutes. Dawson's done well.
Plenty of time to win it.
I know Wilson scored twice, but Dawson's done well, hasn't he? Every time a ball's gone into Wilson. Newcastle with the quick throw towards Gordon. That'll be a goal kick. Off the defender, onto Gordon and behind. They'll be frustrated if this finishes 2-2, won't they? Even though...
Why will they?
They've been in front twice. And they've had a good chance with Cher. You don't think they'll be frustrated that if they don't win?
I don't think so. I think they'd be happy to get away. If they sneak it, all well and good, but I think they'd be happy to come away from here with a point.
On the balance of play, but they'll have come here not necessarily expecting to win, but feeling as though they're more than capable of winning. Be interesting to see what the reaction from supporters is at full time. Cher on towards Bruno, stabbed to Willock. 3 Wolves players around him. Willock holds it up and comes back. Joelinton, now Bruno, middle of the attacking half. Swept to Trippier, right side, far side of the pitch. He's released Longstaff, it's cut back and it's defended well and then put out for a throw. Gordon beats one, taking on another 2. That's a corner kick this time. Didn't get one last time in the 92nd minute, with a further 6.5 to play.
Go on, boys.
Trippier walks back from the ball. Wolves have got everybody in the box defending.
Get up.
Trippier delivers. Here's a chance, it's deflected and then cleared in front of goal. It was Wilson who had the shot. Back in by Trippier. Lascelles heads across. And Gordon outside the area, back to Longstaff. And then wide left, Fabian Cher in space. Takes it down, comes inside, hits it, but straight at a defender. Wants it to go for a corner, and it does on the near side.
Oh, they're all over the place at the minute, Wolves.
Got to capitalise on this.
Cher was just left all on his own.
Trippier comes across to the near side to take it. The 93rd minute on BBC Radio Newcastle as they look for a late winner. They pack the 6-yard box. Trippier delivers the corner. Jose Sarr pushes it away. Doyle with a big clearance. Wang chasing. Longstaff watches it and helps it forwards.
How slow are they getting out?
To Trippier, and he passes it back from just inside the Wolves half to Jamal Lascelles. Dan Burn now to Sean Longstaff on halfway, left side, left for Trippier. There's nothing out wide.
How deep are Wolves? They're dead on their feet.
Gordon makes a run now to the right wing. It comes from Trippier, right of centre, to Cher, left of centre. Walks over the halfway line. Plays it to Burn. Joe Willock, left wing. Bruno wanted it in the middle. Willock's pass is short. Wang. Back to Nelson Semedo, halfway through the minimum 8. Kalajdzic heads down to Wang. Out off Burn for a throw on the halfway line.
They're dead on their feet, Wolves. Just needs a big push last 5 minutes.
Nelson Semedo just inside Newcastle's half with a Wolves throw. Byrne flicked it backwards. Cher, left-footed, up, landing just past halfway. Wilson with Kilman. Joe Linton on his chest. João Gomez got the touch. Joe Willock back to Dan Byrne. Volleyed forwards. That's a good ball to Sean Longstaff.
Didn't mean it.
No, but it turned into a good ball. Bruno helping it back to Lascelles. Trippier inside to the skipper. Bruno has got space between the lines. It's Longstaff and up to Bruno. Takes it on the turn. Out to the wing to Gordon. Trippier making a run. Still Gordon. Tackles come in. No free kick. Trippier to Longstaff and Bruno. And down under a challenge. No foul again. No appeals. Kalajdzic into Mateus Cunha's let it run. Newcastle win it back, but illegally so. Joe Linton with a foul.
Cunha has strolled around this park for 90-odd minutes.
Yellow card shown to Longstaff. Thought it was Joe Linton with the foul. Longstaff's been booked. Just checking it wasn't Bruno because he was behind Longstaff. We've got just over 2 minutes left as a minimum, and it's 2-2. Aim towards Nelson Semedo. Byrne header away down this near side. Hwang to Kilman. Into Doyle. And away. Byrne chasing after it with Nelson Semedo. Gets there. Dan Byrne concedes a throw.
It's had a tough hell night, hasn't he?
Well, they're wanting Newcastle to win it, but they're needing to make sure they don't lose the match, with Wolves taking a throw level with the penalty spot. Semedo back to Kilman, doesn't put it in the box for the big man Kalajdzic. Dawson now back down the right wing. Header from Joe Linton. It's a Wolves throw again. Semedo to Kilman. Back once more from Semedo to Kilman. Dawson on the right in the Wolves half, gives it to his goalkeeper. Gordon closes down. Jose Sarr has a touch and lifted through the middle. Cher flicks it back. Lascelles to Pope and away by the Newcastle goalkeeper. Dawson on his chest and gets the pass to Totti. On to Doyle, halfway line, far side, down the line. Good ball for Wolves to chase, but offside. Offside, and we have less than a minute of the minimum 8, and it's got to go quickly from Newcastle. Time really is running out. 2 apiece. Lascelles inside to Cher. Back to Lascelles. Home fans wanting the full-time whistle. Longstaff.
That's it.
It's going to be another 2-2 draw away from home. They could have gone up to 5th with a victory, but it finishes all square at Molineux, and Newcastle United stay in 6th position. And by the end of the weekend, they could be down to 8th in the table, depending on the results tomorrow. 2 goals from Callum Wilson, 1 in the 22nd minute. Then Mario Lemina equalised before Wilson restored the advantage with a penalty in first half added on time after a long VAR check. Hwang Hee-chan on 71 minutes slotted it home from inside the box for Wolves to make it 2-2. It normally finishes 1-1 here. It's another draw. It's 2-2, and Newcastle unable, Ando, to come away with 3 points.
Draw is probably a fair result on the reflection of the game. We've seen very little of the ball in the second half. Sars hasn't had a save to make second half. They had all the ball, didn't do a great deal with it. They looked like towards the end that they were happy to settle for 2-2 because they didn't go for a winner, they didn't push on, they sat behind the ball, let us come at them, and that was probably our best period of that half.
How much of a missed opportunity then at the end do you feel when Neto was off and they got forwards a little bit more?
Didn't create enough. Didn't create. It's okay having it, but you've got to create stuff, and we didn't create anything. And look, did we deserve to win it? No, we didn't. As I say, I think a point apiece was probably a fair result.
But what I was saying earlier was I feel they'll be disappointed with the result. And obviously, on the balance of play, the way the second half went was a lot of Wolves coming forwards, and Newcastle didn't threaten too much. But it's a game they were looking to win, and they lost the 3 points late at West Ham and took a draw in that match. And the equaliser in this one came about 20 minutes earlier, but it's another away game they've been leading in, and they haven't been able to see it through, and they will be disappointed.
Look, you can't win every game away from home. You know, you come away from home in the Premier League, there's no easy games. If you can pick points up away from home in the Premier League, they're good results. It was a good point at West Ham. More disappointing, I think, at West Ham because of how late the equaliser came. You know, the equaliser here came with, 20 minutes to go. They were on top at the time. Probably felt they deserved their equaliser. Did we do enough in all of the 90 minutes to deserve to win the game? No, we didn't. But it is what it is. As I say, you haven't got a divine right to come away in the Premier League and feel that you're going to win games all the time. It was a tough game. Wolves have been on a decent little run. They will feel aggrieved. You know, they will feel aggrieved with the penalty. Yeah. You know, as I said in commentary, if that's given against us, you're absolutely livid, by the way.
Referee got booed off. Wolves players being applauded off. And staff are on the pitch, waving to fans and responding with their applause. Gary O'Neill heading down the tunnel. They're all sodden, drenched. Newcastle went to the away fans on the far side and got a great response, and thanks for their efforts. And now the boys in green and white come over to the near side towards the tunnel.
The problem tonight was you had too many players who weren't really at it, had off nights. Trippier tonight, he's been a revelation, he's been outstanding, and everybody's entitled to poor games. But tonight's probably the worst game he's had for us, especially in the first half. He kept giving the ball away all the time, he kept going from outside to in, kept giving it away. Big Dan Burn had a tough night at left back as well. You know, and in the Premier League, if it's like that, it makes it tough. You know, we weren't really on our top game tonight, and we had one or two who were off what we're used to seeing. So to come away and get a point, I think Eddie Howe will be happy.
And I suppose especially with the injuries and players unavailable, obviously losing Tonali as expected, even if they thought there was a chance. No, but he would have been in someone that they could have brought on like they did the other night, and Eddie Howe felt he made an impact against Dortmund. They thought they may have him for this one, but they don't, and they won't have him until the end of August next year. And then other players unavailable through injury, so options limited. A lot of fullbacks and defenders named among Newcastle substitutes, and they play again on Wednesday away to Manchester United in the League Cup before a home game against Arsenal. Dortmund away in a week and a half's time, and then Bournemouth away in this section of the Premier League before the next international break. So they say 6th in the table. A double from Callum Wilson. He scored 11 out of 11 penalties for Newcastle United, but Wolves got an equaliser in the second half, and the final score live on BBC Radio Newcastle. Wolverhampton Wanderers 2, Newcastle United 2.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Hello, it's Matt from your breakfast show here. Hope you have a canny weekend. At the end of this week, we were talking about your little life hacks. Celia from Hexham sent in the bed-changing burrito, which is where you roll your duvet up as a burrito and then you flip it and then it's already done. The burrito technique. I can't wait to go home and tell Katie that. Come upstairs. I'm going to show you the burrito technique.
That sounds much more exciting than it is, Katie.
As you heard there, big weekend for me. I'll see you Monday.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Back Monday morning
from 6.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Wolves 2, Newcastle United 2 is the final score, and Newcastle are now 6th in the Premier League table with 17 points from their 10 games, although that is likely to change tomorrow because there are so many Premier League games tomorrow. There only were 4 in total today. We are on until 8 o'clock. I'm going to keep John Anderson for another 5 minutes or so. Evening, Ando.
Hey, Colin.
That was a better game than Wolves-Newcastle games often are.
Usually, yeah, they're usually dour affairs. It wasn't a bad one. You know, plenty to talk about, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to come back to the penalty in just a minute. You've said that a point was fair. Are you also quite happy with the point?
Yeah, I didn't think we were at our best.
Yeah.
You know, I think on reflection, I'm more than happy with a point. You know, I thought Wolves bossed the second half, had all the ball. We didn't create a great deal. We didn't do a lot. Towards the end of the game, when the 8 minutes went up, they decided that, well, it looked like they decided they'd settle for a point and started to drop deep and sit deep. And we got a little bit more of the ball, but saying that we didn't create a great deal. You know, you look at the first half. First half was pretty even. Huge goalkeeping mistake for our first goal. You know, goalkeeper comes there, he's got to take it, he's got to clean everybody out. Went looking for a free kick that was never ever a free kick. They got themselves level with I think they had 4 corners prior to that, and they hit the first defender with every one. He swept it back post, and to be fair, it's a good header at the back post. You know, Trippier just gets out muscled, simple as that. It happens, and he powers the header into the net. And then the penalty incident.
Well, yeah, so you've seen it over and over again. I've seen it over and over again. I'm going to put it to you that Fabian Schär dived. I
think he was on his way down. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Look, I think the boy tried to pull his foot away, and I said in commentary, if that had been given against us, you'd have been absolutely livid, and I'm sure the majority of Newcastle fans would have been absolutely livid if that was given against you.
Yeah, and a word on Anthony Taylor, because he's a very experienced referee. He's genuinely one of the most experienced referees in the world, but he didn't have a great game.
No, he lost it. After that, he totally lost it. Some of the decisions he made tonight were poor.